Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the show. Let's catch this grand opening ringing the bell. And let's jump right over to King Cat himself, Catfish Tyler. And here he is now, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here, and I hope you enjoy your time with Catfish. Bye-bye, everybody. We'll catch you guys later. All right. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here. We got a lot of things to talk about with SOFI. More institutions coming in. I noticed that. So I just want to share that with you. First thing right off the bat, everyone. I'm going to put this right down here. And I just want to say I'm so grateful for you being here. Those of you that were here had a lot of new folks yesterday. 5 or 6 new people that came on, subscribers. So thank you for being here. I sure appreciate it. And now we're going to go and we're going to move this display page over right here. We got a couple things to do here. So let me just first of all move me up to the very top. There we go. We're at the top of the list. King Cat at the top. And then the next thing we got to do is we got to pull our display back in here and we're going to make it fit. We're going to do it to fit. And this will be the right. We're going to now right click on this. Hold on a second. And we're going to order and there, we'll get it. Transform. Fit to page. Fit to screen. Bam. There we go. Now let's move that display capture right up underneath me. Oh, yeah, we're going up, folks. Look at that nice screen I got for you. Mushroom cloud. And that's what's going to happen to the shorts here soon. So here we go. There we go. And now, folks, we can start this out right now. Let's kick it. Let's kick it. Let's go with it and show you what's on the screen here to start out things today. So thank you all for being here with me at the open. Look at all what. Holy cow, look at how many people we got here. Wow. All right. Hello. Kevin. Gators. I'm just going to abbreviate here. EUCLIDES. I messed up that EUC. There it is. Manny, thank you for being here already. Yes, you probably knew I was going to open because this is manipulation. And why? And we want to make sure that thing doesn't think I'm making a mistake here. So we're going to click this. Whoop, hold on a second. Doop, and add to dictionary. There we go. We just added you, Euclides. All right. And we are, thank you. Hey, Kay, good morning to you as well. Oh, man, we got a bunch of catfish here. And you probably all knew I was coming, didn't you? It was coming this way, that I was going to come on early because this is capital M manipulation, folks. Manipulation with a capital M. And I'm trying, heck, to get this right. There we go. All right. And I want to thank you all for being here. Boom. And we're going to give you a few waves. All right, everybody. Yeah, we got a lot of things to talk about today. And I'm going to get to them here. We just got to put in some waves to everyone. All right, everybody, welcome. Welcome to the low of the day. And this market today, folks, is going to turn on a dime. This is absolute. Look at this. U.S. economy adds 336 jobs, blows past expectations. And let me tell you, folks, whose expectations it blew past? The shorters. Okay? It's the daggum shorts. They're the ones that had to drive this down this morning. They got to get the heck out of here. This has caught them completely off guard. Stocks plummet after jobs report blows past estimates. Huh. How does that happen, everybody? You tell me. And if it does, for how long will it last? I'll tell you, less than an hour, I think. I think this NASDAQ down, we'll see where it is. Yesterday, I wrote down a bunch of numbers as the day was going along, and I was right on every one of my calls, pretty much. So we'll see what happens today. I say BS to all of it, man. All of it, man. This is just a bunch of bull malarkey and a lot of fear, shaking. Sell on the news. Not this kind of news. This is manipulate on the news and get your butt in on these prices as low as you can before this baby runs. That's what it is, folks. I'm telling you right now. Everybody's here with me. Thank you for being here. Don't forget to like the video. I appreciate you doing that. I am not a financial advisor. I am simply one who looks at the charts. And I'm not the only one. Look at my friend over here, Hurricane Lopez. He's saying the same thing. Chart 30-day monster running incoming turds, okay? And I believe it. I said the same thing. We're on the same page, me and that gentleman there. 30-day chart monster run incoming. And he's not the only one saying it, folks. There's a lot of others. Jobs report stuns. It stuns, all right. It stuns the short this morning. Stunned the crap out of them. I have to be careful what I say because I'm going to be reaching monetization level soon, and I have to watch out with my language. Others can get on here who are kingpins and carry a lot of weight and say whatever they want. But we'll keep it clean, and we'll remember to do that. No more F-bombs, no more S words. We'll find another word. Shite. That's what it is. They're full of shite. You like that, everybody? Let me show you. Hey, D-Boy Avery, let me show you something, man. Good morning. Yep. I'll get this right in a second. And a little wave action for you, too. Appreciate you being here. Everyone, I appreciate your presence. And you know, when I come on, we're at the low of the day. And I think we're going to be seeing this thing resoundingly reject this. This is very good news. The whole market is making an adjustment right now. And if you're a good buyer, savvy buyer, this is the time to come in, people, when the jobs report's done and the market drops 158, 145. This is absolute. And I say this to people over and over. You know, they say manipulation doesn't occur in the market, but this is an absolute good illustration of it. You can see it right here. This is not sell on the news. The market has been down, folks. The NASDAQ has been dropping for the last month. There's no reason for selling profits here on this news. I'm telling you right now, there's none. Yeah, buddy. RBLX. What are we all doing here, everybody? Spartacus, good afternoon from Portugal. Man, it's FPV. Yeah, baby. Hello. Everybody piling in this morning, coming into the catfish school. Wise to do so, because this is going to be the bottom. Whatever the price is on SOFI, this is it. Right now, you should be buying it. What a prankster, jankster, yangster these people are. Get out of here. Come on. Let me get people where they're supposed to be. Senseless price attack under this news. Well, I got a lot of other things to show you, folks. Look at that. 750, 750, and now we're at 762, folks. I hope you bought some because this is obvious and very, very hard to overlook, especially with what I've been telling you. We're going up every single day from now on. Up, 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 up. Previous close, look at that, 765, open to 742. Is that right? Already at 760, people? You think anybody, yeah, this is not right. There it is, 750 today. I didn't think so. Let's go to the historical chart and see what SOFI did yesterday for the low. All right, let's go see. 730 yesterday, folks, the low, and I called it a 20-cent pop to the upside. Nice. And it's going to keep going up, people. Don't worry. You just sit tight. My prediction is we're going to bounce off. Here's my prediction for you. We bounce off of 755, and then we make a run to 766. We'll bounce back down to this number where we are now, 759 perhaps. Then we go to 771, then 766, then 777, then 771, then 787, maybe 84. Those are my numbers. You just watch if I see them right. If I hit those numbers, 755 pullback, 766 pullback, 777 maybe a pullback, and 787, 788 a pullback. And take advantage of every single one of those, folks. That's what I suggest. Wow, 15 smokers here this morning, smoking with us at the SOFI room, cigar room at the bottom, and maybe picking up a few shares here, manipulative 759. And the lowest you see, man, it says here 750 was the low. Well, folks, that's a 20-cent gain on the low today, right? Even with this manipulative move by the entire marketplace. But look at the Russell. We're green, folks. the wrestle, the group that we're in, the wrestle, green. Now we're in the wrestle 1000, but here you go, folks. Can't wait till earnings. I hear you, man. Neither can the people that are buying in right now. Let's go over. I got some breaking news for you. I'm just waiting for everybody to show up. I got a surprise. Some of you saw it last night. Some of you didn't. If you watched my 11-minute video last night where I kind of recapped everything, I had discovered something new that you're going to like. I sure like it. I'm going to show it to you all pretty soon when everybody's here in the room or on the bottom. Like Sofi already was this morning. It won't look back. Minis, yeah. Kevin, yeah. Yes, indeed. Spartacus. These conditions on the market is that the doggone jobs report blew all the shorts away and surprised the crap out of them. They got to run it down here now quick and get out. This baby's going to soar. The whole market's going to go off. Spartacus, I can't believe you're talking like that. Man. But anyway, hello, Mantis, FPV. Greetings, Spartacus. And welcome, Kyler. And 3 waves forever, you guys. Very grateful for your being here. Don't forget to like this so it gets shared with other people as we are about to go green right now. SoFi is going to go green. Congratulations, everyone who owns it and bought it this morning for $7.50. I came on right at the open. I tried to get it and tell you, man, it's at the low. The reason I popped on at the opening, which I almost never do, was I was already convinced it was at the low. And it would be it right here. Josh Davis, new to page. Welcome to you, Josh. Yeah, fun. Good, I'm glad. Greetings, Smurfy. Josh. And hello to you, Smurfy. I almost did it again. 2 waves for both of you guys. Thank you, girls, guys. I don't know. I can't tell with those names, but at any rate, doesn't matter. I'm just welcoming you here to this session because we hit the low this morning already. Catfish called it. And so that's why I'm up right at the open. Hey, all 17 of us already. Wow. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the little like button over there because if all of you do, you'll have jump from 5 likes to suddenly 12 or something. And if you have a way to hit the like button, I'd appreciate it because that'll certainly help us get in the algorithms the way they work. And I want to welcome you here, Josh. Now, let's show you guys something this morning. We got a lot of people here already. There'll be others over. But I want you all to know this. And it says right on my headline this morning, let's go over here and I'll show you what. And I've been working on doing my page a little bit. Let me show you what I did here. Let me move this out of the way a second. Hold on. There you go. See? Everybody will be able to see that maybe. And when I put up my next video, good morning, Smurfy. Yes, that's my new look right there. You're seeing? And when I put up my videos, hopefully this is what you'll be looking for if I put up videos after hours, all right? This is what you'll be seeing in the future for each of those videos. I like it. I think it looks great. Institutions accumulating, stay informed. Uh-oh. I think I might have just given it away what the big surprise is already, didn't I? Well, let me tell you, folks, I was not surprised to hear this. Let me get this back over here. I was not surprised to hear this at all, and I'm going to show you what it is right now, folks. Boom. Come over here to this, and that is institutional ownership. Boom. Oh, we have jumped another to 703, folks, and that's a long position they took up. Cha-ching, follow the money. Follow the money. Before earnings, another one's coming in. Right? And I told you more and more would be coming. I told you we'd be over 700 soon. And like I said before, one day we're going to have over 1,000 institutions. Huh. When I first started looking at SoFi, the very first time, institutions, there were 613. Now 703. Amazing, huh? Amazing. All 19 of you. Terry, good morning to you. Thank you for being here. We're about to go green. I'm showing everybody that we've had another institution come on board. And that's on this sheet right here. I have one of these sheets has institutional ownership. Oh, I got some other news for you folks today. Don't worry. I got some interesting chart stuff to show you people, so stick around a minute. But yeah, another institution comes in. Golly, where's my sheet with institutions on it? Here we go. I got it. I found it, folks. So now we're at 10. Golly, what's the date today? 6th. 10/6. 703. From 699, 698, 694, 692, 69. They've just been coming in, folks. And I told you, watch it. Watch it. When you see institutions, you got to follow that trend. And I've already shown you what these institutions have already been doing with SoFi while the price was falling. Look at how the massive amounts of volume were coming in here, folks. While the price went from $22 all the way down, 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 down. Look at the massive accumulation while the price was at its lowest. These are how many they were holding shares, and they started making money off of these shorted positions here. They started making their money selling them here in big volume, see? And they were making money here because they had shorted in this range. And that's why that was much higher here, right here. They still were shorting heavily here. And then they started selling them off. And then the price continued to fall. Boom, look at that. And look at the accumulation of more shares when it got to the bottom here, folks. When it got to the nitty-gritty bottom, they built in more. And now look at the last 2 months, what's happened. They're starting to build in more. Do you see it? They're accumulating here, people, more than the last there through June, right? All through June, less, and now July, boom, August, September, boom, they're increasing. They're building. They're building again, folks. But this time it's not for an attack down on it. It's for the run up. That's my call. That's what I see in that chart right there, folks. It's what it shows me. I don't know what it shows you. Yep. I hear what you're saying. Terry Grant, good morning, my. Yeah, well, I came on at the opening bell today. And folks, I want to thank you all for already hitting the like button. Look, we've gone up to, I said 12, we're at 11 now. So thank you for doing that. You guys are so cool, and gals, I appreciate it. Folks, I'm chatting here now with a heavy cat, man. This is one of the big cats, the channel cats, they call them. Channel cat, man. This thing can swallow some children. Terry. Watch it go green, folks. You wait and be patient. Look at the volume. It's only 1 million shares, folks. It was 5 million at this time 2 days ago. Where are they now? Where have all the shorters gone? Long time passing. Where have all those shorters gone? Long time ago. Yeah, baby. Cha-ching. Here you go. As you can see, Sparty, I'm so So glad of Sparty I got a cup with his name on it. Spartacus from Portugal. Muchos buenos dias. Buenas tardes, mi amigo. And for all of you crazy folks here with me this morning, Josh, I am so glad that you came along to say greetings and hello. And did I address you yet? I hope I did. New page. I want to thank you for being here. And I don't see your name here, so it's going to be typed in for sure here. And big welcome. Give Josh a big welcome, everybody. So show him some love. Throw a few hearts out there. Big welcome, newcomer Josh. All right, welcome to the school. And I hope that you will indeed consider subscribing, and that way you'll put me one more closer to 1,000. Look, we just went green, everybody. Oh, let's refresh the page and look at this green chart. I told you the bottom was at the open, and it was, and we're gone now. Sayonara, hasta luego, fricasen, arrivederci, au revoir, aloha, welcome. Yes. All right, yes, we thank you for being here. Thank you so much. We definitely do. Everybody is appreciative of every time someone else comes and joins the Catfish Clan. Because, man, we buy at the bottom every day, and it runs afterwards. Is that right, everyone? I tell them when to sell at the highs, too. We're a day trading site here. It's not just for longs. My expertise is in charts, studying the history of a stock, what's gone on in its past. And speaking of that, everybody, I'm going to show you some very in-depth information right now. All right? So look at this thing, 771. Well, where did 766 go? Got completely slaughtered. We're about to break a new high, which I called. Yesterday's high, I believe, was 771. Folks, watch it. Watch this thing blow out. I told you this morning, as soon as I came on, I'd never seen such a joke in my life as the market being red after that news. And I tell you who it shocked. All the shorts. That's who got stunned. These headlines that you see here on the finance homepage, people, these are the people that got stunned right here. Job report stuns. U.S. adds 336,000 jobs, blowing past expectations, people. So what do the shorts have to do? Run this thing down and get the hell out. And that's why I came on at 9:30, because I knew they'd do it right out of the gate, and it would be over quickly. And it has been, just like I thought it would. Goodness gracious, these manipulating suckers. It should be illegal what they do. Everybody knows that it logically makes no sense for the market to be down the Dow 190 points unless it's been manipulated on this news. Everyone knows that. So all the smart people, this is what Warren's doing. He's there. I guarantee you, man, he's piling in here like crazy. Warren Buffett is snatching shares from people like mad right now. The after hours, 765. Look at it now. New high. Yes, baby. Big welcome, Josh. I want to thank you. And for all of you who have been subscribing over the last 2.5 months since I started this channel about SoFi, I got, another new high. Right on up, people. Now let me explain something before I get into the in depth on the history of this stock. Smurfy, good times. Hello, Josh. Welcome aboard. Thank you, Smurf. Yeah, there you go. See, he pulls in there and he shows you a little bit of everybody who comes into this gets a welcome, should be welcomed by all, because we've all been at one point or another a newbie here on my channel, right? Going, what the heck is this guy doing? Shit, he's got his guitar out. He's playing music. While he's playing, the price keeps going up. And that sound wacky crazy? Can you imagine telling your friends, man, I've been watching this guy on YouTube somehow or another. When it gets to the bottom, he knows, and then he starts playing his dang guitar, and the thing keeps going up. Richard C. Hey, Cat, happy SoFi Friday. That's right. Oh, I didn't say hi. I didn't put in the Josh welcome. There it is. And then here we go to you, too. Hello, Richard. And welcome to the bottom today. All right. We welcome all of you cats who are here with me all the time. I appreciate it so much. Big hello to you, big highs, waves, everything, everybody. Thank you for being here with me. I want to thank you very much. And so now we're just watching SOFI just keep going up like I told everybody was going to happen. What? Oh, oh, hey, come on in. I want to kiss Punky. My wife looks a little like Phyllis Diller right now. She has got her hair all waved out and looks like she's riding in the convertible Mercedes right now. 774. I'll ring it for some more. I'm going to let you know, folks, we're in this to make money. Many of you are buying at 714. Start taking a little bit of profit. Just do it. Just put in your order right now at 776 and sell 10 shares even. Just put it away. Ching. And then use it on a day when they give you another fabricated downgrade and they knock it back 3%. Just take a little profit off, man. Yesterday I said this at the number 766 and it hit 765. And I asked people to take some profit then too. So there's some senses that you get on these runs of where they're going to limit things. And you'll watch, if I'm right here, it comes back to 767 here now. And so if you sold at 773 or 774 and you get back at 767, that's day trading. There it is, 770 now. See, when they start this thing on a step laddering up, they'll do it at 5 cents down, 10 up, 5 down, 10 up. Sometimes it's 6 cents. I've shown people this before. Now, I could be wrong, and if you don't see that, and you don't see those pullbacks, and this thing just keeps going, boy, get in. But look for those little pullbacks, even if they're just 5 cents each day. And trade in and out of them. That's what day trading in. It doesn't cost you anything to do it. Like I said, there was a time, hey, wow, we got a lot of viewers coming in here. Thank you. Oh my gosh, everybody. And thank you for liking this. I appreciate you liking my channel and sharing it with others, because when you hit the like button, you know what happens. The algorithm sends it out. And I saw some people have subscribed to me on Spotify. I want to thank you. That helps me a lot. And like I said yesterday, if you don't have any money to pay me for my help in your stocks, just come over to my music channel, Spotify, on Apple Music, Google Play, or whatever you've got, and just stream the songs in the background at your house or while you're driving down the road back and forth to work each day. Just spend a little time listening, or even just hit stream and turn the volume off. I don't care. What I care about is that makes it easy for you to show me some love back for all the hours and hours that I put here and all the information I'm showing you. And I got some doozies for you today, people. I sure do. We're going to go in depth. We're going to look at some very close details here. Now, I've shown you this, some of you this before, but I dug even deeper because I'm a bottom feeding. Oh, look at 774. Folks, pick some up here. Pick up 5 shares, 10 shares. Don't miss out right here. This not getting back to 666 is good. I mean 766, of course. Even 769 I would have expected there. This is good. What is the volume now? My God, goodness gracious. Hey, I want to thank you all for being here. I sold some at 770. Good. You took some profit. You bought at 714. Spartacus, maybe. I know you bought at 750, and I know you bought at 720. You told me you had another order in at 720. And I told you it wasn't going to hit 7, and it never did. And now look at you. He made some cha-ching. And now what are you going to do? Well, at lunchtime, he's going to buy some more. I'm guessing at 766 if they try for that. I'd actually have my order in at 767. But we'll see what happens. Because as I told you, if it doesn't do those 5 or 6 cent pullbacks here, this thing's going to go right on up, and don't even think about selling any of them. That's what I would say to you right here. If we don't start seeing some seesawing, and all we're starting to see here is escalation, that is a very big, strong, bullish signal. Now, here's what I want to show you, folks, okay? Look at this even more in depth with me on this historical, okay? I have one of the historicals loaded in here, and I have one historical loaded in here. All right. And I'm going to show you something here. Put again another order at 750. Okay. Don't do that. Put it at 767, my friend. There's no way with this going on like it is that'll happen. And you already might as well just buy a market order right now, too, is what I'm seeing. Because you'll be able to sell again now at 788. So just go ahead and put a market order in here and then sell it at 788 and then put your order back in at 767. That's my suggestion. Well, I'll watch and see if I'm right. Right? We'll see. We'll see if I'm right or I'm wrong. That's my call. I could be wrong. And Spartacus, here we go, baby. We got the gloves out, ladies and gentlemen, over in the green corner. We got Spartacus. He's swinging out of Portugal. He's a featherweight compared to the big heavyweight. And here we have no rules, folks. The feathers can come on to the heavies, and the heavies can hit the feathers. And here comes Catfish Tyler. All right, everybody. And they put on the gloves, and we got Sparty. He says he's going down to a 750 buy. And we got Catfish saying, no. He comes in with a strong right and fakes to the head and bam, back. Oh, man, they're slugging at each other, right? Sparty, put on them gloves, baby. There you go. Boom, boom. Out go the lights. Woo. All right. We're running, people. Ring the bell, they say. Ring the bell. Hell yeah. Ring the bell. Ring the bell. Woo, 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 woo. All right, everybody. Congratulations. I knew it when I came up early this morning. This is all a bunch of hogwash. This beating the jobs and blowing away expectations and a down run on the Dow NASDAQ. You watch how long this NASDAQ. I told you it would stay red for how long? 30 minutes. I've been up about 15 now, maybe 20, and look where we're going. Look at the direction she's headed in already. Down 91. Watch how fast this goes back. Now down 88. I'll read it with you right here. Right up here, folks. Down 91. Watch it. Now it'll be down 86. And pay attention. See, 94.50. I think it's going up. We may see 8 today or above. Oh, my goodness. Well. Huh. Very good, Spartacus. I got Spartacus up there. I'm sorry. I apologize. I don't mean to be that way. I wasn't trying to be. That was a typo. And I don't have a way to edit it. They should let you edit these. You just got to remove them if you make mistakes, folks. Folks, look at this resiliency of this stock. And here's what I'm going to show you now. All right, we're on the historical data. We've got both pages upgraded. We got to go to both pages, and we got to click on them. And then I'm going to show you, folks. I want to thank all of you that are here with me and all the likes. And that's how this gets shared with more and more people. All right, but here we go. I want to show you something. I've been telling you that for a while, as I'm going to show you now, all those who've stuck around long enough to wait it out. I appreciate your patience. And we're going to talk about what I have as interesting. All right. So I have these two historical charts next to each other, right? Spartacus, I place my orders. My price has to be me. Otherwise, let's go ahead. All right, we're going ahead. We're going ahead, and I understand that, Spartacus. We're just having some fun this morning. You know, that's what we like to do. And I told you, you have a place here, so please never go away. Please always come back. You're the kind of person people love to hate. If you know what I mean. You're playing the part of the villain sometimes, and I like that. There's nothing wrong. And it's not, and I'm not meaning that in a joking manner. It's good to have people come at you and tell you why they think you're wrong and what they think we might see happen instead. I'm completely open to that, people. And that's why I say I would never cut him off of my channel. Some people, they don't allow for any people to be adverse to their opinions and thoughts, but I do. I like it. I think it's healthy, a healthy thing. So there you go. It's a healthy relationship that we have, and it's good for us all because he can pick up on some cues and innuendos and certain things going on in Europe that is ahead of our market. So if things are going on there, they can carry over. If things happen drastically in China in the morning when the market opens there, that carries right on over into Europe, and then it comes from Europe right on over to the U.S. That wave just comes across. So you're wise if you be in looking at the Chinese markets or the markets over in the East. If you get up very early at 4 in the morning, 3 in the morning, see what they're doing, because that can be a real indicator for you, and you might be wise to do that. That's all I'm suggesting, and there you go. I want to thank you all again for being here while I'm going to show you these things again. I know some of you have seen this before, but we're really going to break this down. And if you don't want to be into this intricate, then that's fine. You can move along to someone else, perhaps. Is red in Europe. The dollar is gaining strong. Everything is red in Europe, he says, see? And the dollar is gaining strong. All right. So there's another. He says that's not a good thing for our market. I disagree. I think our dollar gaining value against the euro is a sign of strength in our economy. And so we got almost down to 769, or maybe we did just now. I called that, didn't I? And look at it bounce now up the other way. I think I just saw 769, and confirm if you saw it too, if you were watching. But forget about that. That number's over now. Cha-ching, right? 769 here at 10:03. Congratulations if you got it. All right. So here's what I'm going to show you now. I hope you like it. Let's go back to the history and the last earnings again, just briefly, because I want to show you something here. So when was that? That was down here, July 31st. All right, there it is. We all saw it hit 1170. Now, let's go here to the low that we just hit of 714, right here. That's what I'm comparing to. And we're going to break this down big time, people. All right. Here's what you need to pay attention to. The next day, when we go back, I'm going to keep this page here and click here. This page here that I'm showing you to the left up here, this one here, is showing you back at July. All right. So look what happened to the price after it hit the high of 1170. All right. And I want you to go back and take the low here after that. All right. So right here, the low was at 1030. And the next day, all right, and this is, by the way, on the high day. This is when it hit the high. They ran it back down. It closed from 1170, 1145, but the low that day was 1030. Okay. Well, back, if you compare that to this one here, you'll see that when we got to the high here, back here, hold on, 775. Look at this. They went from 718 on the low of the high up here. It went down 4 cents October 4th. That was the drop. The next day after the drop on October 4th, when we hit this new low at 714, it went up how much? 16 cents. Look here at this. Look at the similarities, folks. Look here after we got down to this price right here. I'll show it to you in a second. There it is. There it is. The change is amazing. The exact same change here almost. I'm trying to find it now. We were at 1170, 1030, 1031. Let me look at this again. On July 6th, the low was 786. The high was 830. That's a 16-cent difference. On July the 7th, the low was up 17 cents. So I've got to get back here. I'm all the way back in July. I'm not sure why I'm coming that far back. All right, I am here at this low. That's why. Okay, so now we're comparing to July the 6th, 786, and look at the next day, the improvement on the low to 803. 786 to 803 right there. That's a 16-cent gain from this low, folks. 16-cent gain. Well, now come over here to what happened. You'll see on our chart here. This right here, folks, is a 16 from 714 to 713, 730 is a 16-cent gain. All right. This is the relevance I'm showing you to how they've manipulated it down on back on July the 6th. I'm showing you these charts because they're identical almost. So here we go. 786 low. There it is. 786 low. Went up the next day to 803. And that, folks, is 16 cents from July 6th low. Now, why did I pick this low date? Well, because from July 6th, this thing went up and up and up all the way to 1013, a little pullback, and then all the way to 1170. That's why I'm picking this date. All right. But I'm showing you the similarities between them now. I want to thank you for being here while I show you this breakdown. All right. So, again, I'm going back to July, and I want you to go back and take a look here at something else. There's another coincidence that's very interesting. Let's see. Hold on. October 5th, 1 month exactly. 714 low. Yep, I show you that. All right. Yesterday, off of that, here's the difference of yesterday. Yesterday, off of the high, I'm going to show you something here. Whoop, let me get back to yesterday. Let's at least leave this one here. This one here we want to go to yesterday on. Look at this. Here's important stuff, folks. From 714 to 730, yeah, that is on the low. That is a 16-cent gain. But look at the next day off of the low. We went up, what? 20 cents. Let's compare that to what we did off the low the last time. A penny. Right? You see the difference right here? We went 786, up 16 cents, and the next time only up a penny. And this time, folks, we've jumped up far more than that, right? And then I want you to pay attention because the next day the low was 875, the next day 9. All right? And then right up to 943 and then 965. Are you with me? It hit 1013, coincidentally. I told you about that number. But are you seeing the exact similarities here? That's what I want you to see. Now, I want you to take a look at one other thing. The volume, okay? Let's go back to July the 6th, the volume. I need to move these around. I keep flipping and flopping. Let's go down to July 6th. Here's the volume I want you to pay attention to, folks. This is why you're subscribed to my channel, because I break this stuff down heavy. So look at October 3rd. The volume versus the volume back then. Okay, so how do they compare July the 6th? Well, if you look back here, you can see when the prices were in the 9s, they started with smaller volume compared to what ran it up into those numbers. But I want you to see something here. This volume, when the price hit 803, was 22 million. That was, and again, that was a 13-cent pop, 22 million. Look at the volume comparisons here as they tried as it went on up. And the difference that I want you to pay attention is this. On October the 3rd, doggone it, I keep doing it. We're going to go back up here to October 3rd. Here we go. Look at the volume on October 3rd. To get this to 718 even, they used a lot. 36,674,000. All right. Then, and the low was 718. And then look at the volume October 2nd. All right. The volume. Look at the volume October 2nd. When it was at 780, when they knocked it down 60-something cents. See how low it is? So they increased the volume by 16 million to run it down before it took off. All right? That's what I'm showing you. So now, if we go and compare that to this, what happened back then, when they had the price at 786, and now we compare that to currently, when we go up here to October, look at the volume difference. It hit 714, went up 16, and the next day, the volume was only 17 million, and the price escalated 16 cents. The volume was 10 million more last month. But this is what's interesting. Now this volume is very low, running us up. And I think it's because they've run out of shares to short this with. Cha-ching. Look at this new high of the day right now, everybody. New high, ringing the bell again. I'm going to be ringing it all dang day, folks. I sure am. Let's go see how many subscribers we have. And I want to thank all of you for liking this video so it gets shared with other people. And for all the subscribers pushing me up to 1,000. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. Let's go look and see how many we've got now, subscribers. Don't be afraid to subscribe. 955. Oh, my gosh. Folks, thank you so much. We are now only 45 away. 45 away. Goodness gracious. I had my posting last night, 143 views. That was nice. 6 comments. Thank you for coming over and commenting on that posting last night after hours. I appreciate it. And thank you for liking this video. All the likes we've got, I appreciate that very much. Oh, ho, ho! I called that number right there and told some of you to sell, perhaps at 777. Now, you don't have to believe me if you don't want to. But Spartacus, you see now, I told you there's no way it was going to go back to 750. That was, the numbers weren't looking like it. That it just wasn't looking it. It didn't look it. And this chart doesn't look it either. But anyway, isn't it interesting to look back to history? And I want to show you something else. October 3rd, let's see, July 19th. You know, there's something interesting about this I want to show you. Folks, July the 19th, as this price was running up, I want you to notice something very interesting. Hey, Kevin. Yes, sir, Ken. Richard C., ring the bell, Cap. Yeah, baby. We're ringing it. Cha-ching. Nice. And blows past 777. We're going to be on our way to 8 quickly. You'll see. Look at the volume suddenly spiking in here. But I say sell at 777, and I say pick it back up at 769 or 771. That's how we day trade, folks. And you know what? It doesn't matter if you lose a little. It doesn't matter if it keeps on going up. You're still taking from buying at 714, folks. Oh, there's 778. Well, now hold till 787. Move your orders up to 787. 787, folks. Put some of your sell orders in there. Some of you might even consider 784. I already have enough stocks to play around a little in the coming months, but always placing orders at a much lower price doesn't cost anything. You're right. Unless you're missing a running train going upstairs from here all the way to 11 and 12. Right, everybody? Am I right? Yeah, I'm right. If this thing breaks 780 right here, it's going to 788. I shouldn't even say if it breaks 780. I should say when it breaks, because 780's never been a line of resistance on any stock. Just so you know that, folks. Don't even think about it. If it is, I'll be in shock to see that. But one thing I can tell you, folks, is history does repeat itself. And one thing the shorts have going against them now is this price rising off of that. And by the way, this is probably all by design. They got to that number in the same way as when they took this thing all the way down in July to 786. But here's one I think I want to show you something here. Look at this. This is very interesting. When this run was going on from this 786 to this 1013, folks, I looked at this and I said, what stopped it at 1013 on July the 19th? I wondered that. All right, so I went over here and I started looking them up. Look what I did. I put in, sorry, there's where I got my artwork. I put in right here for a Google search. Look up here. I put this. SOFI stock July 19th, 2023. I put that in. And I put the high because it was at a new high. I couldn't find a reason why. I couldn't find any news of it even hitting that. I thought for sure the reason that it hit 1013, it was at the new high. I couldn't find it. Look how many things I searched and clicked on. I could not find it. So I went over here. I did another search. July 19th stock market. What was going on the July 19th that made us stop at that number? So I said, oh, July 19th, look what it says right here. It says stocks advance as earnings pick up. Dow notches its 8th day of gains. And suddenly they came after SoFi there on that news that day. Huh. Isn't that interesting? And I thought to myself, well, wait a minute. There must have been a downgrade or something. Holy crap, 779. Uh-oh, Sparty, time to jump on. Anyway, so I said, all right, let's go back. Let's go find out. I'm going to tell you. You hold on a second. I'm going to show you what it was. What made the price fall from $10.13? Just be patient with me here. I'm going to go back and find it here. Because the headline, 3 top tech stocks. 3 top tech stocks is what I'm looking for. There it is. Nope. I'll find this, folks. Just be patient with me. That's only 2 months ago. There it is. Folks, look at this. Look at this right here. 3 top tech stocks. And this might be it. Nope, that's July the 30th. There's going to be another exact same headline, folks. Watch this. Just hang on with me. Here it is. 3 top tech stocks, 3 months. Look, folks. Look at the date. July the 19th. July the 19th. I show you this, folks, because July the 19th on this chart back here, what stopped us there? Pure and simple, nothing more than accumulative share buying and manipulation to get in at this low right here at 894 before the 1170 run up, folks. That's what stopped this run. At that number, by the way, that's called absolute, beyond a shadow of doubt, in my opinion, total manipulation. Proof of it right there. And see how they just put it right in your face. It's like, here you go, folks. We're going to show you what we're going to do now. Right? That's how this kind of power they have, people. I'm telling you right now. They have big power. Even to make the thing drop on a day when the news is that we've job market explodes and stuns everyone. Am I right? You dang right I'm right. So, on that day, there was absolutely nothing about a downgrade for this stock or any other reason other than manipulation to make it drop, people. This is what they did back here. Look at it right here. July the 19th, as the price had hit their manipulated low that I showed you already, when it got to 786, and that, by the way, was 3 weeks before earnings, exactly where we are right now, where they did the same thing. You see this? July 6th, 3 weeks before earnings, and then July 31st, we're at 1170. So here's a similarity, folks. Look at this. 3 weeks before earnings, the price is 714, and now it's at 774. Are you getting this picture? Are you seeing this? Does that make perfect sense to everybody? If it does, hit the like button, please. We've only got 18 likes and 27 on here. Don't forget to hit it, because the more likes, the more algorithm, more people sharing this information. I think this is very, very valuable. I'm rolling up my sleeves, people. I want you to know Catfish takes the time to study these charts for you so you can understand the history of the way they play things out. All right. Does this not make perfect sense to everybody? Thank you, Ben. Everyone who's here, I thank you so much for hitting the like button and hitting the shares, telling everybody about this awesome stock. And I call this, folks, because I can look at the history that I'm showing you right here, folks. The only reason The only reason that this had gone from 786 on July 6th, coincidentally, 1 month to the day from this rundown here. 1 month to the day from this rundown when this thing just hit 714. See that? Almost exactly. The only difference is that we only have 30 days this month instead of 31 like last month. So really it is almost 1 month exactly to the day that they played the same stunt. And they made a boatload of money off of it, folks. And they're going to do it again. This time, though, here's what you need to pay attention to, folks. When the price was here at this low back here, 786, they took it up how much? To 1170. That's $3.84, folks. So, what if between now and then we go up 384? Where does that put us here from 750? 384. Almost $11, right? And I've been saying that a long time, over 11 even. And it could push easily on the earnings date with them behind it way past 11, 12s, 13s, 14s. And I say have your orders in. Have them all in. Tie up your shares, people. Put your orders in now. Put your sell orders in at 11s, 12s, 14s, 18s. It just like Spartacus said, it doesn't hurt and cost him anything to put his orders in lower. And it doesn't cost you a dang thing to tie up your shares so that the shorts can't borrow them. See, they got to borrow shares from brokerage houses, and then they start calling out, we don't have any shares. Oh, we're out? Oh, you're out? What? Yeah, what do you mean you're out? Well, we ran out. And that's when the short squeeze happens, folks. That's when their hand really gets forced. 780. I already said, folks, if this breaks 780, it's going to go to 788. Put your sell orders in at 787 like they did before to us. Then they'll pull it back, and you can get it lower again some more. But even if you just sold at 770, like one of us did, no big deal. You just went cha-ching because you were buying in the low sevens, right? And anytime you're putting money away, that's a good thing. Bought some more BTI, all right. So isn't that interesting that on July 19th, there wasn't a dang thing that came out in the news other than 3 growth stocks to buy, 3 things. And look at how many, we got 18 now. Wow. Oh, yeah, more institutions coming in. That's what my headline said today, and it's true. Look over here. 703 now, probably 704. Let's refresh the page. See, I wouldn't be surprised. Nope, still, but one more. Cha-ching. And I told you this would be happening. Just more and more institutions buying in on these rundowns. And you, just like you've been doing with me. 780, oh my God. Bye. All right. And they were singing, bye, bye, as it's time to buy SOFI. Hey, you better buy this thing right now before you start to cry. And good old, I got to figure out these things. Hold on. And they were singing, bye, bye, Miss American Pie. Oh, man, they should have bought the SOFI, and now they're starting to cry. And good old friends, just like you and I, we just kept on buying SOFI. And none of us were ever gonna cry. Well, some of us did after we bought, like Shanisa, right? But now things are starting to turn around, and we're starting to find some solid ground. At least I think so. And we're watching all the shorts deny that they should have found a better place to buy their way out of this debacle that they're in. And so now I'm watching them all buy at higher prices, and I don't know why. Oh, that's right, I do. It's because all the shorts are screwed. It's because the shares of SoFi are running out. And of this there can be no doubt. I can hear those shorts to shout, oh hell, why did I short SoFi? And everyone's buying, everybody was so fine. And we're watching as the price is starting to fly. Oh yeah, it's true, this can't be denied. And everybody shorting is crying. Cause why is everybody now buying? Welcome Tyson. Bye. Everybody buys SoFi. I told you, everybody, there'd be a reason why. Because that's one thing for sure. The charts never lie. And that is why all these people now buy. Because they don't want to miss out on the SoFi pie. There you go, people. A little bit of music for you. I'm not going to keep playing. Folks, more institutions coming in is always a good signal, and I have shown you that they did. And I want to thank you all for being here with me. And while we break out and play the price right on up, you just see it hit that new high while I was just playing that Bye Bye SoFi song. And I did also say 784 as a number that might be a possible high because they really like that number too. But I'm not going to limit this thing here. It could just keep right on going up, folks, but take a little profit, cha-ching. I mean, folks, you're up freaking 70 cents right now. You're up 10% on your 714 buy of 2 days ago. Take a little of it. It won't hurt the price. You're not going to hurt it by putting in an order at 785. Put a sell order in always higher than where we are to make it move on up. You know what, folks? Sometimes I put sell orders in for one share at a higher price just to entice the computer to see it and go, oh, that's better. And jump there. Oh, 785, everybody. 2% a day keeps the shorts away. Oh, yeah. Heirloom cedar, LOL, SoFi pie. Everybody wants some of the SoFi pie. I told you 787 would be the next number. Right there it is, folks. You should have a sell order there. I just sold 50 shares. I got it this morning. I put a sell order there, and I just sold 50. Ting. 560 for me. Now I'll buy it back at probably 773. And everyone that's here, they all will agree that, man, this is killer buying into SoFi. It's so easy to make money, right, on SoFi. That was easy. All right, everybody. Thank you for being here with me. And why is it exploding? I don't know. I can't explain it. Let's go to my channel, see if we've got any other folks that have subscribed. I want to thank you for subscribing. And I'm almost to 1,000. And to me, that means a lot. And I'm so grateful and appreciative. And I want to thank you all for being here with me and sharing in this. Look at all these views, 13,000 views. That's 13,000 people or views of people. 13,028 days, folks, because this is all I'm talking about, right? Whoa! 785 is right on up we go. Well, I sold some at 787 right there, so it's back to 785. I called that. Well, you guys who've been with me since this morning, you saw me call these numbers right in the sequence of them. And they fell right where I said. They got to those numbers. They pulled back. They hit that number. They pulled back. They hit that number. Right now, folks, this thing is potentially going to really, really skyrocket on this great news for our economy. And I want you to pay attention to something else. I said that this down market would be down for 30 minutes. It was 40. How long is it? 1 hour. It was red. Look at that. NASDAQ just went green. Showing the NASDAQ green. Called that one too, people. And why I came up this morning at 9:30 at the open and told everyone it was buy time. Because this was absolute, no doubt about it, manipulation by the market. They were caught off guard. Here's what the headline says, folks. Home. Share this and hit the like button, people. Let it tell others about it. Trump allegedly charged nuclear sub secrets with billionaire. Oh, goodness gracious. Bring it on. This is the only thing that keeps people clicking on the news is Trump. Keep him up there in the news and everybody will click. Clickbait. Trump's the biggest clickbait of ever, all time. In the last 20 years, Trump is the biggest clickbait of all. And they know that. See, they have to keep him in the headlines to keep people clicking on him, right? They have to keep fabricating. They can't have to keep lying to the public and tell them there was Russian collusion, tell them that the laptop was all fake and that there was all these agents signing off and saying that that was all just Russian misinformation and it wasn't. It didn't even exist, they said. And so it's all part of a big coup, a big scheme, a big plan that they have to control us in this world in the way they want and see fit. Their own terms, their own conditions, their own desires, and their own millionaires they're making from Moderna and places like that. People working for the FDC, the people working for the drug, now working over at Moderna in the top positions. It's disgusting, folks. Disgusting. Oh, man. Hey, thank you for being here with me, everybody. 31 of us here while we look at what's going on in the headlines. They've already changed the headlines, folks. It did say big, bold, red thing across the top here, what the real reason was for the big runs. Whoa, look at RBT today. I told you, catch it at the low. It's going to go over 2 again. Uh-oh, yes, it is. I'm right again, yep. SOFI, though, is the one, man. Look at this, 787 again. Is that right? Back here. They've already took off the big headline as to why the market's going up. They don't want you to know it. Isn't that sickening? They took away, there it is, breaking news, 336,000 jobs in September, blowing past expectations. And suddenly the market gets attacked down and the NASDAQ was down 150. I called it right at the open. I told every single one of you people, every single one of you. I'm going to go look at this one here for my friend Spartacus BTI. I'm presuming he's only buying it because it keeps falling. I told you the wintertime's not the time to hold this stock. Sell it and then buy it back in the spring when people start smoking outside again, my friend. It's a bad time. I'm glad you bought it right there, but I don't see this chart changing right here. That looks very horrible, and I just don't. I know you have you probably own this since $10, so no loss for you. And you can get dividends all the time too, and they're great dividends, and I know that. So I understand it. I understand the logic, but I don't like that chart, and I've told you that ever since it was here when you told me you were buying more in 31s and 32s, because I have it written down. I knew it was in the 32s when you bought. And whoa, look at this doggone thing. Who would have ever thought that this was going to happen? I did. I did. And it's not going to stop here, folks. This is 10:30 algo time, and we're going up. 10:30 algorithm. You know what happens generally at this time of day, folks. Look at the NASDAQ. Just went green. I called it. The Dow is about to go green. I called that. The S&P 500 is about to go green. Called every single one of them this morning from the opening. And I told you all that this is laughable. Laughable down run in price, and buy it there. And it was down on 3% this morning. So if I was, folks, 3%. And look at it. You got a 5-6% gain right now if you would have bought it. See? Previous close 765, and they opened it at 751 in desperation, by the way. With that drop, they were stunned. They had to run it there. They had to get out, and now they're out. Now, who's going to stop this from going on up to the 11s and 12s? That's my question. Who's going to stop it? I don't see it happening. I don't see any way in the world for it to. There's no sky falling here. This is a big, huge head fake again today. And how many times have I called that, folks? How many times have I told you? Bye, bye. Get some more SOFI. Because I'm telling you right now that this thing's going to the sky. And the charts are the reasons. And they all show you why. This baby is about to just fly. Look at this chart, folks. Look at let's do the 5-day chart now, everybody. Well, you know what was interesting yesterday, folks? I told you when this sideways action ran like it did for so long that we were going to bounce off of that. I told you it's never can stay that way. Look at the consistency of these moves. Boop, 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 boop. Stair stepping. That was the biggest attack of all. They had to get in before this earnings right there. They had to do it. They had to get in before this earnings, and they knew it. Look what they threw at it. Look at that big red candlestick that day. 1.12 million at, what is it, 9:30. I'm not even showing the daggone 5-day. I clicked on 5-day and they're not even freaking showing me the dang thing. Looks better than that, probably. Jeez, oh Pete's. Somehow, folks, it looks like my target that I had on that 1 and 6 month chart is looking closer and closer, doesn't it? I'm going to go up here. I'll show you. I don't know what's happening with this chart. But I do know one thing, Tyson. How many institutions? What's the long and short ratio look like? I'll show you right now. 703 now. 645 long, 25 short. 33 long and short. That's where we're sitting now. Another institution came in long. Thank you for asking. I'm sorry I didn't see that earlier. And you must be welcomed. And Martian, hey there. I didn't see you either. You guys sneaking in here in the back door. All right. Couple of waves for both of you. There we go. So yeah, another institution decided to come in before and there'll be more. They'll be coming in here. 788, folks. I told you if we break this now, we're going to see 797. Or I like to put sometimes sell a few for sale at 793. But we got some buyers here, folks. Be careful, some of your subscribers like Democrats. I don't give a damn. I'm not here to doctor anything up and put Band-Aids on stuff and try to cover stuff up. I'm straightforward as it is. I'm a straight shooter. I always have been. I have my ways of thinking. And folks, this is the one thing that I love about America. You're allowed to say whatever you want as long as you're not slandering anyone and being and also giving incorrect information. There's so much misinformation out there, but the misinformation is not generally coming from the Republicans as a whole.
Well, and we all can have our own opinions.
That's right. Everyone can have their own opinion. And we can all get along. And sometimes the more controversial you are. I mean, there's this guy on YouTube, folks. This guy, I look at this. I'm at 955 subscribers now, folks. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for sharing. Where's the EMA line today? 813? Yeah, 812. Yeah. 955, folks. We're 45 away. Wow. And I want to thank all of you who have subscribed and who have liked this. Look at all the likes we've got. And that helps it get shared with other people. And when other people come over, then they go, wow, this nutcase is actually kind of fun to watch. And he's actually kind of right a lot. He told me just now to sell at 787 and I could buy it back at 785. And by the way, it's probably going to go to 783, maybe 782 even. And I say this because when this starts to make its runs where it's seesawing, it's usually about 5 or 6 cents on the ups to the downs, the pull-ups. So you're seeing usually 10 cents ups, 5. That's right, Martian Brax. That's right. Oh, that'll be in no time. I've gone from 330 to where I am now in 2.5 months. And that's because so many people are interested in this stock. And they've been buying it since I was in the 4s and the 5s and the 6s and the 7s with me. And we'll be buying it again in the 8s. We'll buy it at 788 again, one more time. And right now I've already made 2 sales though. So I'm now down to 83.50 in shares, and sold at 787. I don't go out heavy, and I don't go in heavy. And I'm going to sell higher here at 793. And then I'll put in an order at 798. And then it's just 50 shares at a time. And I'll just keep building them up like that. And I'm not going to hurt it by putting in my limit orders higher than where it is, folks. I think that encourages it. So, anyway, uh, wow, who called this? 2% up 3 days ago, 2% up yesterday, 3% up today. Well, folks, go back here. Take a look here. Right? July 19th, I showed you there was no reason for this attack. I couldn't find a single story for the news why the market fell that day. The market actually had gains, 8 days in a row of gains. It hit 1013, and for some reason, for the next week, ran down to 894. You're talking about a 15 or 13% drop, and then the thing popped 40% to that, 1170. It was actually 35%. So, folks, don't be fooled, because this is the same game. The same game. And I showed you this right here. They came at this on July. Look at the low they had this thing at. Look at that. 714 on June the 6th. And now we're here at July what's the date? October 6th. Look at this. It's like their favorite day to short this thing down. I got to get up here. July the 6th, right here. 786 was the price, people. It's almost exactly 3 weeks before the earnings call, 786, and nothing but up to 1013, where they hit it without any reason. It just got manipulated. 50 million shares on that day and 41 million the next. You see how powerful they can be to get it back? And then 34 million, and now it's at 926. But then look where it was, 1170, people. They even ran it all the way down here to 894 2 days before the earnings. You see that? So pay attention. If it went from July 6th from 786 to 1013 and they attacked it and then ran it down for a week, couldn't they do the exact same thing here, folks? Right now, they see this pattern. I'm showing it to you. Pay attention, close attention, all right? So if it went from 786 on July the 6th up to this price, July 19th, that's 13 days, people. 13 days. Not trading days, 13 days. All right, which would be like 10 trading days or 9. So why am I showing you this? Well, come on up here, folks, with me to October, when again, exactly 3 weeks before the earnings call, they took it to the low they could. So from 714, and last time they had it at 786 or whatever it was, they took it up to 1013. Expect the same, folks. Expect it to run from here, possibly to the 10 and break over 10, and then expect them to take it down for a week prior to the earnings, and then off it goes. That's my call. All right. Subscribers will double by earnings, D boy. Yep, I agree. D on Robinhood, he says that SOFI's at 789. Doesn't surprise me. So you see what I'm showing you here, folks. I think this is important to pay attention to. So let's go back here to July again. I like to do this because I think it's going to repeat itself. All right. So we saw them beat the crap out of us and take it down on the July the 6th to 786. Then it went up $2.50 before they attacked it for a week to get it back down here. All right. That's a 13-cent drop. So look for, from here, a 25% gain from this number here, 714, look for that same similar gain before they try to pull it back the same exact way, okay? So if in last time from July the 6th, how many days did they let it go up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days, people. So from this right here, 714, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days. With one day that was in there before that they pulled it back a penny or so. Did you see that? I'm going back here to July again. All right. Hope this makes sense to you. I hear you, Manny. I'll get there. I hope this makes sense to you, folks. From the 786, 1, 2, 3 days up, 4 days up, and a 15-cent pullback right there. And then on it went. And that way, and you can see and track this with history. All right. So we got 1 day up, 2 days up, 3 days up, 4 days up before a slight pullback. So let's run this up here now. From this low at 714, we got 1 day up, 2 days up, Monday up, Tuesday up. That's 4 days. Next Wednesday, I say sell next Tuesday afternoon a little bit. Then next Wednesday, they're going to try to hold it back a little, and then on off to the earnings call. All right? That's exactly what I see. And Manny says he's in for another song. What's a song? I'll play some here. Oh, yeah. 789. It went past the 788. So now buy into 798 and then sell at 798. Because every one of these sells, we're all making money on. It doesn't matter, folks. We're making money. That's the name of the game. If you were to put away $100 a day, hey, you'd have $28,800 by the end of the year on 288 trading days a year, not 365, 288. If you put away 100 a day, folks, you'll have 28,000. That's a nice Christmas present or a vacation or trip somewhere. Now you got to pay taxes on that, so you'd have 20,000 take home. And that's not bad money for trading. Just 100 profit a day. Just 100. So keep that in mind, folks. As they try a platform at 788 building 8 million shares, Mopar for life for 30 years. You would have 1.2 million after 30 years, folks. Nice. Thank you, Mopar. Welcome, Mopar. Thank you for being here. I told you, folks, 787, put in a sell order. I sold there. I now have 8,350. I've sold 100 shares. And I'll sell another 100. Actually, I'm doing 50 at a time. I'll sell another 50 at 80. I've got one at a 793 and another one at 798. Rinse and repeat all day. That's right. So today I banked away $500 and put it in for a chance to buy tomorrow, whatever they try, on Monday, whatever they try to do. Right? Holy crap, folks. Look at this beautiful chart today. And what a reversal of what we saw last month. Last week. Man, oh man. See this right here? September 29th. Look at that beat up. Look at that beating us up And look at all the volume, and they're buying there. These are institutions, by the way, coming in. There's been three more all that time, three more institutions getting it. And then off she goes. What a surprise, huh? What a doggone surprise. Look where we started out this month, though, 848, folks. They've really hammered it hard to get it before this, to scare everyone out. And let me point out something else to you that's important to take note of here, folks. Once you've shook out that many people with that kind of major, a 14-day attack and then a 7-day attack the next time, that's a lot of scared people shook out, and now you have nothing left but backbone, folks like you and me, right? Boom. We're just we have spines of steel. Might as well call us steelhead catfish. Because we are. That's what we are. We are swaying with our belief on this stock, and we buy every day at the low, and many of you done it with me. And now we're making big money. We're making good money now. And this is just the beginning, folks. This is just the beginning. This thing is in its fledgling stages. If you could track the history of Google's or Apple's or any of those other companies in their fledgling days, and you had bought then, you'd be multimillionaire several times over. You will be on this stock too, I believe. And many others do too, including Terry Grant, Sean Shaw, N. Clark. These people owning 50,000, 75,000, 100,000 shares of SoFi. I'm a minnow cat compared to those guys. Those are the big channel cats. I'm just a bottom feeder. But again, folks, I want to thank you very much for coming over to my music channel and subscribing. Some have done that already. I've seen increase in listens. And by the way, you don't have to pay me any money for what I serve here doing for you and showing you and the information I dig up and following institutions and following volume and tracking charts and numbers. I do all that for everyone's benefit. And if you want to pay me back in a small way, you don't have to spend a dime to do it. Just go to my music channel, Spotify. You got Apple Music, Google Play, whatever it is. Click the play button on my song list, listen to all my songs, or don't even listen to them. Just click the play button and let them play. Just click it over and over, man, folks. I guarantee you, man, you won't ever have to give me a single penny if you were to do that and share my music with your friends too, the songs that you like. There's a lot of folks like Brew Tank Outdoors. He turns this radio on at work and plays my songs right over the radio for everyone at work. I guess there's quite a few Hispanic folks that are there, and they love my song. They call me Pendejo. And all of my songs are on YouTube. I have about 130 or 40 original songs on YouTube. Many of those are very kind of crude, but the ones I have on Spotify, most of those are done in a studio environment and have a lot of work put into them with people from all over the world. So thank you for coming over and doing that. And another game, where will it be next week? She's a Pete's. Here's what you missed. I want to show you. It's kind of unbelievable, really, but I was going back here on these historical charts to July the 6th when they ran this price down. Coincidentally, July 6th was exactly 3 weeks before the big price 1170. 3 weeks, July the 6th. And the price was at 786. Well, look what it did. It went all the way up to 1013 and then on no news at all. And look at the volume that was increasing and increasing. Then under lower volume levels, they were able to run it from 1013 down to 894 just 4 days before the earnings call because they knew where it was going, and then they ran it to 1170. But my point is this. If they took it down exactly on July the 6th, that's almost identical what they just did to us now. Come on up here and look. Look what they did here to us. October the 4th, 714. And there's a day less this month than there was last month. So it's almost identical to the day. And it went from 714. The next day's high was 771 this time. Look at the difference between this and this. From the low, they took it to the jump high. Well, 714, let's just call that 710 to 771 would be 61 cents minus 4. So 57-cent swing up the next day. 57-cent swing up. Do you see that? Come back to the last time they did it. Right here. When they bought it at October the... Hold on, I'll get to it. There it is, July the 6th. 786. Look at where it went the next day to for the high, 830. How much is that? Well, 790 to 830 is 40 cents. So there's 44-cent gain off of that last lot time. See that 44-cent gain off the last run time before it started rising into the earnings that was coming. All right, so pay attention. The last time they attacked this thing down from when it was up here in the nines, it went all the way down on an attack exactly to 786, exactly 3 weeks before the earnings call came out on big volume. Are you with me? See that? So there's big volume that had already run it up. 98,000, they ran it up to this price. They made this move. 98,000 on the 30th. See that? They made it go from 860 the previous day, 871, and go to 941 on 98,000 shares manipulative coming in. And then what do you know? They've got it down to 786 4 days later on this kind of volume over here. But then it went up, folks, up, 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 up. 9 out of 10 days to 1013, and there was no reason for it to stop there other than manipulation either, because I went back to find out what happened on July 19th. Well, it was the 8th day of an increased day in the market, and they closed higher. So there was no reason for it to get attacked other than to bring it down to this price right here all week long to 894 before the earnings call to run it to 1170. All right? Expect the same thing to happen. Expect them now to run it from this 877, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days up to 1013. We still got 3 left of running up here now. So Monday, Tuesday, by Tuesday, sell Tuesday afternoon. Wednesday, they'll attack it again, most likely. And then they'll have it attacked all the way down to 921 from 1013. That was 13%. So they'll bring it down 13%, and that's where you get in again before they run it up to 1170. All right, folks? That's what I'm here to tell you or share with you. Look at the NASDAQ now up 21. Dow about to go green. S&P 500 about to go green. By the way, yesterday's low was not 750. It was 20 cents lower. So the strength that I'm showing you here is that for the last time that they ran the dang thing down on July the 6th, 3 weeks before earnings to 786, the strength of the move to the next day's high was only to 830, right? So that's 44 cents from 786 to 830 after they hit the low, 44-cent rise. So what happened this time? Well, after they hit the low of 714, where was it the next day for the high? 771. That's a much bigger high. That's more strength, folks. Do you see the difference? It's a stronger stock now. And now today's high, 774. Don't think so. Refresh the page. Let's take a look. 714. 2 days later, 789. Hold on. That's 75-cent move, folks. Let's compare that to here. Let's do it. 786 to 872. 2 days later. $0.86. 86 cents back then. 2 days later, from 786 to 872 was 86 cents. And by the way, folks, if you look, it didn't stop there at 872. The next day, it had another high, 50 cents higher, then 19 cents higher, then the dinky pullback, then it was higher, higher. Look at that, a 45-cent gain, a 70-cent, 80-cent gain. Holy crap, people. No wonder they had to stop it with 50 million shares here on no news whatsoever. Not even a downgrade came out that day, folks. I went back and looked at it. I tried to find it on the history. There was nothing. Just a story saying 3 top stocks to buy. There's no reason for it to drop other than total manipulation. And I have a feeling, folks, that the ones that are the powers that make these moves and make these things happen, they don't like me showing you this stuff. I don't think they like me bringing it out to the degree that I do because, man, I get in thick, don't I? I get in the thick of it. I dissect it real heavily. I get in there with I'm using a jeweler's loop to look at SoFi stock, folks. That's why I got so adamant when they ran it down on David Chiapet Day on May the 15th, saying it was only going to be, price was only worth $2.50. Absolute moronic dip crap that doesn't know anything about, just makes money by slandering companies, downgrading them all. Success rate negative 36%. He's correct 98 times out of 210 or something. It was worse than that. He's rated in the lowest 10% of the analysts out there. Well, folks, here we go on up. Off even 784 would be nice. Then we're going to continue the climb. 1102. Everybody that's here with me, many of you know. Oh, D, where will it be next week? By the way, I have to. I want to say something first. Thanks so much for dropping in, D. Turn around. Howdy, Tyler. Another green day. Yeah, of course. Turnaround knew it was time to buy this stock, so his name is very, very appropriate. Here's a couple of waves for you, too. I want to thank you both for being here, along with all the others that have been here. We've had a lot of people here today. At one time, I saw 34 people in this room at the same time. I think it got compressed, and I think it's going to get more and more full as more and more people catch my headlines. SoFi Stock News Bank of the Future. And it is, folks. This is the bank of the future. Somebody had proclaimed they were up in like 38th spot now. 38th. Now, I don't know whether that's true or not. I saw it searching Google information for other things about this stock. But one thing that surprised me the most was when I was looking at these numbers and I saw this price get to that 786, and then it was going up and up and up and up and up, and 10 days later was at 1013. I thought, what caused it to drop from there? What made it go back down here to this 894? Manipulation, people, for one whole week. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days in a row. Because guess what they knew was coming? A day that they could make it go. And look at that. It went to 1170. Others wised up to this, what was going on for this weekend, and they started buying. Because look at the volume here. 34 million, 45 million, 58 million. They started buying. The price couldn't drop anymore. After 894, then it went to 916 before it went to 1170. See? The low. But here, all this low was lower, 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 lower. Right? So expect from this low that they got back here on July the 6th, 786. Expect a nice run of about 9-10 days to 1013. There'll be pullbacks too, because look, it hit 939 the next day, 877. It's a 50-cent swing, folks, before they let it go on up to 1013. They're manipulating the crap out of this sucker. July 13th was the downgrade by Morgan Stanley right there, who had $45 million worth of the stock. Now they own over $110 million worth. All right, everybody? That's right. Cha-ching for them. They ran it down, got it to 877 on July the 13th. And where was it? 1013. Bam. So this is one of the most heavily manipulated stocks around, that get it from 1013 down to 894, run it to 1170, yank it back down to freaking a war of attrition after days and days to 816. Then they start letting it go again. Then they say, all right, 7 more days, let's take it down. And they took it right on down to exactly 3 weeks before earnings again. The exact same thing they did back in July before the July 31st earnings call. How you like that? And surprisingly enough, now we're seeing the exact replica. We're seeing the exact replication. 749, 771, 774, and it's not bad anymore, folks. It's higher. Right? 749, 771, 789. We've gone up 40 cents. And from the low, even bigger. 714 to 789. 75 cents this time, folks. 75-cent gain so far, and that's not over. See how that compares with the strength of the July rundown when they ran it down to 786 to 2 days later. 872 minus 786. 86 cents, folks. We still got 11 cents to go. 786, that puts us at 790, 798, coincidentally. my cell number, where I actually have 100 shares there at 798. But every penny it's going up right now, I'm making $83.50. Because I sold already 2 share lumps at 787. And there's a reason I did. You saw what happened. It got there. They dropped it back to what? 785. What do you know, folks? A 3-cent pullback, not 4 or 5 or 6. Normally it's 5 or 6 on the step laddering. This time only 3 they could manage. Another sign of strength to me. And look at the whole market now. Oh, goodness gracious. The S&P has gone green, it looks like, maybe. Gators Rock wait very quick for the market to go green. Yeah. I said it was going to last, the red would last no more than 30 minutes, and I missed it. It was an hour. It was red for an hour. Because it was manipulated down on this great news. And the headline said, shocking jobs report. Well, who it shocked was the shorts. They said, dang, man, we got to get it out of this dang thing now, right away. So they did it at the open. Hit the low of the day right there. And that's why I opened today, Gators, at 9:30. I came on at 9:30 and said, start buying, people, because this is just absolutely 100% indication of manipulation like I've never seen before. This jobs report and this turned red, everything, the Dow down 125, NASDAQ down 100, totally bullshit. Excuse my language. Because the bulls are in control of this market now, and the bears were trapped, and they had to run it down. Good buying opportunity for us all again today. At a 20-cent low higher than yesterday's low. 20 cents higher than yesterday's low, people. And who called this? Moi. Catfish. I want to thank every single one of you. That's right, Garrett Gators. That's totally right. Spot on. This thing's going to fly right on off out of here if they can forget about it, man. It's going over 8 today. Before the end of the close, we'll be over 8. Because this market data news that caught them off guard. Look at all the markets going green. The NASDAQ now up 47, and who said it was going to happen? Catfish did. I saw it. I read all. We should all have been able to read through that. That was panic, get out time for the shorts. Dump and pump. Dump, go long, and pump. Can't go wrong. Look at this chart. Good Lord. See that pitch line? Folks, pay attention to this. Ah. All right. This is why I'm telling you, pay attention to this. Look at this pitch line I've drawn out for you here. See that? And I told you, folks, some of you saw this last night, some of you didn't. When I was showing you this chart, let me go over here to this chart now so you can see the aggressiveness. We're going to see this thing go to 798, folks, today for sure. That's where I would say put in a sell order because of the past history on it. Went from 714 to 789 now, but the last time, folks, in July, they didn't do that. It went higher. It went from 786, and they took. I'm sorry. It went from 786. 2 days later, the high was here, 872. So 872. That was what, 84 cents, 86 cents. I forgot again already. Sorry, 872. 8.72 minus 786 2 days later, 7.86 equals 86 cents. So, what's going to happen off this low if we add 714 plus 86 cents? $8, folks. $8. If history repeats itself, that's it. What's crazy is that I gave up a $750 checking account bonus with 15,000 I needed to keep in till October 22nd to go after a bigger prize than SoFi. That was for sure money I believe SoFi to be bigger. Oh, me too. 788 again. Is that right? Or did I need to refresh? That says 1113. Yep, 1117 now. And no surprise to me at all whatsoever here. The next number is going to be 798 based on the gain from back in July. There we go, 789. We have now broken 788, folks. And there will be no stopping this at 11:15. This is the wrong time for the shorts to see this happening. At this time of day, we've normally seen attack start in all the way through 12:15. But lately, the trend is changing, and people seem to be coming in earlier and earlier. Look at the volume now; it's already jumped to 9,814,000, folks. There's 790. Hey, John, welcome. All right. That's right, Mopar. Good call. We're going to see, folks, a 35% gain from here until the opening. It'll be at 10. But there's going to be a pullback in between. 790 again, folks. Here we go. I already had told you once we broke 788, we were going to go to 793 minimum, maybe 798, 799. Then a pullback to 788 again, then on up over 8 to 812. Sell some there. Sell some at 830, sell some at 848, sell some at 865, sell some at 876, sell some at 8. I'll just keep selling the little tiny chunks because I've been buying in those little chunks all the way up from the fours. So now every time I keep exiting those positions, this is an awesome double gainer. It's a double. It's a doubler every time we sell from here, folks. For many of us that came in with me back 2.5 months ago when I started this channel about SoFi. Do you think the high nines next thing? Yeah. Let me show you why I think this, everybody, quickly. I'm going to go to this historical chart. All right. Let's go back here to July the 6th. This happens to be exactly 3 weeks before the July 31st run up to 1170. So 3 weeks before July the 6th, they hit this low of 786, running it down from up in the 1023 here. All right. And man, did they run it trickling down, 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 down to 786, 2 weeks of downward movement. And then surprisingly, 786 on July the 6th, 3 weeks before earnings, look at it start to go. 830, 872, 920, 939, 945. It had one pullback, 981, 974, then 1013, and no news on this day. I went back and looked. I couldn't find a single story. The Dow and NASDAQ had gone up that day. There was no negative downgrade by anyone. For some reason, suspiciously, somebody decided to take it to $10.13 and then make a statement. And for one whole week, run it down, down, down. On heavy volume, 34 million, 26, 38, 34, 45 million, 58 million. But look, they ran it down to 894, and then 3 days later, 1170. 210 million shares they piled in. Expect the same, right? Expect the same, folks. Expect from this July 6th low, 3 weeks before, 714, or whatever it was. Well, I'm trying to point out. Here it is, July the 6th, 786. Expect this run to go from 786 on July the 6th, 3 weeks before earnings, to go up for about 2 weeks, about 10 days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days. So we got a 9-day run ahead of us with maybe a pullback every once in a while. Right here, it went from 939 to 924. That was the only day out of 9 days that there was a pullback. You don't bother missing that. Look at that, 924, 877 manipulation. July 13th, folks, that was the date of the Morgan Stanley downgrade where they had 45 million shares, 45 million worth, and now they have over 110 million worth of this stock. And they got it at 877. But then, folks, look, it went to 1013. Then they decided to come out again, folks. That boy, boom, boom, boom. That's right. Oh, 793. I just sold. I just sold another 50. Now I'm down to 8,300. Now I expect 797. But watch the way I'm playing this. The reason I sell at these numbers I do is because I try to catch the pullbacks then. Because here we might see them run back to 788 if they can, if they've got any mustard left in there, if they got any fizz left in their pop. No, 794, folks. Folks, I'm telling you here, please buy a couple shares here, five or 10. Because that 793 number going away and up past it, 794, it's going to go to 797, 798 before a possible pullback now. So I'm asking you, pick up a couple here. Even if it's for short duration, folks. But back to this. I'm showing everybody July the 6th because they, was that the day? Yeah. 786. Because after that, it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 days. And this pullback here was a nice one from after 786. It went up 1, 2, 3, 4 days. And then the next day, they hit a 50-cent low of 877. That was on the downgrade by Morgan Stanley. All right. Well, they had to do that because this thing was going on up, and it got to 1013, and then no downgrade and no news I could find whatsoever. Mysteriously, 50 million shares came in and ran the price down, and 985, 963, 968, 944, 940, 926. See that? 894, they got it to 7 days running at it with good volume, especially that last day on the last 894. They ran out of steam the day before the earnings call on the Monday. They actually went up because people said, no, I'm going to buy into that. And then the dang thing went to 1170. They ran it up there. All right. So I'm showing you that from that price right there, that's a major gain. And they did it all with numbers right here, these numbers. So I expect the same thing now. We've seen it run down to 1170, just hit this number here. And we saw it get to this low, 714. And now I expect to see about 10 days up with one drop in between. All right. 10 days up, one drop in between. All right, that's a good question. D-Boy, how high will it go today? Well, let's go back to the last time. Let's go back to July the 6th and see what happened to tell the future. So, right here, 714. It was at July the 5th, 707. Let me look here. I got to get up here. There we go. This is what we want to look at to tell how high we go today. The last time on July the 6th, they took it to 786. 2 trading days later, which we are now, 2 trading days past, they had the price at what for a high? 804. But beware about selling at that, because look at the next day's high, 875. And look at the next one's 9. All right. So from that low, 786, we should see 1, 2, 3, 4 days up before any pullback. So now going to this one and up to where we are now, we hit the low of 714. We should see 1, 2, 3, 4 days up. And the 714, the last time, went to what? All right. Yes, approaching 795. Thank you for letting me know, turnaround. All right. 786, look what it went to. The difference after these days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days it was at 9. So 786 to 9 is $1.14. Off the 786, 4 days lower before they came at it at 924. So pay attention. And that was the day of the downgrade, the downgrade by Morgan Stanley when it had 924 in the pre-market and then hit 877. But the next day, 945. That didn't last long. David, they must not have believed Morgan Stanley, especially when I jumped in there and said, hey, Morgan Stanley owns $45 million worth of the stock and they're downgrading it. Right? Hey, welcome, Brew Tank. We've been talking about you a little bit. I was telling everybody that how much I appreciated them signing up to my music channel, Spotify, Google Play, and stuff, and playing my music all day at their wherever they are. Just put it on and play it. You don't have to listen to it; just play it and let them all my playlist play. And man, it will add up to a lot. I am on my DistroKid account up to about $1,800, $1,900 in revenues, just from people listening to my music, and I make a fraction of a penny at a time. So that gives you an idea how much. Many of my songs are played around the world every day, all over the country, all over the world. And you can be part of helping me make a little. Just put it on in the background, play it. You know, my songs are not harmful. They don't hurt. There's no heavy metal. There's no screaming. I'm pissed off at the world. You know, none of that crap. I play good, wholesome, uplifting, fun, solid music that I hope in most times inspires people. All right, let's get back on. Uh-oh, there's my fill. I filled again. I got 100 shares there. Now I've only got 8,200. $7.97, folks. I got it. Now I say I pull back to $7.89 or maybe $7.91. They usually try to pull back 5 or 6 cents. So from that $7.97, we're going to see $7.92-ish, $7.93. I'll send you vacation, Tyler, at 15. All right. All right, man. You better put your orders in now for 15s in case they sell, because when this thing hits a story, you never know when it's going to jump to that figure. I showed you that with COSM, everybody. 797. I just sold some. And folks, I'm only selling at higher numbers. I just keep putting them in higher and higher. I would never put in a sell order below the price that we're at. That does not help us at all. That never helps us, and I've never left my stock that way. If I don't sell at those higher orders I've got in, I don't care. Yep. You're welcome. So going back here one more time to this history on the stock, and back here to July the 6th, pay attention. It hit the 786, but then it was 1, 2, 3, 4 days to get to this 9. All right. So what's 9 minus 786? I want to make sure I'm right. 9 point minus 7.86 equals $1.14. All right. That's a gain before they came at it again. I'm telling you this because even the next day it went up to 924. So that's even more, right? Add 24 to 914. $1.38 move up before they knocked it back. But then the next day it was at 945 and 981. So it's hard for me to tell you to sell until it got to 1013. So from 786 to 1013 is how much? That's how much I expect this next gain to be before they yank it back down. And they might take 5 days at it before earnings. Before then, same thing. So here we go. 10.13 minus 7.86 equals $2.27. So now we're going to come up here. 714 plus 227. 941, my friends, will equate where we were from the last time when the price was at 786, right there. And by the way, on earnings, it was even higher. So now from 786, you got to go up here to July the 31st when it was 1170. 11.70 minus 7.86 equals, good God, that's $3.84. Plus, from where our low was this time, 714. That's 1101, people. On the earnings call. If we see the exact same gain from this 3 weeks before earnings in July, this number right here, that happened to be 3 weeks before earnings, July 6th, and what do you know, 3 weeks later, it's at 1170. Can you wait 1170 to go up that much? 1170 to 786, how much was that gain? 11.70 minus 7.86 equals, divided by 11.70 equals times 100 equals 32% gain from off that manipulated low. 32% gain. That's a nice pop for us, folks. 796 now. All predicted by Catfish. And thank you for being here. Hey, welcome, Kay. Yes. And when I predicted this, folks, and everybody is here with me knows I predicted this. And why? Well, because of the charts. Yes. Bazinga, here comes 8. I will be selling, by the way, at 807. I have my next order 50 shares at 807 from this number here. I just filled at 797. And I do this because I'm so used to seeing patterns of pullbacks from certain numbers. And just now you saw him try to pull it back a little when it got 797. And no, it's not going to stop, folks. Oh, here's another thing I want to point out to everybody. These manipulators can be self-defeating. And I'm going to explain why to you right now. Because as these and look at the break over that trend line now. Dang, folks. I'm not the only one that can see that. Uh-oh. Sorry. I can't even get this thing on the chart. I'm trying to do it for you. Hold on, folks. Oh, yeah, 798 now. I suspect we will now go over $8. I suspect that will be the case. No pullback off 797. And if we don't drop back off 798, folks, here now, this is going to be major exit. They're going to start pushing to the exits, folks. Thank you for being here with me. Thank you for liking this. Make sure you click on the like. We got 30 folks here, only 24 likes. Click on it, get it shared with other people. It's important they know and see this breakaway. They can catch this now and start coming over and coming in if they see what I'm broadcasting right now on these charts. And we need other fellow catfish to come in with us. So please hit the like button. I appreciate it. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. And I want to thank you for being here making money with us. All of us are making money now, aren't we? And who would have ever guessed it? But I'm giving you some sell points here to put in some sell orders, folks. When I'm looking back at this history, okay? If you see it went from 786 all the way up to 1013, how much was that? 10.13 minus 7.86 equals 227. So if we go up here to this one, 714 plus 227. 941, folks. Put in a sell order now at 939. Okay, I want you to put in a sell order at 939. Go ahead, put 50 shares there at 939. And I'm saying that because of history. See, 877 to 1013. Then where do you get back in on it? 894. All right. Might as well. It'll likely do the exact same thing. A 1 week rundown before they make the announcement of the earnings and then run it up to 1170 again. So put in a sell order at 941 and then expect a pullback from 1013 minus, let's see where we're going to, 1013. 1013, it pulled back to 894. That's $1.19. So after you get it sold at that 934, I just told you what number that was, then I want you to buy it back 5 days later, $1.19 less than that, 934, 834, about an 813. Or put it in, it doesn't matter if you get it at 814, or maybe even 831. I don't know what it'll get to, maybe 844 even, but you'll be able to buy it there again probably because the history is so often repetitive. All right, I hope that helps everybody. I really do. Yes, indeed, everyone. All the things I've been telling you, 797, 798 now. Here we go.
See you later.
Man, you look good. I'm letting you out like that? Yeah. Where are you going?
I'm going to work, and then I'm going to Chelsea.
Wow. Did you see that? I got to say goodbye to her. She's leaving. Leaving me for the night. Well, folks, I'll tell you what I'm going to be doing tonight. I'm going to be on TikTok playing music, and I might put a few live songs up on YouTube just to maybe one time I do a live YouTube music session. Maybe I'll do that tonight on YouTube, not TikTok it. I'll do it on YouTube instead and see if some folks want to come over. So I'll probably start at about 8 o'clock tonight. $7.99. Whoa!
Yeah, I didn't say I wasn't coming home.
All right, well, I can play until you get home. All right, well, then I guess I'll start playing tonight at 7. Want to thank you all for being here with me so much. How about we give ourselves a big round of applause for buying this at $7.14. That would include you, John Roberts. I know you were buying. I know that Brew Tank probably did. I know that for a fact M. Clark did. I know for a fact Terry did. All of them came in with me. And now look at us breaking over 8. I told you we are going to go over 8 today. Nice. Put a little sell order in for 10 shares at 807 right now. That's right. That's right. Tyson, D, you're all, yeah, everybody. So, boom, that's right. Boom, boom, out go the lights, Sparty. You should have bought with us. Guy's got his order down there in the 7s. Now we're $1 over. 801, son of a gun. Whoa. Let's see if I get my 807. Folks, this thing can just keep on running up, so you don't have to come out with me at these positions. I'm showing you where we should be going here, and it's really going to be closer to 11 on earnings day or higher, 16. So if you want to accumulate with me here and buy a little bit more as it breaks over the obvious 8 resistance, and folks, if it doesn't look back from here and look at the volume, let's go look at this volume for a minute. Let's get off the historical for a second. Let's go get back into the chart. All right? Gosh dang, look at that thing. Where was the pullback this time off the trend line, folks? Where is it? Shit. Shh. I didn't say that. Nobody heard me say anything wrong there. 801, son of a gun. I don't know why, but I'm clicking on this and trying to scroll back so I can get the dang chart all on my page. It won't let me do it, folks. Dadgummit, frustrating as heck. I want this thing out here where everybody can see it. Why are you scrolling on me? I click on the screen. I want to get in here and interact. Jeez, OP, it's freaking pitiful. I'm going to refresh it. 802. Folks, if you're not buying here, you don't know how the stocks work. There should have been a wall at 8. This is caving in. Look at the Dow now up 244. Called it from the moment I got on this morning at 9:30. I told you all, let's shoot through the EMA. Daggum right. Watch out, folks. Have your orders in, selling at 11, 12, 14, 16, 19, 21, 24. Do it with me. Put them in. Tie up your shares. Don't let the shorts borrow them. That's right, man. Totally going green. Lucky sons of guns we are, aren't we? Bunch of Irish sons of pots of golders. Pot of gold holders. Hey, Shaniza, where are you, man? You should be applauding back over 8 here. And folks, it's interesting, isn't it? Right? Go back to history again. Go back here to July. Go back to July the 6th. This is important. July the 6th. I'm in June. No wonder it's not working. There it is. 786. 786. 2 trading days later. 3 trading days later. 4 trading days later. Finally a pullback. So from 786, and they used a lot to do it. 43 million shares they did to get it back a little bit before it really went off. Then 38 million, then 48 million. It's going up 40 cents a day and hits 1013. And again, no reason for it to drop on that day. There was none. There was no downgrades other than pure manipulation on 50 million shares, shaking the dang tree out. And then they shook it out for a week to 894 and bam, 1170. They did it with a lot of volume. This is a lot. Look at that, 58 million shares right there, 45 million shares. I tell you this, if you go way back and look at this stock, it was down here trading freaking 16 million, 13 million, 12 million. You'll see it. Keep going back. The stock wasn't trading really that heavy. See right here, 19 million right there in January. There were lots of lower days. Look at that, 18 million, 17 million, 19 million, 16 million. See that? Prices in the sixes. I point out all these things to you, but I want to come all the way up here to July. This is the most relevant and recent. 786 low. Took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days in a row to get to the high. And then for no reason it to fall. And even this little pullback was just on a downgrade. That's the only reason that happened right there. That was, by the way, I say Morgan Stanley downgrading us when they owned $45 million worth of the stock. And now they own over $110 million. And if you don't believe what I'm saying, I want you to go over here. Our headline says institutions accumulate. Look, 703 now, folks, from 702 yesterday. And we were at 696 2 weeks ago. And I told you we were soon going to break over 7. I said that to everybody, and we did. Institutions are coming in on this stock. They want in. They wanted in on the low, and they got it at 786 3 days ago. And now where can we go? Up 35% from there. My figures show 1101. If history repeats itself, going back to the history of the stock, seeing when they had it at 877, 1, 2, 3, 4 days up. On the 4th day, they sold and started attacking it back for 1 week. So maybe we do that here too, folks. Be careful, all right? They're going to try the same trick. So now off this low of 714, we got 1 day, 2 days, 3 days will be Monday, 4 days will be Tuesday, and I say sell Tuesday afternoon at 7:34 or at 9:34. That's my call. Sell Tuesday, 9:34. Or make it 9:33 because they like that number a lot. 9:33, 9:32 even. And 9:31 where they like to hold it. So we might even much as well get out at 9:30. Because if you get out at 9:30, folks, what are you going to be complaining about? And I think it's going to happen. It's already looking that way. The trend looks exactly identical, doesn't it? Look at this. Look at this gain now. I want to show you something. Thank you all for being here while I show you this. Brian Fuller back to 8s. Ring, ring. That's right. Here it is. I ring it on the 8. Let me show you something here. When they got this thing down here in July, and by the way, the timing of it is exactly, it's so coincidental in it, isn't it? Look at the coincidental timing of this. They ran us down to the lowest they could get us on July, and back here in July, they ran it down 3 weeks before earnings. On July the 6th, 786 was the low. They ran it to 1013. I've told everybody how much the difference was there. So from the number we hit the low, that's where I say to get out at 930. That's going to be the same point. And then they're going to, after that, they're going to attack this thing for 5 days before the earnings call, and they're going to run it back down like this to 894. See that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 day. On the 6th day, after you have sold at the high of 934, you're going to then be buying back this much less 6 days later. Whatever the difference was, 1013 minus 894. $1.19. So what I'm trying to tell everybody is that off of that low we just saw, 714, and add $1.19, bingo, 833. Put your sell orders in there because they're going to do it, and it's going to be 2 days from now, 833. They'll pull it back down and below 8, maybe to 788, and then bam, it's going to go off just like the last time, I believe. It sure looks that way to me. They look so similar right now. The charts look almost identical, don't they? Man, oh man. This 6th of July, pull back to 786, and 2 days later, the high's at 872. 86-cent gain. Now where are we? High 802 minus 714. 802 minus 714. Last time was an 86 cent. 8.02 minus 7.14 equals 88 cents gain, folks. We've just gone 2 cents over the gain of last time of 86 cents, haven't we? See these similarities. Isn't it amazing? But folks, I want to show you something else. Going back here to July, when they did this, July 6th and 7th, when it went from 786 to 872, the same gain we've got now, 2 cents less. Look where it was the next day, 920, then 939, then 945, then 981, then a pullback briefly to 1013. And look at this 981 to this. That's a weak pullback, folks. 7 cents. Just pay attention, everybody. Thank you for being here. All right. There we go. Yes, sir, man. Back to 8 and above. We're going to go much higher today. There's no way they're going to toggle this back down. Too much incentive to get in here. There's just too much going on. They caught everybody off guard yesterday, folks, big time by making the announcement that they were going to do their earnings call before the Fed meeting. They caught a lot of people by surprise with that. They caught them with their pants down. It's called a bear trap, people, and they bear trapped them. See, they were planning on using that Fed meeting to take us down like they've done before. And interestingly enough, both times, even when the Fed raised rates, they tried to pull us down 20%. And even when the Fed dropped rates, they tried. On the days of the announcements, they always tried, no matter what it was, up or down, didn't matter. They still came after us. What are they going to do this time? They can't. We took it out of them, took the pop out of them. I think it was a genius of them. See, that Anthony Noto, man, he's ahead of the curve, people. He's ahead of the curve. Yes, indeed. I think you did buy yesterday, Brian. I'm not certain, but I thought you said you might have picked up some. And many were asking me, should I buy? And if I should, where should I sell? And I told one of the guys, put in a sell order at 812. Let's see if I'm right today. I mean, we've already gone up beyond where we were, so we may be at the limit now. But because history, like I said, I look in depth at these things. Others do too. They start to go, that's interesting. Well, if it went up that much that time, it'd probably only go up that much this time. But let's look at one other thing with this chart. When it went from July the 6th, from the 786 low, and it went up. I'm going to look at this 803, 804. Those are the lows off 786. Now let's go to our October off the low. The low was here, 714. Look at the low, 730, 750. Wow, look at this, folks. Look right here. The low on July 6th, 786, went to 803, then only 804 the next 2 days. Look here. The low, 714, 730, and 750. Cha-ching. And on lower volume over here, folks. Wow. Look at that. There was 38 million on the low day, 22, and then 38 million the next. And it was only a penny higher because they were trying to hold it back. See, they piled in trying to hold it back off the run, but man, they couldn't. It went to 1013. Then they decided to attack again before they strategically do all this, folks. It's all patternized. It's all played out perfectly by them. 20 by the end of the year. All right, Kevin Parra says 12 by the end of the year, and I agree completely there and that's a minimum. All right, that's a minimum amount. Between now and then, it's going to jump to 17, 18s. You better have your sell orders in there. There's going to be a news story that makes it jump up to 17s, 18s, or even 20 or higher. So put your sell orders in, tie them up anyway. It cannot hurt to have your sell orders in higher, people. It cannot. As long as you remember that you've got them in at those higher numbers, okay? Because when you do really want to sell, if you need to, you can't sell if you've already got those out there. But please tie up your shares. Please put your sell orders in really high. You never know. One day you might wake up and you might come to the computer and see me and the daggum price is at $27. In one day, people. Just like happened with COSM. Go back and look at the 1-year chart on COSM. See, the price was 12 cents, 14 cents, $1, and then the same day, 23.01. And the only reason it went that high and stopped there was because that's as high as someone had an order in. Nobody else had the foresight to put it in when at 30 and 40 and 50, or it would have gone that high as well, I believe. So just be aware, everybody. Go ahead on your accounts. Tie up your shares with good till canceled orders in increments higher and higher and higher. I keep saying you can't go wrong doing it. And you're one day might be in a shock when you come home and you see your account. One day my account was up $113,000 in one day. And that was on COSM. I could have actually made more, but and the fact is, only on that day too, I had 2 other stocks that went up over 100%. God, it was madness, folks. I couldn't even believe my eyes in front of me. Well, the same sort of madness could occur with this stock right here, everybody. I've got my sell orders in like yours. Perfect. Nice. I'm ready. Good. Thank you, John. John, you just, you tied up your shares. Nobody can borrow them now. And the fewer shares that these brokerage houses have to loan out, it's supply and demand, people. Supply and demand. Now, we know lately, if you watch Hurricane Lopez, they've been averaging only holding calls over the weekend. Kevin Parra, holding calls over the weekend. Excellent. Yeah, gotcha. Because, it's kind of interesting to go back over these historical charts and go back to the 6 and see the 786, the 803, the 804, and the 875, the $9, a dinky pullback, the 894, then over 940, 960, a dinky pullback. And they started here at 1013 trying to drive it back down. That's why I tell you they're going to do the same thing. So take this gain from this low of 786 to that right there, factor $2.50 and put your sell order in there from where we are above this number here when they hit this number, because they're probably going to come at it again. So if you bought it right here the other day when I told you to and picked it up at that low of 714, you got to figure it up. $2.50 from there, and that'd be $9.64. Put a sell order in there, around there. $9.49 even. Don't be greedy. Because then after they get to that number, just like they did when they got to 10.13, mysteriously, without any news at all, it just kept dropping day by day on pretty heavy volume, people. Pretty heavy volume compared to now, to get it down to that 894 before it jumped to 1170. So I caution you to try to place the orders in the same spots. All right? Be prepared for this similar type move to occur. And when we go back to this historical chart, back in July the 6th, how many days did it run off the low? Up. Went 1, 2, 3, 4 days up. That'll be Tuesday next week, folks. Get out there and look for a drop of 50 cents on Wednesday. Won't hurt if they don't do that, but I say repetition happens. And then buy it back there after the 4th day. On the 5th day, you get in, and then look at that, where it was, 10.13. You made another 25% gain 4 or 5 days later. I don't know it's going to happen exactly, but even here, if you got out there, because I had pointed these things out to you here, you're going to be damn happy if you get out of the stock at 11.01 and they pull it back to 8.88, and then you get back in on the dang thing at 8.88, and then it goes to 13. If they can do that. I don't know whether they can. November 17th, $7 call. Cha-ching. Wow. Huh. Kevin got a November 17th, $7 call. Damn. You're going to make a friggin' killing off that. I say. Look at the thing now leaving 8. Look at that plateau that formed right there, folks. How long was it? And by the way, pay attention to these things, how they always do it. Once they get these highs, they try to drive it on down, tinkery down, and boom, it pops. Then they try the platform, tinkery down, and boom, it pops. Then they're able to, how long are they able to take it this way before it pops? This time they couldn't even at all. Not even similar. Look at this. From 10:34 to 11:14, 40 minutes, they held it tinkering down. 40 minutes, and this time, how long before it pops? 11:44 to freaking 12? 15? Goodness gracious sakes. Look at the Dow now up 330, and I told you it was going to be this morning. I told every single person this morning what we were seeing was absolutely a ridiculousness. Disgusting. And I pulled it out of my pocket and said it, and it was true, and you can see it now. Look at the doggone thing. Look at them trying to shake the tree out on the news this morning, and bam, off it went. And God dang, man, Catfish called that one, didn't he? Right on the money. That's why I came on today at the opening. I wanted you to get in on the low because I knew what they were going to try this morning, and they did try it. They scammed a lot of people out of money this morning. Or no one actually sold, and they were just doing it with each other, just shorts kissing shorts down all the way, which they did last week. On Monday, they started it saying bond yields. Said Monday last week, it was the Fed decision scaring people from the market. Fed's decision not to raise interest rates was scaring people from the market last Monday, folks, right? And I called that bullshit then too, didn't I? Called it exactly what it was. And then all week long, up, 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 up. Look at the NASDAQ now, 13,382, folks. It was at 13,280 when I was concerned. It's broken back up over 13,3. The whole market, folks, the shorters are up against a friggin' tsunami coming in here right now. Look at the other stocks, too, that are in our people also watch. UPST is trailing us by 3%. Affirm is trailing us. PLTR up nice, and I'm glad because I own that, too. But, man, RBLX, good call on that one yesterday. RBLX, I think it was Terry or maybe John, I think. Somebody, I can't remember who was in on it. Kevin, you're right. It's going to be over that, maybe even by then. And I've been telling everyone, be prepared for a sudden, unexpected spike on any news that could run this into the mid-teens, upper teens, lower 20s, upper 20s, and even higher, all in one couple of hours. All right, we don't know what the story will be that will make that occur. But I want you to know that it says here institutions are adding on my headline, and that's because they are. Look right here. 703 now, folks, from 696 a week and a half ago. Why are all these institutions buying in? I got news for you, too. I'm going to show you something else here. Uh, Golly. All right, hold on a second. Let me just show you this. This will be cool. I think you'll like it. BTI, man, it's gone red again still. But here's what I'm going to put in here. I'm going to do a Google search for you guys. Thank you all for liking this. We got a bunch of likes now, and it's usually about the time that I lose my signal at lunchtime. So if I do, don't worry, I'll be back. I am thinking we trade sideways now the rest of the day with a sell-off into the close for the long weekend after the big run-up. Any over 8 today is a huge win. A close, yes. I think you're right. It's possible in Clark, but I think there's another agenda. And I'm going to show you in a second, and I appreciate your being here. Thank you. Welcome in Clark, and welcome, Kevin, and welcome for your comments, too. All right, yes. Look at this. I'm going to show you something. Buying. You'll find this interesting. Buying SOFI stock. Yep, 4,000. Yep, 727. I know it. That's why I'm congratulating you. I didn't know when and where, but I knew you had bought a bunch. All right. So what I did was I just typed in SOFI, buying SOFI stock. All right. And hopefully I'll find this purple because I found it yesterday and it was so cool. I'm going to find it here. Just give me a second, folks. I thought it would be highlighted here. Are you ready for this, people? 703 institutions now holding. Another one has come in long. Another one has come in long. I tried to tell you they were going to keep accumulating and we'd be over 700 soon. I said it, and I was right. 10-6, 703, 645. Last time I wrote it was 643 long. Now 645 long and 25 short. 33 long and short. Nice. You see that? Look at that. On 822, folks, 692 institutions. 11 since then. Follow the money. Another reason you're here is to learn these things that are very, very important. Happy I tacked on. I hear you, man. I hear what you're saying. Dadgummit. I love it. I'm in love with that. Boom, 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 boom. That's for you and Clark. To the moon, baby. All right. Where are we now? Still holding over 8? Oh, my gosh. Sexy. She's such a sexy stock, she is. Sofi. Especially below $8. Someone wrote in an article here yesterday or the day before that SOFI seems like a good short above $10. They wrote, already writing that, a headline. I saw it. I don't know where I picked it up, but I saw someone had an article that was a good short over 10. So they think it's there, going there for sure. And I think it's going to be a better short for him over 11 and even a better short for him at 16. But I want you all to pay attention to something. Do you know that SoFi's target by Yahoo was $10.27? They've lowered it to $9.97, morons. No wonder they got a short-term red and a mid-term red. They're trying to benefit themselves. See? Just so you're aware of it. Do you think we will be 810 to 815 by the end of the day? Yeah. I think it's possible we could go even higher. The reason why is because they have shook this tree so hard, folks, during this rundown. I'm not kidding you, man. Look at this chart. Look at this 1 year chart. See, here's their. I was starting to say this earlier. They've kind of created a major pickle for themselves, and I'm going to show you what it is. They've been hammering this stock so hard down from the 20s to the 16s to the 13s to the 10s to the 7s to the 5s that they shook it out completely. There's no retailers were left. And when you've shaken out that many retailers at the above prices, they've all folded their tech cards. Well, then where's the resistance as it starts rising? Who's holding for more? Only institutions are holding for more than the price is now. Hardcore, long-term, dedicated, committed institutions who are accumulating the crap out of this in the 4s and 5s I've already shown you. And they're starting to increase their positions now. So the retailers were so shook out by these scary tactics that these manipulative, they've shook them all out. And now it's very hard now for this to stop the run up because they've already shook out all the scared people, right? They did. They've knocked out the fear and intimidation of this rundown and these 14-day run. Look, I show you here, right here, this was 14 days in a row that they ran at us. 14 days red to run it down from here to here. And then they waited as it started to plateau. And then 7 days in a row red. And I showed you that too. And then bam, bam. And folks, this is the one thing you need to look at the most about this chart right here that I am showing you right now. All right. And I showed everybody this the other night. And this is brought to my attention by Hurricane Lopez. So I'm going to bring it to from his table to yours and ours. We're going to dine on this right now, right? Look at this long, sustained, gradual gain from 313, 310 to here, 420, a month and a half, 5-1 really. So a month and 3 weeks almost. Look at that gradual climb. Then look at the major attack. Then another climb before Chiaverini came on the 15th. And then wham, then a drop back, then wham, then a drop back, then wham. So why am I showing you this? Look right here from this point right here on the 21st. There's your first pullback. There's your second bottom lower and kaboom. Here you go, folks. Look right here. This long gradual run, same as this one right here, identical from the March to May 1st. We got the same thing going here from the mid part of now to all the way up here, a month and a half. Then you got the down, same as that down. You got to draw up to the line. Here we are, and now we're above the line where this is happening. Then you got another pullback, and there it is right there. Equates to that exactly. And on this second W, look at this there. Boom. There's the second W right there. There's the bottom lower. And where now? Possibly from this price of 4s up to 1023 again. or higher, because now we're not starting here at these figures where the double bottoms are. We're up here. See? We're up here. That's what I'm calling for, folks. That's why you're here and you're watching this with me. That's why you're watching this with me. I hope that makes sense to you, what I'm showing you. These parallels between the prices and what they took it down to, and what they've done now, and what they took it down to, and where it is and where it's going up to now. See? So quite interesting to see it and follow it. Because one last time, if you're new and didn't see this before, go back to what happened to our stock in July, on July the 6th, 3 weeks before the earnings call. Right where we are now, we're 3 weeks before the earnings call coming out on the 29th of this month. I think, or the 30th, I can't remember. Look at NU. All right, I will. But folks, from July the 6th, that was exactly 3 weeks before the July 31st earnings call. See that? July the 6th, they ran it down as low as they could get it. From here in the nines, they ran it from 941 to July the 6th. They ran this thing all the way down to 786, people. 4 days in a row of running at it. Got it to the low of 786, and then by God, the thing took off for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 days in a row to 1013. So I just say we see the same move here. And there'll be a pullback because, look, 1 day up, 2 days up, 3 days up, 4, and then the pullback to 877 on the 5th day. So expect the same maybe now. 1 day up, 2 days up, Monday up, Tuesday's up, a slight pullback Wednesday, and then right on off it goes on up until earnings call. That's what I'm calling for. And a 35% gain off of that 786 number that everybody got in on a 714. Off of 714, a 35% gain minimum. Because this time they may shove this thing even higher than the last time. Because it's worked so well for them, why wouldn't they do it again? And be prepared, have those sell orders in at those really, really high numbers that they're going to try to get it up to. That's what I think. I could be wrong. But I sure as heck wasn't wrong about this market being up today after this rundown this morning, the manipulative efforts, because the stunning news that came out was stunning, all right. It stunned the shorts, shocked them. Breaking news, U.S. economy adds 336,000 jobs this sector, blowing past expectations. And look at RBT. Who told you to buy this at $1.70? Days range 179, now $2. Dang. Called that one too. What do you know? Some money to be made here, folks, paying attention to what I'm showing you with these charts and these graphs, this historical information, and how many shares were owned by institutions and insiders and this and that, right? Thank you all for being me. Man, we got a lot of people here. Let's take a look at NU. I want you to look at this. This is dated October 5th. Look here. Strathos Wealth Partners grew its position in SoFi by 8.2%. The firm owned 41,000 now, added 3,129. Look here. Other hedge funds and other institutional investors also recently made changes to their positions in the company. All right, everybody, this is what I've been telling you. This is what my headlines are today. Advisors Preferred LLC acquired a new stake in SoFi. In the first quarter, volume at 25,000. That's about 5,000 shares. Global Retirement Partners LLC increased its stake in SoFi. 330%, people. Global Retirement Partners now owns 5,435, less shares than I do almost. But still, look at all these. U.S. Bank Corp DE. No, not. Sorry. Sorry, late, my girl. That wouldn't let me out of bar. It's okay. Don't worry. All right, here we go. Let's look at here. U.S. Bancorp increases its stake in shares of SoFi 197%, folks. This article is dated, folks, right here. I want you to know October 5th. Okay? Look at all these people increasing their positions. Strathos Wealth comes in more. This one increases 330%. This one increases 197%. This one increases 37%. Others buying. Folks, you got to be paying attention to these institutions coming in. They know what they're doing. They have their own analysts. They don't need David Chiapet to tell them when to buy and sell. I sold, by the way, some already at 790, 797, and I got another order in there at 807 to sell today. I've already bought way below here, so there's no reason for me to incentivize to keep buying here. Oh, if they take it to 788, I won't be able to buy that, pass that up. But anyway, lunchtime attack incoming. Oh man, this is so standard for this stock every single freaking day. Problem for him, D-Boy, is that everybody's starting to catch on to the lunchtime lows that I was pointing out to everybody. I've been writing them down. I've been writing down the lunchtime lows every single day. And people are starting to pay attention to that lunchtime low. And many of them, like Cookie's Code, may be buying. And the lunchtime low yesterday was 751. I gave them 745 at 11:25 in the morning. But now the lunchtime low on 10/6, 794. God. At 12, let's say 792 now, 1202. Wow. A 40-cent gain on the lunchtime low, folks. Cha-ching. And I wrote 792 because that's going to be in it. They're going to peter it out. Look where the volume is already. We've reached their level, 14 million of the daily traded shares that they're borrowing now. And we know that that's even lowered now to 13 million, and it could have even gone as low as 12 million shares now borrowed. Folks, I want to ask you to please do me a favor and like this. We've got 26 likes on it already, and it doesn't hurt to help it with tapping that like button if you got time, and help it get shared with other people, because I think this information is valuable for folks. And so I always tell people when the price goes over 8, they'll pull it back to what? 792, 793. It's a good buy spot. And then on up it goes, right on up over 8 again. 791. Look at the size here. Let's see how they're using it. Let's see what they're using here. Let's get to the one-day chart. They're fighting the Dow up massively. They're fighting the NASDAQ running crazy. Look at the dump right there. There's a dump at 1219 of $1.5 million. Then the next minute they came at it with 40. We've seen that so many times. Then the next minute they came at it at 1221 with 163,000. Came at it right on the heels of that with 113,000. So there's $1.2 million right there, and there's right there about $800,000, folks, that they're dumping. And you can see it, the red candlesticks dump. But what has happened to the RSI? They got it down here to freaking 29. Forget about it, folks. You know what happens when it gets there. People come in. When that RSI gets that low, they start coming in. Lunchtime attacks over, Boy Avery. You'll see right now. Didn't last even freaking 24 minutes into the lunch session. Goodness gracious. And look where the low was here where it plateaued before, folks. 788 for freaking hour almost. 45 minutes and boom. And I called that too. I said, as long as it's trading sideways, that's to our advantage. And I've said that many times. And now watch them try to trade it sideways all lunchtime long, 792. And then it's going to go right on up. Boom. Like it has the last 2 days. If you haven't been paying attention to the 5-day chart, look what's been going on every day after 11:45 on Wednesday. And by the way, this is why I was telling you folks, maybe sell Tuesday morning right there. Bam, see that? That's why I'm saying maybe get out on the Tuesday, because look at the Wednesday rundown. Heavy volume. Expect the same thing next week. Take some off the top. Stop losses. He's right on. Mopar bought at 792. Excellent. That's a very good entry point at lunchtime low. I love it. I say cha-ching to you, Mopar. Yep. Look at all these people buying. Do we bounce up from here? Oh, yeah, we do. See, that's why I tell you to sell at 797, 798. They'll pull it back 5 cents. Look, they did. It's exactly 5 cents. This is what it happens every time when they start these, when it starts this stair stepping up, they start with 5 and 6 cent pullbacks. I've seen them do it over and over and over, and now we see they've got a 10-cent pullback this time. That's even stronger than they're usually able to do, and it's only because it's lunchtime lower volume. And then we know what they do during lunchtime every single day. Many, many, many people are buying. You're going to see this volume start to kick up here because they're not going to let this go. People are going to buy here. I'm going to show you what they're doing. I'm going to show you right now. We're going to look at this one-day chart. Look at it already trading sideways. Platform's already building here. There you go. 3 green candlesticks in a row. Look at it crossing back up over the 10-day. I want to watch this volume. 794. It's done, folks. It's done. $14,487, 573. $14,487, 573 still. 14,487, 573. You see, it's not moving. 14,488. There's 500 shares. One share bought at 793. Look at this. This chart is only red because I'm on the 5-day, but look how gorgeous that 5-day looks. 794 now. Well, you know the numbers I told you where to sell, and that was at 798. I've told people put your numbers in there because they like to pull it back, and then you can catch it on the fall, and then it goes over 8 and sell at 807. Then they come back to 799. You sell at 812. They bring it back to 808. You sell at 8. There's really not much between 814 and 831 as far as limitations. Sometimes 824 or 24 cents. But look at it already toggling 793.94. I don't see any way in the world to keep this from running up all afternoon, just like we've seen the last 2 days. So stay with me, everybody. Make sure you stop losses, not limit ordering out of a position. Made that mistake in the past. Oh, I know. I've done that too. I did that too, man. And man, I did it with a big order too. I was getting a high number and I had 500 and I forgot. And man, I sold them right then. Yeah, Mopar. Did you just do it? I hope not. You said in the past, so that's a very good tip. And folks, this is part of another reason why you should be here at this channel, because people bring good, great information all the time, solid information. This news we got from Kay about the TGL golf course thing coming out, and the news that we've gotten from many others that I put up that show, and I'm showing now all these institutions that have been coming in, folks. Man, when they're coming in, when you got these people coming in, and they're not waiting in, these people increase their position by 8.2. These people increase their position. And this article, folks, is dated October 5th, all right, 2023. So friggin' A, man, the thing was put out yesterday showing all these institutions piling in. And I mean piling, folks. Look at this. These people gained their position by 330%. These people gained their position by 197%, folks, these institutions. This one increased his position by 37%. These people are not freaking jumping in here with teeny teensies. And I keep telling you, this just takes more and more shares out of the market, fewer and fewer available for the shorts to short. You're ringing that bell today, baby. Yeah. Just like all day yesterday and all day the day before and all day the day before that. And golly, we're already at 8, not 6. I already had told you, George, we'd be over 8 before we got to the 6s. But that was only for a testament of time to tell, and time has sure told, hasn't it? We're taking our toll on the shorts today. They're cashing out one by one right now, watching this lunchtime low that they also know is their only chance to get the low. So get out now, shorty. Don't let the door hit you. And George, welcome. I want to welcome you. Thank you for being here. George. I should say in the tank. and, George Wallace in the tank with us all. George, 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 6 George, 6 George, 6 George, 666 George. See, and now I'm not the only one, George. You've got yourself a reputation now. You're one of those villains that people love to cheer against. And just like Spartacus, who were looking for $7 and you were looking for 6s, everybody wants to see you guys get crushed because they think that you're trying to scare them into selling you their shares by saying 6s. So they say, price up 10% in a week, my friend, from when you were here a week ago telling everybody 6s. And that catfish had called it, and you don't want to know why? I'm going to show you right now, everybody. Look what happened back here on July the 6th. Look at the date and the time. This was exactly 3 weeks before the July the 31st earnings call when it hit 1170. 3 weeks before July the 6th, folks. Look where the price was knocked down to. All right? July, not June. July the 6th. The price had been in the 9s all the way up to 941. And what do you know? By July the 6th, in 1 week, 786. The same thing we saw this last time. It's exactly the same. But from 786, folks, what happened after that run down to that number? Just like we saw when they just got us down to the low of 714. Well, I'm going to show you. It went from 786 up to 830 to 872 to 920 to 939. A 15-cent pullback, and then 945, 981, 974, 1013. Folks, this is just history repeating itself, what you're seeing now. That's all it is. And by the way, I called that number right there that they pull it down to off the low, off the high. I said sell it right here at 798, folks. Some of you sold some with me. I sold 100 there. And congratulations, you're just going to buy here now again at 788 with that 100. That's what I'm going to do right now. And I'm happy to do it. Gonna go in. I don't care. I'll get it right now. I don't give a dang. I'm going to buy a market share order. Well, why wouldn't I? I've already seen what they do every dang day at lunchtime to this stock and where it's been in the last afterwards every single day. Hugely up and closing at the high of the day. So I'm going to buy here. Oh, a nice gain today. Looking at this. Wow. Nice. All right, here we go, folks. Going in, market share. All right, here we go. Let's see if we can get it. Oh, password again. Dang it. Cha-ching, 789. I got 789. Oh, yeah, and it pops right to 791, 792. Dang, look at that. Going again. We're just buying 10 at a time here. Filled at 791, 789, 791, 10 at a time. Whoa, yeah. Yeah, you got to pick up some more here, folks. Pick it up. 15 million shares traded, folks. And, folks, this is going to be the regular, usual lunchtime BS rundown on low time lunch volume to get it there. Look, we're already up. We're still up 3% now here, folks. 3.4%. Why would you not want to snag some of these low lunchtime prices? Because we're going to go back up over 8 in a second. We'll be back over 8 by the end of lunchtime. Ah. All right, so now I have my buy orders in 792, 791, 790, 789, 788. And I just maybe filled at 791 again. Haven't done it yet. I've only got 10 shares. I'm putting 10 share orders in here, folks. There's 791. Hopefully I got it there. I had to have gotten it by now. Yes, filled 791. Good. So filled 789. Filled 791. That's another 10 I can add. I'm up to 82.30 now. I was up to 8,500, but I've been selling on these highs. And you've seen me sell at the highs. Just sold some. It wasn't at the high. I was a little off. I came close to hitting my 808 sell order. I got to 803. But I did have one at 797 because I thought they'd stop at this time at 798. And I was glad to see it going over that. But they pulled it back now. And I'm buying. Right? Cha-ching. Well, because well, I can't, again, I make no guarantees ever, folks, about what I call. I do not have a crystal ball in front of me, but I have history to show me where we're headed and where we're going. We're on the third day now past the lowest low when and I want you to see something. It was at 714 from the lowest low on the third day. What it went, and then let me go here. All right. So we were at 730. I'm paying attention to this from the low, 714, 730, 750. That's a 46-cent gain on the low in 2 days. Well, let's go back here to July the 6th. 786, 803, 804. Huh. That's an 18-cent gain, folks. Are you seeing the difference? From 786, 2 days later, it was only at 804. 796, 806 would be 20. 18-cent gain in 2 days. And what happened this time after the low? 18 cents. And this time they took it down to 714. And we're at 750. That's a 36 cents. That's double. The strength is twice as strong as the last time, and the price was even lower before. Are you with me? And I also told you there's going to be a cup and handle form here. There's going to be a plateau. It won't last long. We're going to see the same thing we saw yesterday. Exact same move as my call. Well, why? Because of this chart right here. Look at that, folks. There's 794, and I'm going to start ringing the bell, folks. Come on with me. Come with me. The water's fine. I'm looking here at this. Oh, look at that big buy green come in. Somebody said, that's enough of that. I'll take 1.5 million of that. Look at that, 173,000 shares at 12.35. Good Lord, why? What are these crazy people doing? They're making that 200-day just keep going up, and they're making that 10-day moving average bounce off of the bottom right there, aren't they? Yikes, look out. I'm going to show you this again. We're going to refresh this again, everybody. $666 George, Mopar for life. Cha-ching. Hey, you know what's going to happen one day in the future, Mopar? George is going to have to stand on a mirror in his room to watch his computer to see that 666 number, but it'll be at 999 then. And before the end of this week, it'll be there. Next week. It'll just keep going up, man, all the way towards earnings like it's done all week long. Look at it now at $7.95, another penny ringing. Every penny this goes up now, I'm making $8,823, $82.30 every penny. I mean, cha-ching again. I told you, folks. I hope you bought some more with me just then. George, I hope you bought some too. I know you don't believe in this stock like all of us do, but I hope you bought some just then. You sure should have, man. Look at that dadgum cup and handle, man. At lunchtime. And folks, from 12:20 until 1 yesterday, this thing went up about another 10 cents. George, don't start with a G. It starts with a 6. I got it. I got it. See, you did it right the first time on your comment. You got a 6EORGE, and then you put a 6 George. So snack time's over. Back to the money. That's right, D-boy. And Daddy Cat Tyler called it. He said it's not going to drop below 793. Put your order in. And I woke up this morning and I said, dang, Cheryl, I have got to jump on here now at 9:30 because this low is as low as it's going to go. The news is out. They're going to attack us right out of the gate. They sure as crap did. And all it did was go up, 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 up all day, and it's going to keep doing that, folks. Keep buying these 10-cent pullbacks. Usually they can only pull it back 5 or 6 at a time. So if they go for 10, damn, you got to get in like they just did. Because the price already, you see the high, 803, that was a 10-cent drop. It was actually 11 because they got to 792 where I bought. Sadly, my orders at 791, 790, and 789 are still sitting there. Well, everybody, I showed you what happened here back in July. It was exactly 3 weeks before the earnings was going to come out on July 31st when we hit 1170. Exact same time frame is now, July the 6th. They got the price down in July the 6th, 3 weeks before, to the lowest they could get at 786. And then look at the next day. It was at 803 and then 804. Well, that's not much because from 786 to 803 is only about what? 796, 16 cents, and then a penny up. Well, right here, when we got to the low, we went from 714 exactly 16 cents ago. Isn't that interesting? But then look, not a penny higher, 30 cents higher today on the low. Make sense to you folks now? Huh. 797. All right. I guess I'm up 5 cents on my buy. 5 cents, 5 times 82, right? Man, that's a good profit right there. $450 I just made in the last 10 minutes. $450 I put in my pocket right now from just buying at 792 because that just increased the value of all my shares. And now I've got 8,230. So 5 cents times 82.30. Yep, $411. Not bad for 10 minutes work, huh? Yep, that's right, D-boy. 798 now. Just made it. Now I'm up to 480. Cha-ching. Oh, I will be ringing this bell this afternoon, my friends. Ringing, ringing, ringing. You're going to have to put on your earplugs if you don't want to hear my bell anymore. Look at the Dow up 229, NASDAQ up at 168. Remember, everybody was scared yesterday. Also scared. All last week, they were scared too. Scared of the Fed and the interest for the first 2 days. It was Fed, Schmed. And then after that, oh, they're so scared of the bond yields. Oh, they're frightful. Oh, it's so frightfully scary. The sky is falling. Bond yields. Oh, my God, the whole NASDAQ market's going to collapse because of bond yields. What a crock of crap. I say it over and over. It's all nothing more than manipulation to scare everyone out. And now they have created more of a monster for themselves because they did scare everybody out with weak hands. And now the only one holding SoFi shares for the most part are people like you and like me, Terry, Grant, Sean Shaw, N. Clark, all of you folks, everybody who's here with me, John Roberts, Mopar for Life, turn around, all of us, every one of us. Man, thank you for liking. All of your likes, I appreciate it. I see I'm only in a delay of about 5 seconds here. See myself waving my arm around. I get crazy hysterical sometimes, don't I, people here? Ah, yeah, folks, 798, cha-ching. And now you will see my order fill at 807 next. A sell order at 807. But until then, I'm going to keep buying. I know it sounds crazy, but I just bought more at 797 just then, 10 shares. Great. 82.40 now. Look at that, 789 and 791. I filled that. 789 and 791. I filled that actually just now. Wow. I just filled at 798, people. There it is. Nice. I like a 5-share ordering, making us pop a penny. Had to be me right there, I would think. Let's go to 807. We're going there. I'm going to get a little cha-chingy there. 50 shares at 807 is going to sell soon. Ones that I bought almost $1 lower, too. Wow. It's a $50 gain. Cha-ching, just right there. 50 shares, $1. Oh my gosh, this is fun, folks, isn't it? And it looks like everything that I've been trying to say to all the patient people is working out okay. It's working perfectly. This is exactly what we want to see. 714, 730, 750. Look back here, July. What they did July the 6th, 786, 803, only 1 cent higher. Folks, we're doing way better than that. We got 714, 730, 20 cents higher on the third day. Are you with me? Are you with me, flyers? This is awesome. And look at the volume. It's not 9,751, folks. Got news for you. It's 15,432 already freaking here at lunchtime. Yesterday's total volume 17. How will they stop it now? How will they stop this? They're only averaging short 13 million a day now, and yesterday they may even shorted only 12 million in the day. Today they might have only tried to borrow 11 million. I don't know. It's been dropping. It used to be 16 million a day they were borrowing from the brokerage houses. Are the shares just not there anymore at the brokerage houses? I'm not sure. But dang, let's get over here. See what they're trying to use on us. Whoa, there's 2 big candlesticks there. Didn't affect the price at all. Look at that, 1250. They dumped. It's such a familiar number, 48,000. Look at this right here. Look at these numbers here. There's a lot of them. 61,000, 56,000. Man, they're getting weaker, folks. Look at here. They were dumping 55,000 at 1202. They dumped 83,000. Here they dumped 24. Here they dumped 103,000. Here's the biggest dump of all, 216,000 at 1219. Look at the 200-day average ever since. 4 back-to-back dump orders. They tried to run it down, and they did. But look at this big buy after these 4 dump orders, sequentially going higher. Look at the difference here. Started high, teensy, high, but lower, lower. Here's same thing. High, but this time, lower, higher, higher. They're going the opposite effect. They started big time high to drop it down to there, then a little bit lower to get it a little lower. And what? The next one, man, the dang thing started going up. So they had to come at it again right here at 1231. Boom, boom, boom. But a big buy came in and said, no, I'll take 1,000,003. I'll take 1,000,003. And then look at it. Green, 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 green. 2 reds in a row right here, right before 1 o'clock. Just hold your horses, people. Hold your horses. Look at the price. Look where it's headed. Look at the 200-day moving average again today. Look at the 3-month chart, people. Look at that. Look at that 200-day moving average off of that. Folks, there's just no denying it. No matter what they try, even with 7 days, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days in a row attacking it down. It hit that bottom, and then look at it, double bottomed when? Yesterday. And then Off she goes. And this is identical, folks. Very identical to this move right here. Right here. Gradual sideways, bottom, double bottom, and from 477, the dang thing hit 1170, people. So here you are. Look how close they look in similarity. The same long-term here move, gradually up. This was even higher up. See, the grade was more pitched to the top side than this last time run. More pitched to the top side, so they had to hit it again. Double bottom, and then off she goes. I'm showing you the same thing, folks, right there. Double bottom, and off it went to new highs. Now the double bottom, and off we go up to here. And where will that number be? Right here along my top trend line. Right there. $13. And look at it go now. 15,556. Look at it. I'm going to ring the bell again, people. And I want you to know something. I've mentioned this a few times already today. They already shook this tree so daggum stiff and hard with a 14-day rundown from the earnings call, and then that 7-day rundown here last week. They hit it so hard that they shook all the weekends out. No one's scared anymore. No one wants to sell here. That's for dang sure. Waiting on this earnings call coming and what I'm showing them on that chart. When it went from daggum 7 something to freaking 1160. Why don't you think they're going to hold for the same thing this time? And even higher, 12s, 13s. You see what the price is doing here at lunchtime? And lunchtime's almost over, folks. The lunchtime buffet has been closed. You missed it? Sorry. You had your chance. Now we dance. And this is going to be a wild romance with this stock, right? 796 now. 797 now. Yeah, I'm going to keep ringing this bell. D-Boy, Mopar, George. But wait a minute, Mopar, is it actually George? George now? Since we changed the spelling? George, how you doing, my friend, now? Waiting for your sixes. Ah, my goodness gracious. We are having some fun, aren't we? 797. Why won't it go down? Well, the same reason it wouldn't go back. It wouldn't go back down anymore after the July rundown. That's why it won't go back down. Here it is. Got the daggum thing down from frickin', they had the daggum thing all the way here to $9.41. Took them 4 days to run it down to 786. The pattern's identical to ours, people. It's identical. And then from 786, 830, 872, 920, 939, a slight pullback of 15 cents, then 945, 981, 974, 1013. That was the number they had in their sights, and they attacked it there. That's why I sell at 1012. And then they knocked it all the way back to 894 over a 7-day duration. They knocked it back because they knew they were going to take it to a high of 1170. Make sense to you, folks? History repeating itself. So my call is for you, off of that low that they got it to at 786. It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But first they pulled it back here a little bit. All right. I want you to see this. It was 1, 2, 3. On the 4th day, it hit a high, and then they attacked it down to 877. So off of this low that we just saw of 714 up here, off of this low of 714, expect 1, 2, Monday higher, Tuesday higher, and then they try to take it back before the major big run comes to $13 and $14. So that's why I'm saying on Tuesday, be prepared for a Wednesday attack. Sell some off Tuesday afternoon at the high, and then wait for the Wednesday attack, Wednesday morning. They may not do it at all, but if they do, it won't hurt you. It won't hurt you either way. You still made a great deal of money buying in the 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, and selling up in the 8s. We're going to be in the 8s by this afternoon too, folks. It's going to run right on up here. Volume's not going to let up, and people can see what's going on. Hopefully they can see what I'm showing. Oh, the likes. I want to thank you very much for your likes. I want to thank you for your subscriptions. We go over here. And man, I am only 45 away from starting to make some money, folks. And we are so glad for you being here. All of us that help each other. We're all working as a team. So I want to thank you. Up 956. I got another. Whoever you are, thank you. I want to thank you right now. Love the costume, catfish, leprechaun. Yep. I learned something last night. I was doing a broadcast. I only did about a 12-minute video last night to put up for people that don't get to watch me during the day. There's a lot of people out west that don't get to see me in the lives. So I put up a short 12-minute kind of putting a synopsis of the whole picture and the new institutions coming in and what was going on with this historical charts and the charts and stuff, and talking about the new golf thing going on and all these things going on with SoFi. I did that in a 12-minute video. I was putting it up for a premiere so I could watch it with everybody when I premiered it minutes later. And everyone was watching, and I was over in the chat. A few people said something in chat, but people were commenting down below, and I didn't see your comments, and I apologize. Tonight, if I do that, I'm going to be definitely looking for your comments coming in below instead of over in the chat that's supposed to be there, like we have right here, this chat. It's also when I'm doing those premieres. George. That's right. Well, his name is now spelled not with a G, but a 6 at the front, 666. So, George. John, see, that's what I went to Mopar for that one. He was the one that I welcomed George to the show today, and he was saying, "You must be ringing that bell today," and I am. And then someone came in and said, Mopar said, George, six George. That was so funny. And I love it. I'm glad we're all having a good time. See, George, yes, George is right. And there it is, Mopar for life. Right after he came in here, said George. And so there you go. He's got a new name. I don't know if he wants to stick with it or not. But I'm Catfish. He's Catfish George. Look at this thing go, folks. 796. Lunchtime's ending. Has ended. Weird thing is, I'm not really sure why they don't keep just updating. They update my chart screen all the time for me, but if I don't keep clicking on this refresh page, they don't change the time and they don't change the price. So now we're at 797. I'll ring it at 798 in a second, okay? Don't worry, it's coming. 798's coming. Man, oh man, beautiful, folks. Look where we closed yesterday, 765, folks. 798's coming right now. Man, yesterday, SoFi made that nice run. I only broke my guitar out one time in the day to play a couple songs. I didn't even have to help it run up, and I knew I wouldn't. Today, just think what happens if I break out my guitar when we break over 8 this time. Damn, I'm never going to get things done around here. So glad for the weekend to be upon us. It's great, fun week. Yeah, been a great, fun week. And many of us, we could read between the lines, couldn't we? We saw what they were doing and how. We looked at the manipulative efforts and what was going on. We looked at the charts and we saw the angles of the dangles. And we see the next earnings call release coming in 3 weeks. By then, we may already even be to this line. All right, this trend line. Gator's talked to 38 subs away from 138. What? Powell need to adjust his game plan. Huh? Have we got? Whoa! 962. Oh, thank you so much. Gators Rock TMT. Thank you. Thank you, Brewmaster. All of you, man. I am 38 away from cashing in. Dang, and I love you people. I am so grateful for your support. And folks, as I've said to you all, if it wasn't for the SoFi community, I would still be having 330 subscribers right now. I've gained 630 subscribers in 2.5 months. All SoFi loving people. Man, I like that. And as some have said, we're going to have over 1,000 by the end of this month. Well, that's right. By the earnings, we could have easily over 1,000 at this rate. Golly, thank you for letting me know, Gators. Oh my God, I'm going to pin that one. Pin the message, folks. There it is. Gators Rock TM lets me know 38 subs away from 1,000. Golly. Do you have 2 YouTube channels? No. I have a playlist on YouTube that you can go to if you just put in. Let's see if I can show you how to get to that. Just a second. Ah. Okay, here we go. And I honestly don't know. I think all you'd have to do is put in Tyler. Sorry. Tyler. Self. Song. There you go. Click on me right there. Bam. And then click on this. Playlists. And there you'll hear I have over 130 songs. I think something like that. And if you click on this, you can click edit. I do have another account on YouTube under Tyler Self. It was my Cash for Anything pawn site at one time. And I changed it over to my new on YouTube, Tyler Self, Tyzoid 8. Collaborate. No, what is going on here? Anyway, there it is. Yeah, 127 original songs I have on there if you click to my playlist, okay? But yeah, I have another channel on here. What do we got here for notifications? Looks like new subscriber, Josh Davis, 3 hours ago. Thank you, Josh. Yeah, Josh, thank you so much. And we're going to keep climbing this afternoon, people. There's no reason off this cup and handle not to go up. And I told you that yesterday. We rode along for about 45 minutes, and wham, off it went. It's going to do it again today, folks. Going to do it again today because we're already at 16 million shares almost. That's what we had all day long yesterday, folks. 796. How did I know it? Well, look at the historical data. We only had 17 million all day long yesterday. 17 million, folks. We're about to cross it now. Whoa. And we've gone from a low of 714 to 803 in 2 days. I had a pawn shop for 10 years in Williamston, Michigan, and I was doing extremely well. Man, I had a collection of guns. If you look at my old videos on my singing, I'll have 40 guns behind me back there, and I had all kinds of stuff in that pawn shop. One day, I got a notice, something about the taxes, property taxes, and I didn't own the building. I was leasing it from this guy. And he was working with me. He was taking all of my gold and silver that I bought and paying me for my gold and silver that I bought off everyone. He'd come in about once, and then he started coming in every day. But what he did was he finally says, I think I've got to find another job. And I was like, why? And I'm like, what? We're just starting to crank. I mean, I had to find another job. Well, then about a month and a half later, I got this notice for something about the property taxes. I was like, what? And I called him up and said, hey, man, what's going on? They kind of know. Oh, he says, don't worry. I keep the money in the bank as long as I can. I'll pay them when the time's due. Don't worry. Well, about a month later, I came in to work and there was a damn lock on the door. My lock had been removed and a big old lock put on by them and on my barn. next door. They locked it up too and put a lock on it, which I owned I owned that shed myself. But the building I didn't own, and that was what the taxes were being paid on or not being paid on. And man, I had to fight like the dickens to get my stuff out of that pawn shop. I had to take on the county and the state. I went full bore. I had to show them proof that I owned everything in that store and I had nothing to do with this guy named Maurice Paquette. Slime ball. Son of a. Anyway, I had to prove that I was a separate entity and that I had created this business, Cash for Anything Pawn, under my own name, my own LLC, and it was mine, the business. But the building was his and I was leasing it, and I showed him all the receipts for all the payments I made every month on time. That's right, he did, John. Yeah, he did. He got out and then didn't pay and then almost made me lose everything. But I won. It took me about 3 weeks, but I got it. I got to go in and get all of my stuff. And poor my wife, we had just moved into this new house over here on the Lake Victoria. We had just moved 20 miles away into this new house, and I had to shove everything into this house. I also got a warehouse. I have a warehouse around the corner about 3 miles away, 4 miles away, where I have a lot of, man, oh man. And then right after I left the pawn shop, a guy contacted me and said, I saw all your art listings on eBay, man. They're very sharp and very nice. I'd like you to sell my collection. I said, well, where are you? He says, I said, I'm not in Williamston anymore. He goes, where are you? I said, I'm in Lanesburg. He said, oh, well, hell, we're 10 minutes away. So I drove up and saw him, and man, in this guy's house, a very moderate, low-key neighborhood built back in the 60s. You could tell those houses were all built in the 60s. Walk into this guy, he had over $2 million worth of artwork in there, people. Rembrandt. He had the largest Peter Max collection in the world. Peter Max even painted a personal painting of him and his wife because they had bought so much artwork from him over the years. I sold that whole collection to one buyer in California. We ran it all up, all the pictures I sent to him and all the information, all the proof of origin and certificates of authenticity, and wham, sold the whole collection to him. One big, huge pallet, and they were all put on and sent his way. You should have robbed him. Thanks, John. But at any rate, I want to let you know that during that duration in time of that pawn shop ownership was some of the coolest times of my life. I met some of the coolest people. I made some of the most incredible buys and sells that you could even ever, just like Pawn Stars. Sometimes stuff came in and I got liquid gold. I bought a little piggy bank one time made of metal. It's called the Budding Buffalo. Look it up. See what it sold for at the last auction. I can't remember the name of the company, RSI Auctions or something out of New Jersey. The thing sold for, I paid $250 to the buyer who sold me the piggy bank and told him I would take care of him if I made a bunch of money on it because I thought it was worth a lot more. And he said, okay, so he took the deal, took $250. It sold at auction for $26,500. And when they saw me, when I contacted them about the piece and sent them the pictures, they wanted really telescopic pictures of the eyes to see the condition of the paint and the glaze. And then they told me, oh my gosh, what are you talking about? Tomorrow's low. What? Looks like we're building tomorrow's low. Oh yeah, I see. Yep. I'm sorry, John. Mopar. Yep. I agree. That's what we're doing right here. I sent them the pictures and they said, yeah, we want that. We'll give you. They offered me 25,000, but after I got there, it only went to 22. They gave me 22,000 when I got there with it. There was a couple little issues, but anyway, my wife and I left there and we were going to go straight to the bank and put our money in there. Google led us to Nowheresville. We were in a shipyard. There was no Fifth Third Bank. We couldn't get the money in the bank. We were ended up in Washington, D.C., walking around with $22,000 cash in our boots and our pants and our legs and our belts and our waistlines all over the place. because we didn't want to leave it in this nice car that we had rented to go out there. And we didn't want the car to be stolen because Washington happens to be the highest mugging rate in the world, in the capital, in the U.S. Washington, D.C., the most muggings in the U.S., and there we were walking around with all that cash on us, people. And funny thing, later, about a year later, we went to Seattle, and we were at that time we were having a great time going out to see where we got married for our 10th reunion. I came in from the restaurant that night in Seattle before we went out to the island the next day, and we had had dinner. Yanked off my boot, now popped $100 bill. My wife says, "What the heck? Where'd that come from?" She takes the boot, flips it over, and out comes out 500 more that I still had in there from that night walking around in Washington. But you know what's the coolest part about this story, folks, is what happened when I got back to my pawn shop. I called the person who had sold me the piggy bank, and I said, "You might want to come by." He goes, "What? Why?" I said, "Well, I sold the piggy bank." He's like, "Wow, cool. I'll come on by." So he comes by, and I said, "That piggy bank, wow, I have to tell you, man, I'm glad I got it off your hands and I could find a good buyer for it. We did great." I put $500 down on the table for him, and he nearly crapped his pants. This guy, you could tell he needed the money real bad. He was an older gentleman, and he needed it bad. And he said, 500? You're kidding. And I said, "You're dang right, I'm kidding." And then I put 2,000 more down. And that guy started crying. So as I always say to you folks, when you get in a position where you make a big gain, give unto others. I've been saying that for a long time. And you might say, "Well, golly, you sold it for 22,000, but man, you only gave the guy $2,700. I didn't need to do that." Huh. And he would have never known, would he? And so be kind to others when you gain. And thank you very much, John, and thank you, Doug Boy. I appreciate it very much. I'm very grateful. And so when good things happen to you, let good things happen to others, is what I say. I want to tell you another story. Crazy Pawn Shop Day. I had watched this special that came on about six years ago about a group of guys that bombed after we were bombed in Pearl Harbor. This man's name was Doolittle, and he put together a group of pilots here in the U.S. that immediately started training for a bombing mission to bomb Japan, the main island. Japan, everybody thought was untouchable. And they put together the Doolittle Raiders, they're called. Look it up, folks. You'll be amazed. Look it up on YouTube, the Doolittle Raiders. And they flew in off of ships, and they didn't even know if they'd make it off the island. They landed, many of them crashed and went into China. They were picked up by people that are positioned in China after they flew over to Japan. They didn't even know if they'd have enough gas to get to China, and many of them did not. And they crash landed, and his plane, Doolittle, actually crash landed, and they survived, and they were rescued and brought back, and they were heroes. As a matter of fact, he talks about in the interview, they were so surprised in Japan that they were getting bombed that as they came into the shoreline flying over the beaches, everyone was waving to them, thinking that they were the Japanese planes. "Hey in there, hey!" And they dropped their payload right on it. And then what a mission. Well, get this, folks. 2 days later, this kid walks in my pawn shop, about 18 years old, and he's got a sword in his hand with the sheath, the sword, the sheath, everything beautiful. I said, "What do you got there?" He goes, "Well, I got an old sword." I said, "Where'd you get it?" He says, "Well, it's been in our family for a long, long time." I said, really? I said, well, why are you here selling it? Well, my mom said I could sell it. I says, well, I'm looking at that sword. That looks to me like a pretty valuable sword, so I'm going to have to call your mom. But I didn't do that yet. He says, I don't have a problem with that. So I pulled the sword out of the sheath, and my God, it was a Knights Templar sword with the name Doolittle on it. Wow. And so I said, sir, I'm going to give you a young man. I talked to his mother. I called her right then. He gave her a number. I called her up. Your son's in here. He's got a sword, and he also had a knife. He had an old knife as well. And I knew that was worth some money. And I said, man, miss, is it okay for your son? He's in here with it. She said, yeah, he can sell it. I gave him permission. I said, okay. I said, I'm going to give him $500 right now. I think it's worth a lot more. She said, really? Okay, that sounds good. So I gave him $500 and I gave him 200 for the little knife. And then off they went. I started doing my research and I found out I had it, man. This was an authentic. And I posted it on eBay for $27,500. And I got contacted by the guy who runs the Antique Roadshow. He is their weapons specialist, antique weapons specialist. He contacted me. He said, I'm very interested in your sword. And he wrote me a list of things I needed to look for on the sword specifically before he would buy it. And he told me that if they had these markings and this stuff, that he would take it without asking a question. So there were about 5 different things. One of them he knew you could take the end of it down at the end of the handle and you could spin this. It actually screwed out, and then there was inside of it, there was myrrh, or like frankincense, myrrh. You know what I'm talking about? And there was something like that in it. I don't know if it was rosemary, frankincense, or myrrh, but it was in fact in there, as he had said in the little satchel. And everything he asked me for was, he bought it. He bought it right then. I sent him the pictures. He said, I'm taking it. So he took it. And folks, I got to do the same dang thing again, man. I got all that money. I called that guy. I called his mom. I says, where's your son? She goes, oh, he's out. He's over in Perry. I says, oh, get a hold of him, please. Have him give me a call. She goes, okay. She goes, what's going on? I says, well, I sold the sword. I think you're going to be pretty happy. And she says, oh, good. I'll tell him. Well, he calls me at the store about 25 minutes later. He says, hey, what's going on? I heard you sold the sword. I said, yeah. I said, come on in here. He's like, all right. And by the way, I also sold the knife to the same guy for $750. He wanted that too. And it was unbelievable. The guy came in and he was with the 2 same friends he was with the day he sold me the Civil War sword, the Knights Templar sword that belonged to Doolittle Raider. And it wasn't James Doolittle, the Doolittle Raider. It was his son's sword. It was a 33rd member of the Templar, the Knights Templar. I don't know how the hell they got his sword. I have no idea how they did. But I had it and I sold it, and I sold it to the guy there from the Antiques Roadshow. I paid him $500 for it. He bought it for $27,500. I called up the mother, said, sing your son in. He comes in with the same 2 kids. I says, hey, man, congratulations. I sold that sword, and for more than I told you I gave you, I thought it would. He goes, really, how'd it do? I said, check this out. And I put 1,000 down there. That kid nearly crapped his pants. He already had 500 for it. And he got 1,000 more. And he said the same thing, right? Almost exact same word. You're joking, right? He said, you're kidding, right? And I said, yeah, I'm kidding. And then I put down another $2,000. He had 3,500. And he says, you're kidding, right? And I said, no. And then I had the 250 that I'd give him for. I gave him another 250 for the knife. And then I called his mother, by the way. And I said, by the way, I want you to know that your son is going to come home with about $3,000 cash. Or now he has $3,000 cash from the sword. So she would be aware, so he wouldn't go out and blow it. And she would hopefully get a little bit of, he would share it with her. So, I told him, I said, listen, I'm going to call your mom. I'm going to give you all this money, but I'm going to call your mom and let her know. All right. And he says, I understand. And so that's the way it was going in the pawn shop business, man. Thank you very much, Mopar. Thank you very much, John. Thank you, D Boy Avery. And look at us now going back over $8. And folks, as I say to you all, when you get things like that happen to you in your life and you gain, let's say you bought with me a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, when it was 3 months ago in the fours, or when you bought with me in the fives, or bought with me in the sixes, man, you're making major money. You need to be grateful and share that wealth with other people. Do it. Put it in an offering plate at church. Go give it to whoever you can see that can need a tip more at the restaurant tonight. Go in there and lay down a freaking $50 bill for that server and freak them out. Right? Bought 300 more shares. Kevin Para. Dang right, man. All right. Nice. Kevin, do you mind if I ask where you came in? Did you just buy here just before we break back over 8? Could you see the writing on the wall? Because yesterday we sure went right on up all afternoon after 1. Man, it didn't stop. It just kept going up, and I see it again today as a possibility. Look at the Dow now up 322, the NASDAQ up almost 200 and rising. And folks, I told you this yesterday. I told you all last week that it was accumulation. They were saying everyone was scared of the Fed on Monday, and it went down 300 points. They said scared of the Fed on Tuesday, down another 150. Then the Wednesday, they said they're scared of everybody, the bond yields going up. Everyone was so scared because the bond yields were going up. Thursday, same thing. Bond yields continue to put pressure on the market. Total freaking hogwash. Every single bit of those headlines was bull crap. Just a way to scare people out. And now, folks, since they've scared them so bad, they scared them all out. And no one's afraid anymore. No one's selling to them anymore. And that's why they got to buy these shares higher and higher, because they shook them all so hard they shook the tree. Does that make sense to you, folks? Way to go, Kevin. Way to go, my friend. Short's going to lose everything. That's right. Short's going to lose majorly. Look at that, $8 again. At 102, folks, they're already coming. Ooh, hold on to your shares, people, and buy more here. Let's put the pressure on them. Let's put the major pressure on these bastards. Turds, as Hurricane Lopez would call them. Malwarebytes says that my device is only protected for 5 more days. I want to tell you a little something else about any of these antivirus things. They all tell you, and I know this from experience because when I had a pawn shop, like I said, I bought an antivirus, brand new, the top of the line, downloaded it, got the newest thing. 2 days later, my friend, my quote unquote partner, if you would, the guy I was working with that screwed me over, he gets on a site on his email and it says he's going in his junk mail and he's opening junk mail file. Why would you do that? And he got a daggum virus on our company computer. But I had just gotten the antivirus 3 days before. I called him up. I says, how in the world can this be possible? I just paid you 200. I don't remember what it was. It was a lot of money to get the new antivirus, the latest, greatest, blocks all, everything else. They said, well, these virus manufacturers, they come up with something new every dang day. Hey, like that. We can't do anything about it. We don't make any guarantees. The ones that are out there now, the ones we're defeating, not the ones they make tomorrow. You see how that works? Golly, cha-ching. No guarantees, because viruses are being created every single day, new ones. So does it really do you any good? You're just going to upgrade your virus protection every single daggum day? You're not going to afford to do that. But that's what they would tell you, is that, that was yesterday. Today is, yes, that's right, cha-ching. They just alter the code. That's exactly right. They alter the code, these virus makers. So another valuable lesson for you. Hopefully you'll, again, appreciate these little tiny things I say and share, and some of you already know about. as a fact and back me up and support me. So thank you again for it. Folks, we're about to go over yesterday's volume right now. We still have 3 hours left of day trading here, and we're at $8. They're trying to hold us under 8, people. You know, yesterday I told you they were going to try and hold us at 755, didn't I? And they did for a brief moment. Then that went away, and I said they'll try and hold us at 766. And look when it closed, 765. So just letting you know that. Let's go over here to the chart and take a look at it. I want to thank you all for liking this, being here and liking. Don't forget to like, because if you like, more and more people get guided to me. It's just the way the algorithms work. Dang, look at this chart. Let's go up here to the 5-day. Dang. Folks, we're off the chart. Look at that. Look at the friggin' 45-day moving average on this 5-day chart. It is a major whale swimming to the surface, gobbling fish all the way up. Am I right? Look at that chart, people. Trust me, I'm not the only one that can see this right here. Trust me, trust me, trust me. And we're on 5-minute increments, so over the last 5 minutes, they've come at us. They got a big red candlestick there. 266,000 shares over 5 minutes. But look at the mouth of the big golden, what do you call this? The blue and yellow fish. That would be a sunfish. A bluegill. Right? That's a beautiful bluegill with a big old fat mouth on it, folks. It's a bluegill whale. Wow, look at this thing. No wonder. Folks, we're not the only one that can see that chart right there. Golly, look at that. It looks like a hell of a lot of green along here. Some runs 5 days in a row, red, 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 and then back to the green zone, people. We're back in the green zone. And we're not going to stop. Look at this time it's showing here on here, 1:02, folks. That's not what time it is. What the hell? Man. Had 220 views today, people. 220. I want to show you what my screen looks like that I took a screen capture of that's going to be on the next screen, right? All right, just give me a second. I'm going to pull this off here. You're going to see. Look at that. This is what's going to be tonight on my screen. Is this what's going to draw your attention from now on my short broadcast when I do 10-minute, 15-minute recaps of the day's event? That's what we're going to have for folks to look at next time right there and draw them in. I've gotten better at making this and getting this better and better, folks. So thanks for being with me all along during this development stages where I get smarter and smarter, better and better, and just keep passing along all this to the more people I get to tune into us, the more people are going to buy into the stock is what I think. All right? So this is how you do it. You put something like that. Man, it's explosive. Look at that. Kaboom. Wow. Boom, 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 boom. All right, folks. So I just wanted to show you that. Here we go. Back to display capture now. I hope you liked it. That looked nice. Yeah, John. That's exactly what they do. Oh my gosh. And folks, here's what I've been showing people for many, many days now. The longer they make an attempt to hold a price and create a wall at $7.99, they just all get bought up like yesterday. When you don't see the price doing anything but going up and then sit there flat, for a long time sideways. That's the same thing they did yesterday. I pointed this all out to you yesterday, the exact same formation of this chart. It looks just like yesterday's. It looks just like yesterday's. Look at the 5-day, right? Look at Thursday. See right here at 11:45, right? Now, we've got somebody here that thinks we're going to say the same thing where we hit this high of 769 and then taper off to the close to 765. I don't think that's going to happen today. My gut feeling is that now that since they've run out of their shorting shares to short with. And by the way, one other thing I want to point out to you yesterday. Folks, I told you this yesterday, that they might be holding back a few shares for the very last minute of the day yesterday to try to splash the close. Didn't I say that to you? Look what happened yesterday. At the close, folks, I want you to see this. Hold on. We'll get back here. Just give me a second here. Give me a second. I got to change this from intervals 5 to 1. All right, here we go, folks. Stick with me here. This is still this morning. Look at yesterday in the last minute. This wasn't this morning. This was yesterday in the last minute. Folks, they dumped $1.7 million worth in the last minute at 3:59. Do you see that? And I said they would do it. I said we'll probably see them drop $1 million, $1.5 million worth in the last minute. That's right. You're right, Mopar. It all got bought up. It was an absolute waste for them to do that. They wasted it all. But they were trying to get that 766 close, and the only way they could be sure of it was to dump $1.8 million worth of the stock at 359, and I called that yesterday. I told you they'd do it. Try to splash the close. And I'm guessing they just used every single dang share they had left to do that right then. How do you like that? And then this morning, the reason I opened at 9:30 and came on the screen this morning, 9:30, look where it was. They came out of heavy, 882. Folks, that's $5 million right there in the first minute of the open today. You see that? To get to the low of 850 where they gobbled up more. So you see that? Yesterday afternoon, I called it. I told you they'd probably have $1.5 million worth of BAM. They sure as heck did it right at the last minute. Just what I called. Cha-ching. And I also told you they'd come after it this morning very quickly and right out of the gate because it wasn't going to stop. It was going to keep going up. And wow. Dang. Man. Totally right again, Mopar. Kevin Parr is calling for 850 next week. Well, let's just go back here and look at the history to see if what we're looking at, all right? Because I'm going to go back here to the last time they slammed us and they ran this dang thing down on July the 6th to 786. This was 3 weeks before, and it's exactly the same as where we're going to go now to 1170. See, July 31st was 1170 for the high. 3 weeks before, on July the 6th, 786. Well, look how much it had gone up in just 5 days, right? From 786. It had gone all the way up to 939, folks. All right? That's a 46-cent gain. We've seen that much today in one day. 771 to 803. We're close to that much in one dang day, people. Cha-ching. Ringing the bell again. And by the way, I showed everyone last week at the end on Friday, it was a great 5-day run for us. Every day we went higher, 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 higher. And this week's been the exact same. 5 days been fantastic for us. So now you got 10 days of this thing going higher, 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 higher. But last week, they'd run it up high and then trickle it down all day, then open it higher, then trickle it down all day, open it higher, trickle it down all day, open it higher. We saw that. Now it's the opposite. Trickle it, run it at the open and then all day up. Run it at the open all day up. Down at the open all day up. So it's a totally different trend now, folks. And I think I told you all yesterday the Dow would be up 300 or 400. Look at it. All manipulation, people. All manipulation efforts. It's absolutely fantastic. Wow. And by the way, I want to thank you all who have been subscribing on my channel. And you can see now 963, folks. I am now 37 away from 1,000. Please tell a friend to come over and subscribe and help me out. And some people have even got more than one email address. So they've been subscribing, I think, more than once. And I got a hint of that yesterday. Somebody told me he had 29 email addresses. He can almost push me over the top right now. So I want to thank you all, folks. I'm so happy to be here with you as we look at this 130. This is a coordinated attack. Watch the volume they use. Let's go see how they try and do it, folks. Come on. Let's go see what kind of power they got. Golly, look at that size of that green candlestick that came in right there at 128. Somebody bought $1.8 million worth. Monday, a federal holiday. Well, thank you for letting me know that, Mopar. I didn't know it. What federal holiday? On Monday. The market's going to be closed Monday. Columbus Day. Ho-ho! Let's celebrate and close everything in celebration of the day. A guy got off a boat and found a bunch of people here and thought he was in India and called them Indians. And then from then on, let's celebrate the fact that all we did was run them out of this country and shove them into little places to live, just like the typical European fashion. God dang, let's just close everything down and let's celebrate the day the Indians started getting decimated and destroyed, their whole lifestyles. God, sick. It's like Martin Luther King Day. God dang it, man. Do we have a freaking John F. Kennedy Day, everybody? Huh? Do we have a John F. Kennedy Day for the day he was assassinated and closed all the markets and all the businesses? God dang it. Yeah, I'm with you, John. Sons of Columbus Day. The Indians' worst day in history. They ought to be closing all those places in memory and honor of all those proud Indians that were dying after that day that he got off that freaking boat. First, they used them or they would have never even survived the first freaking winter and got corn and turkey and all that. Thanksgiving Day, right, everybody? Boy, we sure thanked them and gave it to them, didn't we? All those Indians. We thanked them good and then we gave it to them good. God, I just broke my pen. I'm so mad. Dang, it pisses me off. Columbus Day. Huh. Sometimes I get a little nerves touched and I go off, don't I? Oh my God. The things we decide to make holidays out of and close everything for. Columbus Day. Discovered America. Nobody even knew it was here. The Indians that were here, living here, they didn't know a damn thing. Who's Columbus? Columbus went over to a person in Spain that was running thing, Queen Isabella, and asked, hey, man, we got this. I think there's another country over here we could find. And she said, really? And he goes, yeah, I think we could take a couple of ships over there. We might find another whole new country, another route to get to India, where the trade route, a different trade route to get to India is what he was really looking for, folks. He didn't know a dang thing about America. He stumbled on it. And he thought he was at India when he got there, and he called them all Indians. That's why the Native American Indians are called Indians, because he mistook them for Indians. He thought he was in India. He thought he found the new trade route to India. So when he went to the Queen, I want you to know that she actually took all of her crown jewels and pawned them for the money to finance the trip to the United States. There wasn't the United States, obviously, at the time. But to find the new trade route to India, she pawned her crown jewels. This is an absolute fact. So just think, without pawn shops having been in existence at the time, how long might it have been before the poor American Indians were killed off and shoved into little camps and told how to live, and then said, but we'll let you make some money back off of the people by putting in a bunch of reservations and taking the money back. You get some return, right? We'll pay you monetarily. We're sorry for the loss of children and women and families and destruction of all of your lands and all the deaths of all of the scouts and squaws and scalpings and everything that went on, all of that. We're sorry about all that. Here, put up some casinos and get them all back. We're good. Markets are open on Columbus Day. Hey there, Amarjeet. I am very happy to hear that. Oh, cool. And that's great news, D-boy. Thanks. Amarit, I don't know, but that's an interesting name. I want to welcome you here. I want to thank you for being here. And look at all these comments coming in. Yep, Mohar. Yep. Markets open Monday. Don't worry. Welcome to the Catfish Clan. We're called Catfish. I'm called Catfish Tyler because I come on each day when the market hits the bottom, when the prices are at the lowest price you can get in. And I knew this morning, if you look at, I've been up today now for hours because I came on this morning right at the open and I said, everybody, it's 9:30. I'm ringing the bell. Get in right now because this is going to be the lowest you can. We're being manipulated down on this great news about the jobs market. See, the job market was good news. The good news came out. U.S. economy adds 336,000 jobs, blowing past expectations. And we got attacked out of the gate on that news. Look at everything was red this morning. Look at them. I'm showing you the picture because I haven't refreshed this page yet. They had it all red. They ran it all down in the red before it turned around. See those red ones up there? That's what they did this morning on the news because the shorts got caught by surprise. They got caught with their pants down. The shorts saw that and went, dang, we got to run this thing down. And they did, and they got out on those low prices, and now off she goes. Makes perfect sense, doesn't it? And look at this SOFI run now. Told you they were going to try and take us out. Cheers, Tyler. Sold more PDD. Spartacus, way to go. All right, Spartacus, I'm with you. I thought you stepped away. I am back. Sold some at 8. Very good. Another buy order, 750. You're not going to get it, man. You better buy here at 796 right now. You're not going to get it. It's going back over 8 right now, my friend. You're not going to get it, man. This is going to do the same thing it did yesterday from 130 on. It went up and up and up all the way yesterday from 130 on. Don't mess up. Don't mess up and mess around here. Play around. You're not going to get 750, Spartacus. I told you you'd never get 7. I said you'd be selling in the 8s before you got 7, and I was right. You sold on the 8s, and you're not going to get 7 again. And you're going to be getting 9s before you sell at 8s again. All right? That's my call. So, but you can wait. You can sit around there. You've been a very good waiter for a long time waiting on $7, I know, Spartacus. But right there, it was at 761 this morning. And you didn't believe and you didn't buy, and now look at it. And it's going to go back over 8 here in a minute. And Marty, if you don't mind me asking, where are you from, if you don't mind? Because I have welcomed people from all over the world, all parts of the world. Many of them have names like yours that live here in the United States now, and they just follow the heritage of the family. But many people are here from places like Portugal and South America, and we have people from all over the world that come here to my site. So, and I'm open to everyone from every walk of life, and I never have any animosity, hatred. I'm not programmed by my government to hate the Russians, to hate the Germans, to hate anybody's, because every time I've gone to any of these countries, all those people love me there and treat me like royalty. So I don't play along with the government trying to make you think you should be hating the Russians right now. They're like some sort of a threat, or the Chinese military threat. They're not. You know, folks, if you look at the military budgets of around the world, it would absolutely blow your freaking mind. If you've never done this before, follow along. And John Roberts, that's right, love everyone. I'll look at PDD in a minute, but Amarit, please let me know if you feel like that. You don't have to say where you're from. I don't need to know. I mean, I'm just wondering. Folks, look at the date of this article I just found, October 5th. Yesterday it was posted. Take a look down here. This Stratus Wealth Partners, they just increased by 8.2% on SoFi. They're buying into SoFi Technology. See up here? Look down here. This company here, they just raised their percentage, this one, Advisors Preferred LLC, by 330%. This one here just raised by 197%, folks. This article was released yesterday. Are you seeing this? This one just increased by 37.13. This is not where you're selling, people. All right? That's why my headlines today is saying institutions are piling in, people. They're accumulating. And I prove it right here. See that? God dang, man. These people aren't idiots. You think this place right here is going to buy $25,000 and go up 330% because they think this price is dropping? Any idea? Sheen Galileo gets a big bang on board. Oh, I see it. Any idea when Galileo gets a big bang on board? No, they're already, Emerita, they're negotiating with big companies already. They're at the table. They're at the bargaining table. They're doing the negotiations. Each one of these signatures of these deals with these people will be broken and will gain more. The companies that they're working with, that they're aligning with, are, well, you just saw them get a great deal here with Tiger Woods. SoFi just signed a mega deal with TGL. That's the new golfing that's coming out. It's digital format, indoor arena, and SoFi's name is on it. The first sponsor that they went after to help them achieve their goals. And Tiger Woods and Rory McIlroy have started a new golf league. They're going to take the 3 top competitors, teams of 5. There'll be 5 teams, 3 competitors on each set, playing digital. People that are watching will be able to interact, listen to the dialogue between the players, be able to, this is the new phase of golf. They're launching it right now. TGL, it's in Palm Beach. They've already broke ground a year ago, and the building's almost completed already. SoFi's name's going on that, baby. SoFi. And they got the exclusive TV contract with ESPN, folks. to start on January the 9th, their first TGL event. Can you imagine? There'll be millions and millions of people watching that, people. I absolutely guarantee you, because there's other people behind this. Who else is invested in it? LeBron James, Justin Bieber, uh, what's her name? The tennis player, the sisters. You know, golly, I can't remember her name. They're all in this, folks. This thing is going to be outrageous how much more headlines we're going to get, how much more in the limelight SoFi will become. SoFi, they're disruptive people. They're disruptive. This is a disruptive company. They're shaking and breaking new ground, man. Man, these other banks are probably got, when they heard that news about them coming in on that with TGL and all the publicity and headlines and advertisements and games, you know, they're going to be on every single commercial probably that comes on during that golf thing. SoFi. Wow. And there was an interview I heard with Anthony Noto. He said every single time we've invested in, including the stadium, where the SoFi Stadium is, where Taylor Swift just sold out 7 days in a row, and there's probably SoFi booths all over the place signing people up for more accounts and showing them how easy they can do it on their phone. Here's our bank right here. There it is. Look at the size of it. Just come right on and open the door, walk right in, right? And that's what they're doing. Folks, I want to show you, if you didn't know this, please make sure you hit the like button, and please make sure you subscribe and help me get one closer. Look at how many subscribers I've got now, 963. Folks, that right there, that number is changing every day by 5 and 10, because a lot of SoFi people are coming out into this crowd, and they're learning a lot from being here, from others that are sharing this information. Okay? Wow, 963, man. I only need 37 to get to 10, to get to 1,000. And man, 5 years from now, there'll be 5,000 people, I hope. I don't know for sure, but I wouldn't put it beyond, because right now I'm averaging about 30 per month coming aboard. And they're all SoFi people. They also like the little helpful tips that I give, called Tyler's Tip of the Day. And many people, one of them on how to load a tractor onto a truck, got over 160,000 views. And people appreciate that kind of thing. I show people drive your truck down into a ditch, and it gets level with the tailgate with the other side of the ditch, and you just drive stuff right on. Boom. That's another one that's gotten a huge number of hits. I show people never unbutton a button t-shirt, a button shirt. Never unbutton it. Take it out of the package, keep it all buttoned except for the top one and the sleeves. Pull it over your head. When you're done wearing it and you want to wash it, pull it off over your head. Don't unbutton and button shirts. That takes way too much time on your lifetime, people. Venus and Serena, thank you, Mopar. Serena Williams is in on it too, with LeBron James and Justin Bieber. You think those people have a following? You think they're not going to be spreading the word about this, having invested their money into this? They're going to share it with everyone they know, and this thing is going to be huge. Just another reason to be buying SoFi below 8. And why people are. A lot of them. You know, you're right, John. I see what you wrote up there. Love everyone. Isn't it a sad thing that our daggum leadership doesn't feel the same way? You can sit up there and watch JB up there. His letters should be reversed. It should be BJ. BJJB up there. He's preaching hatred, man. He preaches hatred and division of people. He wants everyone to hate the mega people. They're the biggest threat to the country today, this white supremacist mega crowd. This guy doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. He's the biggest threat to this country today. Hey, did you guys just hear the news? He's decided to stop his little reign of letting everybody pour in. I guess they've already told him here at the round table up there in the Washington that, hey, we've got enough now illegals in that we're going to change 5% of the vote this year. That should be enough. Let's close it now. Build the wall. He says, okay. So yesterday he announces We're going to start building the wall again, everybody. That's what he said. Right here before we start to swing into election time where they're trying to imprison. By the way, it's only all this stuff for Donald Trump is all, none of it is felonious. It's civil court. So, but anyway, they're still going to try and lock him up and disrupt the whole election. But how do you like that, folks? He's going to build the wall. He's going to add another 25 miles where all the Mexicans are coming across now. Why? Well, because they, like I said, did they tell him, all right, we got enough in now? Completely turned his eyes to it, never even went down there. And now he's going to start building the wall some more. Did you hear that? Do you guys know that? That's true. Announced yesterday. I guess he's got enough in here now. Got enough of those thieving, job stealing. And listen, again, I don't have anything against, but you got to understand, people, most of what I saw coming across the border were not South Americans even. When I first started this story break a year and a half ago, or two, about what was coming on at the border, I watched some of those people coming off and coming across the line, and they were Haitians. I knew it for a fact. I looked at them. I'd lived in Haiti for 2.5 years. These were all Haitians. Now, I love Haitians, but they're not South Americans, and they're not Mexicans, and they're not coming from an impoverished, well, it is, Haiti's a horrible place, but man, I saw like a 60, 70 of those black folks coming across, and again, color has nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it. You've heard me about some of my poems about breaking down race barriers, and if we just all consider ourselves what we are, we're all the same. We're all the same. Take away our color, we're all the same. Human beings with caring hearts and families and children and dreams and aspirations. So anyway, building the wall again now. I guess you thought it was a good idea after all. That guy flip-flops like you wouldn't believe, man. Anything, they tell him, say anything that you think will help you with the next election, because he's going to need a lot of help, folks. He's going to need a lot of tubs under tables, behind curtains. Thank you, Kyler. Yep, it's the third attempt. Thank you for being here. I do appreciate it, Kyler. And everybody who's here with me today. Man, we got a big crowd here, and it keeps growing every single day. More and more people coming over. Listen to what I'm showing them, telling them. And I already told you when we got to 803, that's when people pulled back to 791, maybe 792, and that's exactly what they did. Yep, Gators Rock TM building a wall. Yep, that's right. We're building the wall here, man. Building the wall. That's right. Building a wall is racist. That's right. You're right. Exactly, Gators Rock. Building a wall would be discriminatory to those poor, impoverished people from all over the world. There were people coming in when I watched the special on the Discovery Channel about this. They were coming over here from the Middle East. They were from Turkey. They were from Kazakhstan. They were coming up that trail because they'd been taken in on boats down to South America and then brought up that trail. They all have been fed in and weaseled up that trail. And it's a trail of tears and sorrow and tribulations and rapes and people being taken advantage of and money. And it costs them so much that they're paying to these guys that sometimes they don't have any food, folks. They don't carry enough supplies with them. A lot of them starve right in the process. But I watched that show, and man, it touched me in my heart because those people still had a belief that once they got to America, things would change. Well, they've changed all right since BJ got in office. All for the worse. Folks, I want you to be aware of something. I'm going to show you this Dow, and I'm going to point out what Donald Trump said about the Dow. And look where we are. See that? This was 2021. 2021. The election came, and he said, if I lose this election, the stock market's going to crash. Look what happened. Right? What do you know? There you go. All the way up until September the 1st, 2022. And all this was under BJ's guidance. I just say it like it is, folks. I don't care. JB, I mean. I didn't mean BJ. I'm sorry. Don't try to read it into that. I'm not trying to insinuate anything condescending against the guy who doesn't know he's running the United States. He thinks his wife is. I've heard him say that she was running it twice, and I heard him say Kamala was the president a few times too. He's not really sure. He's not really sure sometimes. Most times he's not even sure where he is. He doesn't even know where he is. He doesn't know what state he's in. How many times have you heard him say, well, thank you for being here. I really love the state of Ohio, and he's freaking in Iowa, or something. He doesn't know where the hell he is. Tries to show his strength and stamina. He's going to run up those stairs and show everybody how strong he was when he went to the airport that day. Golly. Then he's riding a bike he doesn't realize he shouldn't even be on. If he's going to be riding a bike, they better put those things around him like they do when kids go into the pool, right? Just pound them around him all around his waist and everything. So then ride around like the friggin' Michelin Man. Oh boy, somebody said, be careful, Tyler. There's some Democrats on here. No, I don't think so. I don't think they'd be on my channel unless they just want to hear me talk about their leader in a very poor way, because I don't have to talk about him. He's just a poor leader. He's always been that. He makes all these claims of all these jobs he's been in, and he drove a truck, and he lived as a Mexican once, and he lived as a doggone Oriental one time. He was living as an Oriental. He was living as a Mexican once. He's lived with all these people of all these walks of life. He's been one of them. What a hamster. That guy is. Piece of work, man. He's a piece of work. Well, I'm here to show you folks what's going on today. SOFI's reached the bottom at 207. I'm going to ring the bell now and say all we do is go up from here. That's what I'm going to say. Some of you already saw me buy it this morning at 788. There's no reason for me to get any more here. I bought it 787, 788, 789, 791. And I was buying at 748 and 714 2 days ago. Damn. 80-cent gain. Nice. And this day's far from over, folks. We've already gone past yesterday's volume level, and we're still rising in price. How are they going to stop this if they couldn't stop it yesterday from going up? Whoa, look at RBT, and I told you about this in the $1.70s yesterday. Buy it, buy it, buy it. I told you this company, they won't let this thing stay beat down. There's too many insiders and too many institutions that own it. This is a great stock to buy every time they drop it below $2. And a friggin' 14% gain today, folks. I called that. You know that. Heirloom Cedar, TR3 at dollar on. I'm trying to make that out, Heirloom. I'm sorry, but welcome here. I thank you. I haven't seen you earlier, I don't think. Daryl, Yahoo, Yahweh. I don't remember that person ever being here. And so we're going to give a big greeting. Everybody, welcome. Daryl, Yahoo. Everybody show some love. All right. Welcome. I don't remember you here being here before, but a lot of people are here with us this afternoon because they're watching these stocks that I called run like the wind. I told you this RBT, you should get into it. When it was in the 170s yesterday, I pulled it out and I said, folks, look at RBT, man. I'm telling you, this company won't stay here. Get it. 17% gain now. They're probably going to halt it. Wow. Nice, huh? Dang. That's right, man. I'm with you, my man. You're exactly right. BJ, hold on with me. I got to make some money here in another form. Jeepers creepers. I believe they have halted RBT. Why? Let's see what's going on. Announces the launch of Trash or Treasure yesterday. Don't know what that is, but apparently the market liked it. Started looking into it. Just give me a second here, please. I like to let my catfishes know they're actually part of what's called the round table. When something takes off, I text them and I'll let them know. I'll let them know. I think this thing is just going to keep going up, folks. I don't know what's going on with it, but I'm going to watch. It looks like it has been halted. RBT, people. RBT. So now I'm going to start loading my orders. So I'm going to put in some here at 229. All right, there we go. I'm going to put in two at 249, 248. Put in 50 at 248. So, folks, right now you might get to see a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Load these orders in very, very high because you don't know how high it will go when it breaks out of the. I'm pretty sure when I said 6, that was if the SPY closed below 420, and it never did. All right, you did say that. It was at like 420.07 though. It was right there, man. So now I'm putting in sell orders in right now on this stock. And now I'm going to put it one at 265. Now I'm going to put one in at 287. I'm making some good money if we get to these, believe me. Now I'm going to put in 5 at 298. 55. Actually, I'll go 287. All right. Then we're going to do 298. See how I do it? Now we're going to go 312. I'm gapping a little more in between here because I expect this to make bigger gaps up. Look at this. See, they won't even let me put in an order at 312. Oh, well, your order is significantly higher or lower than the last traded. I don't give a dang. If you order and place it, I don't care. It says error committing trade. See, it's not even going to let me put in the trade. It didn't have any problem with me putting in major trades way higher than we were on this one. SoFi. What's the problem here now, folks? That's okay. When it breaks off of this, it'll go higher, and then they'll let me get up there. But those orders are in place. I'm going to make a good little cha-ching when they fill here, if they do. And it looks like they will. Just like SoFi, people. SoFi. Cha-ching, another 4% gain. Now we rise 796, and it's not going to stop this afternoon. We're going to close near the high of the day, if not on the high or higher. We were at 803 is nothing to stop us here with an hour and 45 minutes left and the volume already at 18.4. 796, going to ring it every time it goes up, people, every time. Daryl Yahoo says, blessed to be here to enjoy this amazing with you all. I've been following your lead for 3 weeks now. Ha ha ha. Thank you. So you've been selling at the highs, huh, with me? Good. I've been telling you to put in your sell order sometimes yesterday. I said yesterday I hit the high. I said 765, get out, and that's what it closed at. And then if you bought back in this morning, you would have gotten in at 750 when I came on at 9:30 because I knew for a fact this news was too good for the market to go down, and they sure came after it. And I told everybody since 9:30 this morning, don't fall for these shenanigans. Don't fall for this rundown of the market down 200 points. It's all a lie. They want out of those shorted positions because they got caught with their pants down. A major bear trap on this news of jobs today, folks. Major bear trap. U.S. economy adds 336,000 jobs in September, blowing past expectations. Jeepers. Huh. And by the way, folks, does anybody remember me telling you about 4 days ago when I said, folks, they're trying to fake us out and thinking this economy's doing bad. Have you tried to go out and eat dinner anywhere lately at a restaurant, dine in a restaurant? These parking lots of some of these places are absolutely packed. And there's waiting times. You got to wait 30 minutes, 45. Go to a Red Lobster on a Friday night. See how long you got to sit there waiting to get the shrimp special. Shrimp Fest. Crab Fest. Folks, I'm telling you, man. Okay, I wouldn't be surprised to see SoFi get involved with tennis somewhere down the road. Why wouldn't they? They got Serena in their pocket already. She's going along with them. She could draw them in there. I agree. SoFi, and Anthony Noto has already said that SoFi Stadium was one of the best investments they ever made. That thing has gotten them great visibility, and it has been very, very profitable. So I believe him. And so this is why he's going to follow the course and go TGL now. But it seems that they don't want many jobs, which harms the fight against inflation and will cause interest rates to rise further. Man, that Sparty boy, he sure likes to come in and turn on the sprinklers right when the fire's on. He wants to come in here and he wants to kick those sprinklers on overhead. But the thing is, you got a fire that's also being fed by not just jet fuel here, but that other stuff that they really melt steel and iron at 2,800 degrees. All right? Calm. Yeah, well, guess what? The market doesn't want calm. Yahoo doesn't want calm. Well, Yahoo wants chaos. Yahoo wants to perpetuate the same thing that JB does. Fear, intimidation, and division, scare tactics. We've been seeing this out of this administration for the longest time, trying to give all our money away while we need it here. There's people starving on the streets. We got drug pandemic going on. We got freaking all the drugs coming across. I guess it finally got sunk in. Maybe one of BJ's relatives died from doing some of this stuff. Fentanyl. Maybe that's what it took to start the wall over again. Nothing affects anybody like a real identifying with the problem. See, he keeps telling all these people everywhere he goes that I can identify with you. I've been in your shoes. I was a truck driver. I was the this. I did that. So many times he's lied and been proven lied. I graduated top of my class. I'll take you on right here now. Lying piece of shit. And the thing that I love about it the most is that the media just loves this moronic dipshit. I'm sorry, people. I don't need to be that way. I'm sorry. God doesn't want me to feel that way. I'm sorry. I am not to judge. Let he who is without sin cast the first stone, right, people? I can be angry, though, and I reserve the right to do that because I don't believe that he cares a freaking bit about the doggone people of this country that want to go to church and care about religion and faith and spiritual stuff. He was going to allow everybody who wanted to jump out on the streets over there, and so would the mayors of all those places in Oregon and Seattle, jump out there with the crowd and doing a peaceful protest while they burned down buildings, looted everything, destroyed police cars, killed police, and there was old Biden saying, well, they're justified, see, because that one black guy, he got killed. I mean, he had a record 70 miles long, and he didn't resist everybody, and they choked him to death, but that gives everybody the right to do billions of dollars worth of damage. Go ahead and got it. You can do that, folks, but don't go to church. Dadgummit. We're closing all the churches. Anywhere where anybody can gather and social together and have spirit and faith and hopefully a prayer to the Lord to help us out of this debacle. And they're going to close our churches. Golly. Man, oh man. Whew. Poking a hornet's nest, man, with me here. I'll come out and I'll be swinging. Guy's going to start building the wall again now. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Sedna was asked during the last campaigns, aren't you a little worried about Donald Trump's selling out all these venues with massive crowds, and you got this little train going through town and got 40 people out here in cars blowing the horn? No, I will see what happens election day, he says. No worries. Be happy. Because BJ had a plan. And he screwed up, and he said, yeah, we've created the biggest election fraud that has ever happened. He said it on the podium, folks. Yeah, we've got the biggest election fraud. It's going to be amazing. Then somebody says, I think this election was fraudulent. Hey, lock that guy up. That's treasonous. Lock that Donald Trump up. You can't tell people that their election was stolen, even though they halted it at 10:30 at night this time. I don't know why. I've always watched the previous elections when Donald Trump kicked Hillary's ass. That thing went till 2 in the morning. They didn't shut anything down, did they? They didn't go, oh, it's getting kind of late. Well, why don't we go settle in and get ourselves a good night's sleep, and then we'll find out who won in the morning, right? What a joke. Man, if we don't change this and we don't get this back the same day, picking the winner of the presidency, we're going to get screwed every time, people. Oh, Jesus, look at the time. It's almost 11:15. We'll wait till tomorrow. Let's just go see what happens overnight. We don't need to stay up like we did last time till 2 in the morning to see the results come in. You guys go to bed. Nothing to see here. We'll see you in the morning. Sleep good. I know it says Donald Trump's up by 40% in Maryland right now, but sleep good. We got something coming your way in the morning, people. We got a different story. We got a path to victory. There's always a path to victory for these people in their pathway to victory. I heard that all during Hillary. They were saying, people coming out of the exit polls in Florida say everybody's voting for Hillary. Every single person. There's just a fraction of people voting for Trump in Florida. Oh my God, Ohio's the same thing. Look at that. Hillary, up and up and up. Hillary up here, up. They screwed themselves because everybody else said, God dang, we can't have that bitch taking over this country. And now out west, they started flocking out to the polls and saying, Donald, 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 Donald. They shot themselves in the foot. See, they gave Hillary the lead early and were fake, putting their stories out, and then everybody said, no way, we got to get out there and vote right now. So they were swamped out west. And then he just landslided and killed her. Not literally, of course, but you know what I mean. What was she doing 2 days there? Oh, but everybody knows he stole the election. Everybody knows that the Russians were involved and it was all fake. And he stole the election. Everybody knows he's an illegitimate president. She got away with it day after day, talk show after talk show host. And look what Donald Trump does. Points out the same point, and they want to arrest the guy. They want to shut him down. They want to call him a, what do they call him? Conspiracy theorist, inciting a riot. I want to tell you something. My cousin were there on the day of that speech that he did and said, now we're going to walk peacefully down and we're going to show them what we believe, and hopefully they'll change their minds and do the right thing. And he walked them all down there. My cousin was there. She had gone all the way from Houston, Texas to go up and check it out. And she said when they were all there, the crowd was perfect. everyone obeying perfectly. All of a sudden, these two big white vehicles pulled up, and out jumps these hoodlums. Rah-rahs, rah, let's go get them, rah. They go up, and the door was right there. They could have walked through, which was open, and the police were saying, come on in, but they went to a window and started breaking it out and climbing through the window, and they got cameras there. My cousin said the doors were wide open. There were no police stopping people from entering. In fact, they were waving them in. Come on in. My cousin didn't fall for it. She didn't go in because she sensed what was going on with these hoodlum rah-rahs that jumped out in the two trucks, and they had that guy that was promoting them, the same guy that was the day before promoting everybody to go raid the Capitol building. We're going to march on the Capitol. We're going inside there, and everybody said, "You're a Fed. You're a Fed. 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 Fed." They started saying that. You think we're going to go back to the 8s this week? Dude, we're in the 8s already. Have you already missed that? We were at 803 this morning, John. We're going to go higher than that right now. From now to the close, we're going to go on up. You can already see the trend is up. It's toggling to 792, 793, 794, 795. Now we're toggling 796, 797. There it is, 797 again. And we're going to toggle 797 to 8, 798 to 9, 799, and then over 8 again. And we're going to go. And yeah, John, it's this day. Yeah, I understand. Yes, this day, we're going to go back over 8. Yeah. And if I'm wrong, I don't care. I'm up 4% today. I'm making a killing, and you are too, John. You are. Kay, you're making a killing. Spartacus is doing well. Brew Tank is doing well. Everyone is doing well today, and it's all because, why? Well, because this market has been nothing more than manipulated, just like the stock has over and over and over, and I've called it out over and over. Look at the Dow down on 300 yesterday on all these fears, right? So many fears, so many fear. And I told you this last night too. I said, folks, when it was at 4 and we were leaving, and I said it was like 10 after 4, and I said, look, they got it down a penny. That's so typical of them. Well, then it closes the same. And then what happened? I told everybody that I thought we were going to see an amazing day on Friday, and that don't be surprised to see the Dow futures up this morning. When you get up tomorrow morning, I said this last night. Tomorrow morning, I think the Dow futures are going to be up 70, 80, 100, 120. Sure enough, I got up this morning, I looked down, Dow futures were up 30 at the time. NASDAQ futures were up. All of them were up. 797, and I think I called that. We're going to now toggle 797, 798. And don't be surprised right here and now if you don't see this thing jump from 797 to 8 or 801, because somebody's going to come in here now. They're not going to sit here around here and piddle around with this. Watch. Let's get in here on the 1-day chart and see how they're doing it. Look at that 45-day crossing the 50-day. Oh my goodness gracious, people. Look at this. Here we go. We're microscoping here. We're zooming in on it. Look at the 45-day just crossed the 50-day moving average right there. Look at that big buy at 225, $500,000 worth. Look at that 200-day moving average line, people. Golly. Man, oh man. It's a thing of freaking beauty. See, we saw this before. We've seen a replay of this. That's what I was trying to show you on those charts, but we've seen this. Take it down below the 200 and off she freaking goes. Take it briefly down to the 200, and then she just rides right on up off. And look at every one of these bottoms. Higher, 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 higher. It's not going to stop this afternoon, folks. Not when you see a chart that looks like that. And watch what I say to come true. We jump from $7.98 over $8. It's going to pounce over on a big buy coming in. Mopar, same thing for the last 3 days. 731, 751, 792, straight balls. Yep. That's right. But pay attention, the 731 to 751 was 20 cents. The 751 to 791 is 40. The 791 to 881 will be 80 cents, which we'll see tomorrow. Why do I say that? I'll show you right here. Go back here. And I want you to look at the dates. July the 6th, 3 weeks before earnings, the exact same date as today almost. They hit a low, right? 786. And look what it was 5 days later. $2 higher. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 days later, 981. We got a 250 run here off that 786. We're not even close here. 797, forget about it. 714, we got 814, 914. We got about 964 is the next one. That's where we're going if history repeats itself. There we go, folks. I told you they weren't going to stop this below 8. There's no way. No way in the freaking world. Watch it jump over 8-2. 18,984.32 on volume. 18,983, that's a 3,000 share dump. 18,984. I always told you people they try to dump in 3,000 share increments. Those are manipulative dump efforts. Be aware of them. Watch for them. 19 million? Whoa! Somebody's doing a red one there. Watch. Stay with me, folks. It's a one-day chart we're looking at. Sheepers, look at this thing go. Look at the friggin' gold 50-day moving average line there. Look at the 10-day. Oh my gosh, folks, this looks awesome. Whoa. I love it. $19,049,000. 19,050,000. 51,000. 19,051,331. 19,052,000. 53,000. Look at the little buys here. 20, 10, 5. No one afraid to buy here. I think they're as confident as I am that we're going to go up majorly tomorrow. What's your thought on borrowing interest-free money for 60 days to leverage to get more of the stock? I never, ever suggest anyone borrow money to buy stocks with. I don't like that idea. I caution against it. What I say to everybody on my videos, I always post, never invest money that you cannot afford to lose or that you need to survive on. You invest your money with when you get that Christmas bonus or when you double your money on a stock. I know it seems very tempting, Mopar, to do it right here in the 7s when you know we may be going to 11s, 12s, 13s on earning day. And in between even now and then, I've shown you the reasons that I think it's going to keep going up because it did before historically. But unfortunately, I have absolutely no guarantees. So even though on July the 6th, which coincidentally happens to be exactly 3 weeks from 786, it went to 11, and that's a 40% gain. I can't guarantee that will happen again. It went to 1170 in just that period of time, in 3 weeks. But I sure think it will or could. So if you're going to do that, don't do too much. All right. You better have enough in your account already so that if something went wrong with this and a major attack came, that you could sell and get by still with what you have from what you've gained on from the 4s, 5s, 6s, and 7s if you did that. I'm not sure. I just see this price going right on up here. 797, keep ringing it. Gonna see. I'm gonna tell you that, folks. In a second, this thing's gonna jump over 8, and it's gonna be on a majorly big buy-in. 798, ring it again. How did I know it? And then look at the time here. It's 2:40. We saw exactly the same yesterday at this time. They didn't wait till 3. 798 again. And we're going to go over 8 here very soon, so I hope you just take advantage of this and get here. 19,092,986, 93,000, 94,000, 95,000, 19 million. They're buying 1,000 at a time here, folks. They're not scared one bit. 19,085, 14,000 shares just bought then at 798. 14,000. 19,097, 726. 19,097, 950. 960, 965, 975. They're buying 10 shares at a time here. 5 shares, folks. See that? Oh, yeah. 19,098, 782. 798 again, folks. Here comes 799 right now. Right now. 19,099, 091, and 799 is going to hit now. 19,099, 765, 865. Oh my gosh, identity risk found. Your personal maybe risk. Get out of my face, antivirus. I can't see a dang thing on my screen when you're here blocking my crap. And it's not crap, it's very important information. But no, I've even said on some of my things here, Mopar, don't ever borrow money to buy stocks. I just tell people I don't like that idea. I don't want it to happen. I hope you don't. I mean, you might say, golly, Ty, why didn't you? Well, you're not going to lose any money if you don't do that. But I caution against it. My friend CW, who's called me a few times, he did that. And he regretted it later. And that was on a stock called Any. And I had said, when I found out he did it, I said, why'd you do that? I never would suggest you borrow money. You only use extra money, your bonuses money, you stumble on you hit a lottery ticket or something, whatever, that you buy more, you're 10% of your pay each week. You can buy in on Monday and then run down Monday morning or something, or even Wednesday. Lately, it's been Wednesdays. They've been really trying to kill this market every Wednesday. Options are in play there, and they start selling them off on Wednesday afternoons sometimes. So, 798, 243. Volume at 19,143. 798 again. I'm going to ring it at 799 in a second. And it's going to be on a big buy, and it might be over 8 even. Does that not look beautiful right there? Look at that right there, what's happening right now for the last 45 minutes. Usually this, by the way, folks, I want you to be aware, usually this works just the opposite. They string it down for 45 minutes, and then it launches. This thing's sliding upwards for 45 minutes. It's going to pounce, folks. It's going to jump. I'm telling you, fill at 797. You'll be at 808, 818, 822. Tomorrow, 844. Or not tomorrow, Monday. And by the way, I'm daggum sure glad that when first started trading, I thought about taking out $50,000 loan, but I came to my senses and never went down that path. Good for you. And I advise others not to do it. There we go. I told you, $7.99. And we're going to go over 8 right now. Folks, they're already coming in here at $2.44. You think this price is going to go down? You'd be very smart to pick up at least 5 here, maybe 10. I'm going to perpetuate it. $7.99, I'm in. See, folks, I don't just suggest you do things. I freaking do them. Oh, yeah. They're going to make me do my password again. Come on, baby. Come on, come on, come on. Fill the $7.99. I'm just taking shares from them that they will not be able to get back ever from me. Let's go again. $7.99. Cha-ching. Folks, I'm only buying here because I've already seen this number, and this is a second tap at it, and we're coming out of their time is up, man. They tried all they could right there. They didn't even have the mustard to get this thing down to 792 again. And I've said this number to you, folks. How many times have you heard me say this number, 793? It's a number I often buy at because I'm selling it at 792. Because they'll take it back to 788 or 766 from that number quite often, 792, 793. And you just saw what they did here. They got it up and they took it right back down to that 793. And now look at it. Oh, it's not done. It's not done here, folks. $7.99 again. I just filled at $7.99 for the last time I'm going to get it. Watch how fast this thing bounces over 8 and goes right on off. Who's going to be crazy enough to hold this thing over the weekend? Shorting positions, that is. I know one of you told me you're going to hold over the weekend. So you're long, I hope, on that position that you're holding on. Because we're going to hit 8 right now. We're also going to hit 801, 802, 803, 804, right on up. You'll see. Give me a minute, folks. I'll be right back. Oh, yeah, here we are back. Breaking over 8 yet? Oh, yeah. It's coming, folks. Looks like I'm breaking my pen slamming around. And I left my glasses. We got another pair. These are horrible, though. Let me go get my other ones, folks. Give me a minute. All right, hey. Thank you for waiting, folks. I appreciate it. Get back over here and pull this up to the full screen. There we go. All of you that are here with me, Manny. Yep. Let's see what we got here. Forrest Russell. I don't remember you ever being here. If I do, it's been a while. So welcome, Forrest. Thank you, Forrest, and welcome. Thank you for getting liking this video, because the more likes we get, the more and more viewers will get guided to this channel to learn why they should have bought this at $4.45 when I said, and $4.66 when I said, and $4.88 when I said buy it, and $5.13 when I said buy it, and $5.55 when I said buy it, and $5.67 when I said buy it, and $5.89 when I said buy it, and on and on and on. And I haven't stopped saying it today. I told everybody here to buy it just now a little bit ago. I said, please buy some here at $7.94. I asked them to. I said, come on, man, get 5 shares, get 10. You won't regret it, because it'll be one of the last times you'll get this stock under $8. And that's absolutely for sure with the volume here now. 2 million more than yesterday. They're coming on back into it. The water's fine. Come on in. The water's fine. And we got a power hour coming our way, people. I want to thank you for being here. Don't forget, again, please like this and please subscribe, and you will know, if you hit the notification bell, when the price is at the lowest price of the day. And what did I do today? I came on at 9:30 to tell everyone, get it now. I did. Watch my show. I started today. I haven't been cut off one time today. Thank good Lord. Knock wood, I haven't lost a signal. I might lose one here coming into the last trading hour. I hope I don't. I hope we stay. But if I do get knocked off, I'll be right back up within 5 minutes. So find me again. Go ahead, hit the subscription button now and hit the notification bell that's there so that you get notified. It's right down there in the corner. You can see the subscription right there. It says subscribe now. And hit the notification red bell. And every single day when the price hits the low, I'm going to jump in here. Now let's go over here and look at another stock I told you to buy yesterday in the 270 range. I mean, 170. Holy cow, people. Look at that. I told you yesterday to buy this stock. Look at the 1 month chart, how they ran it down October 5th. I said, get this now. Folks, look at this chart on the 6 month. This thing was up to daggum $13. I bought it here, and many of you bought it with me back in June, May and June. I told you here at the same time as SoFi. I told you to buy this stock. Many of you did. I know some of you bought it, and you tell me, look at RBT. Look at that dang thing, people. Are you with me so far? Wow. And I told you to buy it yesterday because they slammed at it at 177. And what I've been trying to tell everybody about the statistics is this company is majorly owned by insiders. Look right here. Oh, my God, they've taken it off. Shares held by insiders. It says NA. Well, I'm going to tell you right now, that's completely bullshit, because 61% of this company is held by insiders and 84% by institutions. That's 150% of the stock, folks, and that's why they're putting NA. What's this one mean down here? This one. What the hell is that? These people are so full of it right here on this. Folks, you know, I've shown you it's starting to run up to earnings. Yep, it is. And it's the same thing, folks. Look at this last time. Sean, Shaw, go with me to July the 6th. All right, here's the date. The price a few days before had gone all the way to $9.41 here for the high. And they shoved it down exactly 3 weeks before earnings on a lot of volume, 786. But look at the next day. It went to 803, then 804. See the repetition? And the next day, 52 million got it to freaking 875, folks. Then 41 million to 9. What is happening now? This is 3 weeks before earnings. July the 6th was 3 weeks before July 31st. And now we're seeing exact same thing. 3 weeks before to the day earnings. And the low was hit. But here's what I want to show you. When you go back to that July date, look at this here. The price only went off of the low of 786 to 8. The next day, 830, then 872. All right. So after they got to 786, here, that after 786, it only went to 830 the following day and then 872. So what is 872 after 2 days minus 786? 872 minus 786. 8.72 minus 7.86 equals, that's 86 cents. Well, let's go up here. They pulled the price down to 714. Was it 86 cents this time? 2 days later from 714, it's at 803. 8.03 minus 7.14. 89 cents. And we're not done yet. How peculiar. How interesting, huh? Because the next day, folks, here's what I want to show you. Go back into July again. After they hit that price of 786, 3 weeks before earnings, look at the prices, folks. 830, 872, 920, 939. They pulled it back here after the 5th day on July 13th on a Morgan Stanley downgrade, who owned $48 million worth of the stock on that day, and they downgraded it. And now they own $110 million worth because the price on their downgrade got them to a happy jumping point. Right? And then look at that. 5 days later, it was at 1013. And I checked what was the date and why this dropped from 1013. There was nothing. There was no news. There was no downgrade. There was nothing. Thing just decided to get taken down. So I tell everybody, off of this 714 low that we saw just now, up to where we just are and where we may go to, which is going to be around 940 or so, 960. If this is the same thing here, but from 960, they're going to come at it for 4 or 5 days to get back down before the earnings. So I tell them to sell at 960 on this one, and then they're going to catch it again, approximately $2 less. From 1013, 890, $1.40 less. Catch it again, $1.40 less, and then 4 days later, it's going to be earnings call again. Bam. All right? So that's what I'm calling for everybody. That's what I want you to pay attention to. We are going to hit 960 next week. Well, for sure, when you go back and look at what I'm showing you right here, when you see this July 6th, 3 weeks before earnings, and the price went all the way up to there before a tack down 5 days, and then to 1170. Can you wait 3 weeks to make 33% gain, people? And also, go back to the 6th. Where was the price? Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 trading days later, 1013. It's a 30% gain almost, 20-something percent gain. Then you sold off there, and you bought back in here at 894, which they worked down 5 days in a row. I predict to see the same thing here. So this gives me certain numbers. From the 714 to the 1013 would be, again, you're talking about $2.80 here and move up. And last time was 240. So we could see the same thing. But it could go much higher this time on earnings day. They might run it right on up even higher because it's going to be before the doggone Fed decision. Oh my goodness gracious. What are they going to do to this stock and hold it in place between now and then when someone like me is showing these people these numbers? So the correlation and the parallel is this. From July the 6th, for all of you that are here with me still, I've gone over several times today, and 714 was the price of June the 6th. And what do you know? On July the 6th, what was the price? 786, right? But 786, folks, look where it went from there. Man, oh man, is this history repeating itself? Look at that, June the 6th, 714, then hit 1023. 6 days later, then back to 888. This is a pattern, folks. Here we are in July. Look at this one. July 6th, 786. 6 days later, it's at 1013. But here, folks, they got it to 939, and that was how many days after 786? 1, 2, 3, 4, 939, and pulled it back to 877. Well, dang, we saw the same thing on June the 6th, didn't we? 714 went all the way up here to 930 and pulled it back to 889 before it hit the 1023. See how much they manipulate this thing? Then the next day down to 820 a few days later. And where is it after 820? It's at 814 again. That number should be catching on to you, folks. 814. And after that, 909. See that? 928, 941. Another 14 number, folks. I'm showing you these histories because they mean a lot. Hear this? See that 714? Man, I want to thank you all for being here. Do not forget to hit the like button up there if you haven't hit it already to help get shared with other people. I want to thank all of you, 310 folks here today, listening to me talk about this stock. And I've been showing this sort of the same thing over and over and over, haven't I? So a lot of people are seeing this information that I'm showing because I think it's that important. And let's go see how many institutions are in today. No. Another institution came on. That's what my headline said today. And you might be asking, well, what do you mean? Look at this. This is dated October 5th, everybody. 2023, yesterday. Look at them reporting that this company, Stratos Wealth Partners Ltd., grew its position in SOFI. Yep, they added 8.2% in their portfolio. The next company here, Stratos Wealth Partners, now they have 346,000. Other hedge funds that did. Advisors PFC, Advisors Preferred LLC came in and increased their position by 330%. This company, I've told you these institutions are coming in. Global Retirement Partners now owns this. This one came in. How much did they increase their percentage? I'll show you. 197%. U.S. Bank Corp of Denmark. DE stands for Denmark, people, I believe. I could be wrong. I know that's the symbol for Denmark because I have listeners of my music in Denmark. And I hope you'll come over and listen to my music and play it all day long while you're watching me and listening to me so that I get some listen time and get some. It all adds up, man. You wouldn't believe it. If my songs are played 24/7, I make about $50 a month just off one person doing that. And it's not 24/7, but just played, during the daytime steadily, and then, nights done. But in the day, and folks, you would just be surprised. I tested it once. I ran every day for about 10 hours playing my own music just to see how much my revenue would go up. And one person, me, doing it every day, made me make about 47 each month. And so that would be 470 if 10 people did it. It would be 4,700 if 100 people did it. And I have 959 or so subscribers right now. 963, I think it was last I looked. So, I mean, if I had that many people listening every day, just putting it on in the background and playing stuff, man, You guys, man, you just helped me make even more, and not just off helping you make money on SoFi, right? I'm helping everybody, I hope. 797 jokesters. 1 day chart shows it all. We're going in there now. Look at that, folks. Golly. Man, look at that. Since this morning, the heavy buying, accumulating people here. A lot of accumulation going on. That's actually the 5 day chart. Golly. There's the 1 day. Man, folks, I told you this yesterday. Anytime you see this kind of move here, look at that. This thing's going to bounce. There's a cup and handle right there. I hope you get it now. Get some more now, folks. It's not going to be a splash close today. And even if it does, Monday's going to open higher. You go back to those previous dates that I'm showing you. It's pretty cool to see that on July the 6th, when they came at us the last time, July the 6th, before 3 weeks before earnings, then they got that low price, the same price they did yesterday, day before. They did the same thing. Pay attention to how long it took to go from there to 1013. And then it was, and you need to pay attention to the amount of the rise from that 786, right, to 1013. You do the math on it and subtract 1013 from 786. Okay? You get $2.14, $2.27. So 227, folks, off of this number right here is where you should think about putting a sell order in when you got it in just here a little bit ago at 714. So 714 plus 227 is $9.35 or so. I'd say 929, walk away happy, because after it gets to that, they're going to come at it again like they did. For 5 days, they're going to come at it again before it goes on up to the earnings call. My call for you is to next Tuesday or Wednesday be selling this when I think it'll be in the 930s. All right? Based on what I'm looking at, that's all. Like based on the historical charts and what they've done. I want to thank all of you for liking this today. I see 39 likes, man. That's more than I've ever had, and I'm grateful to you so much. All of you folks. And so I guess I was right when I started telling everyone 3 months ago to buy this stock in the $4.66 range. And Catfish was right when he said to you last week on Monday that Fed is not why the market's really falling. It's being manipulated down. I said it Monday, Tuesday, and then Wednesday they said, oh, the market's falling on bond yields. I laughed that in the face too, didn't I? All of it just a bunch of hogwash, rigmarole to wash and scare people out and shake the foundations of new investors who are coming into the market. That's all they tried to do, and it's a horrible thing that it's even allowed and can be just overlooked by SEC. Doesn't care. All these people like Yahoo can print up any reason they want for the market going off. Why is the market up so much today, people? Let's go find out. This morning they said market was falling on the jobs report. That's why they said the market was tanking off, was because of the jobs report being so good. I couldn't help but laugh, and I said, buy this stock now, right now. So if I buy it right now, right now, right now. I was telling everyone, stocks flipped into big gains after jobs report surprise. Huh? They didn't flip after the jobs report surprise. The jobs report surprise came out and it tanked the market down this morning 160 points on the NASDAQ, 300 almost on the Dow. Scumbags. And now look how rich they're getting off of the gullible, weak hands. Problem is now they shook out that tree so heavily that now nobody above us cares. They're not worried. They would already been shaken out. The tree was shook so hard that they shook all out. And now who's selling here for them? Nobody. Yahoo must be owned by CNN. Yep. They're all part of the Bezos owned conglomerate networks. Did you hear Steve Jobs died? Everybody? That was the news I heard. My wife stumbled on it. 798 now. Golly, watch this thing go, people, this afternoon, right now, right here, right now. There's no other place I'd rather be. And then in the presence of all you fine people and all of my friends here that are with me, do you use FinViz? I have it right over here. Oh, I'm sorry. I had it. I saw the institutions coming in there too. Is that what you're insinuating, John? I had it up earlier. So what do you want to point out? I'm listening. The U.S. economy remains stronger than Wall Street thinks. All those that didn't think and those that were thinking, they're thinking we're going to run this thing down and scare the absolute bejesus out of everyone. Tell them about the Fed decision and that was going to be bad, and they might raise interest rates the next time. And then we're going to tell them about the bond yields and how that can really negatively affect the market. And then we're going to buy the crap load out of everybody who runs to the sell counter. You know what, folks? I'm going to tell you a little story. You ever heard of the Rothschilds? Talk about money. Well, I watched a very, very interesting presentation documentary about the Rothschilds. Very, very, very educational. And you want to know how it was that man, the original Rothschild, became so ungodly rich? He was a well-known pillar in the community in England at the time, in the European stock market in London. And he decided one morning or one night before he went to bed that he was going to scare everybody out of the market. See, he was a pillar and he had been a leader, kind of like Catfish, if you will. I'm not that big. I mean, maybe let's just compare it to somebody like anybody else. Let's just say Warren Buffett. That would be a good comparison to today's Warren Buffett. He was that kind of guy in the stock market, this guy. But he wasn't rich yet. He was just an up-and-coming, but getting people's attentions because he was making some nice gains. And he decided one day that when he was at the peak of his gains that he'd made already, that he was going to tell everyone the market was overbought and that he thought it was going to start a crash. And so he whispered to one of his close, rich friends, hey, man, I think the market's going to tank. I'm going to start selling tomorrow. That's all it took. Just a whisper to a few of his tightest associates in his little network of people, and they couldn't keep the secret. Because, see, they had family members, too, that were also invested on their words and their guidance and all going along with Rothschild. And when he was going to pull, it was time. And he instigated the largest stock market crash in European history himself, coordinated by him. And then when everyone panicked sold, it was Trading Places movie. Sell, Mortimer, sell. All right? Except the opposite. When everybody else was selling, that genius was buying and became the richest person in the world. or one of them. There's an interesting YouTube video. Have you heard the story of Warren Buffett using coupons at McDonald's? No. God, I wish you could chat with me and we could join in like those guys do. Some of you guys, wouldn't it be fun to get our own trading fundamentals kind of thing going with four of us going at it here together? Had all four of us on the screen. I will, John. I will. And let me tell you something, folks. We're all here. We're having fun together, right? Let's do it right now. I want to look at institutions. I want to see if any more added yet today. Hold on. Let's go here. Warren Buffett used coupons at McDonald's. It's already there. Fills right in. Bill Gates recalls the time fellow billionaire Warren Buffett treated him to lunch at McDonald's and paid using coupons. You offered to pay, dug into your pocket, and pulled out coupons. Yep, he bought Bill Gates' lunch at McDonald's with coupons. Warren Buffett is the third richest man in the world with an estimated net worth of $75 billion, but the Oracle of Omaha's values he does not make a good value, a good deal. In Bill and Melinda Gates' 2017 annual letter, they addressed the longtime friend Buffett. Bill tells a story, particularly an economical lunch Buffett took him to for years ago. Remember the laugh we had when we traveled together to Hong Kong and decided to go to have lunch at McDonald's. You offered to pay, dug in your pocket, and pulled out coupons. Buffett is a regular at McDonald's on his 5-minute drive to the office, which he's been doing for the past 54 years. He stops by the fast food chain and, depending on how prosperous he's feeling, orders one of 3 items: 2 sausage patties for $2.61. What was that? A sausage, egg, and cheese for $2.95, or a bacon, egg, and cheese for $3.17. He's not just thrifty when it comes to meals. The billionaire lives in the same home he bought in 1958 for $31,500, or about $260,000 in today's dollars. What do you think, folks? I love the guy. He's like me, he doesn't flaunt it, man. I wonder how much he's given away. Buffett is perfectly content being cheap. My life couldn't be happier, he explains. He buys on the cheap, too. And I want to tell you something else. His son, there's a story about his son that you wouldn't believe. I'll back up here. I'm going to put this. Warren Buffett's son sold his Berkshire Hathaway. It was Warren. Yeah, I think it's Berkshire Hathaway. I will just say Warren sold his Berkshire Hathaway. Let's see. The billionaire investor made it clear the $90,000 was all his son would expect to receive for personal use. Despite knowing that was his entire inheritance, he sold his Berkshire stock and used the cash to pursue a career in music. His $90,000 now today would be worth over 300 million, people. But you want to know something else? His son has the same damn character that his father does. And he's not all about the money. He's absolutely 100% content with what he's done in his lifetime with his music. And he's had some good successes. He's never had a top 10. He's never had a top 40 song. He never had that kind of recognition and wasn't looking for it. He just became an accomplished musician. With his $90,000, he bought $90,000 worth of musical gear and recording and started recording. He's had songs on some tracks, I think maybe on either Broadway or for sure on some movies, some success in the movie industry. And he's very happy with his life. And that's the end of that. Cashed out $90,000 in Berkshire stock to start his musical career. He's very, very happy with his life ever since. And he's one of the guys, like my coach says, no regrets. He doesn't have any regrets. I don't think he should have. I think he's still going to be okay, right? When his father passes away. But I want you to know that what I'm telling you, folks, is all true. These stories that I'm sharing with you, and about how one of the richest men in the world became that, was all floating a rumor. FUD. FUD, folks. That's what he did. Became a multi-billionaire many times over. By the way, you can go over on YouTube. I looked at it the other about a couple weeks ago. Stumbled on a thing about the richest people in the world, and the Rothschilds aren't there. They're not the very richest. There's a family in India that is beyond him, and there's a family out of Dubai, Saudi Arabia. They make now. Not to say that the Rothschilds aren't still extremely rich, but right. John Roberts, Jimmy Buffett, TT Restaurant obviously wasn't Jimmy Buffett. John says, LOL. Well, maybe after he did that, he would have been writing the song "Wasted Away" in Margaritaville 10 years later, which made him some good money. So, yeah. How do you like this, folks? I want you to pay attention to this number that they're putting in the mirror. 31 cent down. They put that in the mirror as 30. Now it's 32 cents down. But look at that right there. They got it in the mirror. They show it down 13 cents today. They'll send that to their constituents. Maybe use some sort of color screen paint program and make it from green to red. But for me, I can see a stop sign straight up ahead. Everybody who's here with me celebrating in the gains we're making this week, this is just the very tip of the iceberg. I think a lot of people can see what I'm showing them on these historical charts, and it makes a lot of sense to everyone. Back here, you saw the big run up to July 31st when it went to 1170, but 3 weeks prior to that date, this thing hit a new low of 786. They ran it down from 1023, 25 to 30%, and then 3 weeks before the tide turned, price went up, up, up. One day here on July 13th, it went down because guess who? Morgan Stanley came in and downgraded our stock. They had $45 million worth at the time. They downgraded it, got it to 877, and they bought another $50 million worth of it. They now have over $100 million in their pocket of this stock. But folks, I'm pointing this out to you because after the 6th, I expect the same thing on the 786 low. I expect 809, 810, 881, 934, 1, 2, 3, 4 days, and then an attack on Wednesday, next Wednesday. And then on off she goes, 945, 981, 1074, 1013. Then they're going to come at it for a week before the earnings call. And right here, they're going to have it back to 894, 1 week before the earnings, or 3 days before, and then suddenly it's going to go to $16 or $17. It's my call. I hope you're in with me when that all takes place. Sure looks very, 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 very strangely similar, doesn't it? But here's the thing that even makes me more encouraged by looking at this, folks, this historical chart. What makes me even more encouraged about today and yesterday and the pop now is what we got going on back here when we saw it go down to that number in July the 6th. Look at the next day. The price hit on July 7th, 809. All right, so they had a 786. On the next day, 809. That was 16 or 17 cents. That's 17 cents And then it went up 1 penny the next day. Look at this time, folks. It went from 7.14 to what? 7.42. That's not 14 cents, folks. That's more like 28. And then the next day, it didn't go from 7.49. It went from 7.49. I'm showing you what we're doing here. The high 7.49 to 7.71, and then 8.03. But each one of these opening days, look how similar this. The fourth 7.41, then 7.42, 7.51. Come back here to July again. What do you got? Wow, it's so similar. 8.09, 8.10, just a penny higher. See how similar these are? Just a penny higher. Come up here. What'd they do? 7.41, just a penny higher. See? But then the next day, it was now 9 cents higher on the open. Whoa. Right? So you can all see what I'm showing you. It all starts coming to play, doesn't it? Doesn't it look great? Jeez, oh, pizza, that looks good. I'm missing all this conversation. What am I missing? Manny's up nurse. I think with the Walmart family is very rich. Oh, yeah. Yes, they are. That's right. John says, no, I don't think they are, question mark. Yeah. Walmart family is worth 240 billion. Yeah. The Walmart brothers and sisters are super rich. Yes, absolutely. All 100% true. I know. LOL. I was joking. Yep. Yeah. And I want you to know, man, those people, even those super, super rich people, every day isn't fantastic for them either. They have their own problems. They put on their pants just one leg at a time like we do, people. I and many, many, many times over grateful I wasn't born into their shoes. Let me just put it that way. I would have been not wanting a single thing to do if I was born into the royalty family in England, in the royal family, and their belief of the class systems and the echelons and the elitists and stuff. I wouldn't have had a single part of that. I don't like it. To me, has no appeal. And I'm glad I started from where I did in a humble, moderate home. And I went and served in Haiti and learned about how to help others and help yourself by helping those others. You know how helpful it's been to me over all the years, people, to be able to speak as many languages as I do. You know what kind of plate of food you get in a Mexican restaurant when you walk in there, and these small Mexican places, tiny little shops you go in. And Nashville's my favorite one on Nolensville Road, across from Nashville Used Music, in case you want to know where it is. It's a little bit to the north of Nashville Used Music, a block. But that little Mexican restaurant right there, I would go in there, speak Spanish. I mean, when I got to speak in Spanish with those people, they treated me like royalty. Sometimes they'd even buy my lunch just for bringing other people in with me. And they knew me by name, El Gringo Loco, crazy white man. Meow like a cat at the milk bowl. Yep. But man, I'm telling you, man, you can go into a place and you start speaking their language, things roll, man, things start happening. So it's been many, many times, and including and when I was in the automobile business, I had every single foreign Spanish person was sent directly to me. Nobody even asked the question. Send them to Tyler. And let me tell you, folks, those people come into a dealership, a whole family together. And when they sit down at that table to negotiate and they come to the terms and they meet the price, they all start pulling this money out of everywhere in their pockets and their jeans and their paper bags and stuff, come all out onto the counter. And suddenly you're sitting there with $40,000 cash to buy a new truck for this person that you got to close. My finance guy was the only guy left. These people had called me at the dealership Came in very late, and I was the only one stuck around because I spoke Spanish, right? My manager says handle them. He even went home. My manager just let me handle it with the finance guy. We sold the truck, and that had to sit there for an hour and a half counting all that cash. 20s and 10s and even 5s. At the end, after counting it all up, and we had agreed at like 27.5, they only had like 26.9. They were under where we had agreed on the price. And I said, man, are you kidding me, folks? You guys don't have 27.5 here. Guy gets up, un momento, goes out, he tells me going out to this car. Comes back in with another brown paper bag, donk, drops it on the table. Like, all right, take it back, count that up. Yep, we got it, 27.5. Walk out the door, and I had only discounted the truck because these people liked it and needed it so much and all. But I tried to give them I always try to give everybody a fair break. I think I knocked like 2,500 off. Some people think they're getting a deal with 1,000 off, but I worked with these people, and so we went from 29.9 to 27.5. And then my finance guy, after we closed the door, he says, go ahead and see him off. And I did. And I thanked them, shook their hand. And I said, come back in the morning. We'll have it all detailed and full of gas for you. And you can pick it up and drive it out here. They said, okay. So I go back and my finance guy, he calls me on the phone. Tyler, get back here. I'm like, okay, I go back in there. He goes, man, we just made an $8,000 profit on that truck. I went, what? He goes, yeah, do you want to take a little cash off the top? I'm like, huh? He said, yeah, you want a bonus? Managers aren't here, right? And I'm like, and it's sort of like, of course, it threw me completely off guard. I was not expecting anything like this. I'm like, cha-ching, what? He hands me 1,000 and says, between you and me, right in the fence post. Look at Sean. Man, you read between the lines, Sean. Oh, I can't even do this without laughing. You guys are so much fun. I love you guys, all of you. You know why? Because you come here with me and we all laugh together, and it's all under every circumstances. And then you come over here when this thing was exactly the opposite. We were 4% down. I was still sitting here laughing. There's always a silver lining to every cloud, isn't there? Look at us now at 3:38, approaching the final hour, as the shorts are going to sling it all out here. Volume now is 3 million more than yesterday, and they can't stop it from going up again. You'll see what happens during the last 22 minutes, folks. Watch this big buys that are going to start flowing in. Let's go see what's happening now. Let's go look at the 1 day. But you know what, folks? I am a person of morals. And even though I was only about 32 or 33 years old, or maybe somewhere around that, 40, maybe I was about 38 years old when that came along. I told that guy, I said, you know what? You go spend it. You keep it. And I tossed him back the 1,000. Because, for one thing, I could look up in the corner of the room. There's a camera up there, right? Oh, well, don't you worry about that, Sean, because I got news for you. Catfish Tyler had to get out this little form that they make you fill out for anybody that puts in more than $10,000. That's what the amount was then, 10,000. Now at the banks, they want to know about 600. God. Again, just absolutely pathetic and so sad. So sickening, so disgusting. 10,000, now 600. Well, folks, look at the price going up here and already now at 20,905,000. And I want to watch this very closely the end of the day here, watching the 1 day chart. Look at the volume. Look at the last three candlesticks. Green, green, green. The last one was $700,000. Funny how we shot up like a rocket but stopped just short of the EMA. Oh, don't worry, we haven't yet. The game isn't over yet. Yeah, but you're right. We're going to break that EMA, my friend, on Monday. And I'm very grateful. Someone said, Monday's a holiday, a national holiday, Columbus Day. Market's going to trade on Monday, folks. Don't miss out. And don't you be surprised if I don't open up Monday morning right at the open again, because I think they're going to get one swat at it in the pre-market and ride it like they did today. And then it's going to do the same thing. This trend is going to continue to earnings. Every single day, they're going to use pre-market low volume or after hours to try to get it back down. And every single day, it's going to open higher from now until earnings almost, with the exception of 1 day, 2 days from now, on next Wednesday. I say they're going to do the same thing and try to pull it back from next Wednesday for 1 week. They'll take it down, 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 trickling, and then it'll all of a sudden take off like the last time. So far, I've been completely right. Now he's covering his ass. Don't worry, the statute of limitations has run out. Hey, don't you know, Sean, there is no statute of limitations anymore. Since Trump's getting tried, no more statute of limitation, since charges are being brought against Donald Trump. Big T, Mr. T, I'll call him. T. Right? See that? No more statute of limitations since the charges involve Mr. T. And so now he's going to set a precedent for the future of all of us that there's no more statute of limitations. I think that would be a great way to control us again. Hey, I can hear you. Sean hears me. Sean hears me. If they get away with this, with the appellate court saying 80% of this is hogwash and throwing it out, the appellate court has already made a decision that 80% of these charges are beyond, and so therefore not justifiable to even charge him with because they're beyond the statute of limitations. But he's ignoring that. He's ignoring the appellate court, this guy, because he has an agenda along with his little friend. Two of them are in bed together. And just like I won't go any further. You know what it is. Everybody knows. Everybody knows it's a freaking whitewash. They're trying to pull the same thing they always do with Donald Trump, and they love him to death. All the media stations are enamored with Donald Trump because without him, they get no views whatsoever. Nobody tunes in. I want to thank all 32 of you. 42 likes. I want to thank you for liking this video today. All of you who have liked it mean others will be coming over and checking it out. 344 views today. Every single day we have more and more people coming in. And why? Well, for the same reason. How about in you? Oh, dang it, I'm sorry. Dang it, I missed it. I told you I'd get over there, and I will. Man. Man. Nice. But take a look at what I told you to buy yesterday, everybody. RBT. I told you anytime this is dropped below 2, these insiders that own so much of it will step in and pound it back up. Look at that. Cha-ching. Folks, every time they knock this price down in the 170s, you need to be buying it. They got this thing down to 165. And I told you when it came back up to 172, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. The only reason they got 165 is because they were aiming for 166, and they tried to hold it there. So they dropped it all the way to 165. As it started coming up, they had a bunch loaded in at 166 to try to hold it there, hold it there, hold it there. But there's too many insiders and too many institutions that own this stock. Yahoo's decided to stop showing everybody how many there are. They've taken it off. It says NA now. I don't know why. I was showing everybody RBT was being held by institutions and insiders massively, and now they've taken it down. You can't see it anymore. You can't even see it. They've taken it down. Look at this. They took it away. It shares outstanding, only 34 million. And look at held by insiders. They say NA. What does that mean? What happened to the 64% that were held? And the 88% by institutions. What happened to those numbers? Now they say NA. Huh. I don't know why they got rid of them. Maybe they don't want you to see that the stock is being held 145% of it's held. I don't know how it adds up to 140, but it was. And I showed you, and now look at it. It's mysteriously gone. How do you like that? Karma, I always will bite you in the ass. Yes. Wow. So, why I say we go up here for 5 days is because when they got to that 877 low, folks, it was 1, 2, 3, 4 days. 1013 high. What a coincidence. No news, no downgrades, no nothing, and then it's down to 894 5 days later. I say the same thing now. I say get out Tuesday. They're going to come at it 5 days later, knock it to a new low, and then 3 days later, it's going to go through the roof, just like they did 1170. That's why I'm telling you. Sell this 2 days from now, buy it 5 days later, sell it up $6 from that price. Cha-ching. $347. Is the price dropping? Absolutely not. Matter of fact, I look over here and I see it going up. Look at this time they're trying to show on this chart, 315. Jesus. 347, 798. Look at that, folks. I told you they try to hold it here, and they tried a long time, didn't they? And now look at it. I did not buy RBT at 190. Then sold 250. Wow. I did, but RBT at what? Oh, he did buy RBT at 190, then sold 250. You know what, folks? I was telling him to buy RBT back in May, the same time I told him to buy SOFI when it was in the 4s. And look where the price on RBT was. Wow, it was insane, folks. If you look at this chart, and back in May, look at the 6 month. Jeepers, I got to go to this one to do it. It'll be easier. Look at that 6 month, folks. 6 month. Come on, man. Help me out, people. Look at that. I told him here to buy it in May. I said, man, buy this thing. They're running it down right here. I said, man, this is the same time. Man, they're running it down from off that May high. We did the same thing with SOFI, and I said, buy RBT right here. And I showed everybody right then, look at where they run it down to, and then it went all the way up to friggin', and everybody was selling it that was here with me. They were writing, look at RBT, I just sold, look at RBT. Folks, this could easily happen again. And the reason why is because there's only 32 million shares outstanding. So when they get great breaking news, they all get bought up like mad. And so I told you yesterday when they saw it, I saw it at 170s. I said, that's not going to stay there. I said it. Get it. I told you it could have had a 16% gain. Look at the number, 16666. See that? Look at that. Huh. See these numbers and the numerology and how involved it is in the marketplace in case you were never aware of it? It's one thing that I bring to everyone's attention, don't I? The numbers. Okay? And $7.99 as we go up to 8. I told you, everybody, you can't wait. You got to get this thing at $7.92 is what I said you need to do. And now you see that where we're through. It's all, what was the news today? I'm going to show you the news today. Thanks for asking. SoFi institutions owned. I said breaking news, and it's another institution has now come aboard. Along, now 703. And everybody knows I keep track of these institutions. I keep track of a lot of numbers, don't I, people? God dang, I do. I'm a number crunching son of a gun. I'm a fish on the bottom, and I'm having fun. I want to thank you, every single one, for being here with me. Look at all these numbers crunching. But here's the ones that matter the most. It started at the top of this page with institutions at 693, and I keep adding them in. And now we've gone to 703. 693 we're long. My goodness. Now we got not 640 long, we got 645 long. Yep. What a surprise, huh? To gain all these long institutions coming in right before this earnings already. They started in. I said a week and a half ago, we're at 699 now. I wonder who's going to put us over 700. So they're coming in, people. Trust me. I'm here to inform you. Stay informed, like my headline says that brought you in today. How did you like my new kaboom headline? Did this? I want to know. Did this show up on your headline? Did you see? Is that what brought you in? Did you see this? See that? Kaboom. There you go. Pull this back over now. And we got to click on it and click fit to screen so I don't screw anything up. Transform, fit to screen. There we go. And we're right underneath now. Here we go again, folks. Don't be surprised to see this change to 704 any minute either. Because they're coming in. They're coming in now. 7 minutes left, folks, and we're going to see it break 8. Yesterday, I said, oh, they might have saved $1 million or $2 million for the very last minute. And for those of you that were here earlier, you saw me show you on this chart. That's exactly what they did yesterday. They had that 1.5 million, 2 million shares right at the end of the day, and they dumped it. And I'm going to show you where they did it right here. Here it is. See it right there? Hold on. I'm pulling in here close so you can see it. We're going to get right in on it, folks. Yesterday at 4 p.m. Right there, folks. It was at, hold on. Yesterday, they dumped them, but somebody swallowed them. Look at that. That is 10.4, folks, at 359. Now we got to go to 10.5. I want to see here. I'm going to get right. I'll get it right, folks. I will. We're going to the end of the day yesterday. And here it is. Now we're on the end of the day yesterday. And I told you they were going to try to splash the close with maybe $1.5 million worth or $2 million worth. And look what they did at 359. 244,000 shares. Hey, Alexa, what is 244,000 times $7.55 total?
This might answer your question. 244,000 times $7 is $1,842,200.
And I was wrong. It wasn't at that price. It closed at 765. So what is this is crazy, folks. What is 204? Hey, Alexa, what is 244.34 thousand times $7.65 total?
From KhanAcademy.org. The final answer is 529,976,340. Did that answer your question?
Yes. Alexa, what is 244,000 times $7.65?
244,000 times $7.65 is $1,866,000.
There you go, folks. They dumped 1,866,000, and I told you they'd do it on the last minute of the day. Perhaps yesterday I called it. That's called splashing the close. Splashing the close. Yeah, John says we're not going to hit 8, but I want to point out that we already did earlier. I know he means that now in the close, but I think he's wrong because we're going to hit 8 in the after hours very shortly after we close today. I think we could go right on up past 8, even 8:15 maybe in the after hours today. Now, I could be completely wrong because we all seen, and wasn't I right exactly yesterday? They tried the same antics yesterday. They tried to run this in the after hours down until about 6:45, and they had it down 3 cents from the close at 6:45, but then it was all over from there. Others started buying in, just like the night before. The exact same thing happened the night before. And I told you that might happen. I said, don't be surprised if they don't run it down 3 or 4 cents. It might be a better place for you to buy in to make money in the after hours. And they sure tried it. And then what did it do? Went right back up at the close. Interestingly enough, I happened to be keeping track of it. I thought it was kind of weird what was going on with Yahoo. Every other site that I was on, they were showing the closing price, and they were showing the last minute. It was 7:59. And I went across SOFI, RBT, RBLX. All of them were showing the time 7:59. But guess which one didn't show the time at 7:59? It was SOFI. They stopped at 7:58. They just stopped even keeping track of the price. And nobody really even knows at 7:59 where it really was. Was it really at 7:65 close, or was it higher? You don't know because all the other ones were showing the price closed at 7:59, but Yahoo just didn't do it ever. Even 30 minutes later, 34 minutes later, I checked and it still hadn't changed. They were still showing the price and the time 7:58, and the price down 1 penny from the close, or the same as the close, 7:65. And I'm going to say to you right now, John, that if they have the effort and strength to hold it down here, it's going to be on the same thing that they did yesterday, dumping $1 million worth in the last minute right here coming up. But also don't be surprised to see it jump right now to 801 from this number, right in an instant. So I'm going to go over and look at the last few minutes of volume trading right here today. But I show you all these things and how they manipulate, and they did it yesterday at the end with a lot of shares, and I said they probably would, and they did. And now here we are coming into the last minute of the day, and I'm bringing up a screen so we can see how it's going, who's doing what. Thank you all for being here. I am very, very grateful, but not today. Look at this thing, man. Look what's going on down here, folks. Pulling tight. Whoa, look at that big old buy right there. Somebody said it, 354 just then. I'll take 1,000,003 worth. Then the next minute, someone says, I'll take 500,000 worth. The next one, a wimpy dump compared to these greens here. Then another big buy of $500,000 worth. And then a dump effort of, there it is, at 358. And watch what they do in the next minute here now. It's 4 o'clock right now, folks. What did they do that last minute? Is it identical to yesterday? Or did someone step in that last minute and buy a bunch? Let's see. Whoa, nice. Folks, you know how nice this is to see this. Look at that last minute right there. Hey, Alexa, what is 377,000 times?
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Alexa, what is 377,000 times $7.99 total?
377,000 times $7 is 3,012,230 US.
3 million. Follow the money, everyone. 3 million bought in the last minute. Not the same as yesterday's dump. Pump. And exactly why I say we're going to spring up on Monday. Look at this at the last point of the day here, folks. Look at the blue versus the gold. I want to show you this 5-day, and you get excited, people. Look at that plateau. What? What? Wow. Man, oh man, oh man, are you talking about a solid freaking hour of $7.99? Longer than that from freaking 1 o'clock, people? Gosh. I've told you about this, trading sideways for long durations. Always, 99 times out of 100, will be an advantage to the long. And everybody knows that. They came in and bought $3 million worth on the last minute of the day. That's what I think. John, take note, too, that they have it 1 cent less, as they almost always do right after the close. I've told you all that so many times. And what you saw yesterday was a manipulation down 2 cents and 3 cents, and that was all they could get yesterday. After 3, it stayed there, and then it went right on back up. 3, I think maybe 4 cents even. But that's not going to scare anybody out of a stock, people, when the thing's up 4.44%. You think taking it down 0.25% is going to scare anyone out? No. Not when if they look at what I'm looking at on that chart and they see somebody just bought in the last minute $3 million of this stock, when yesterday they dumped $1.8 million worth to try to stop it. Here they dumped, what is 481,000 times $7.98? Hey, Alexa, what is, oh, wait a minute, we've got 5-minute intervals there. I'm sorry. Let me move this to 1 minute. Dadgummit. Ladies and gentlemen, look at this chart, the last 40 minutes of the day today. From 3:35 p.m., the last 25 minutes, 1 green, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So there's 17 out of 20 green, 18 out of 21, 19 out of 22, 19 out of 23, 20 out of 24. And look at that buy coming at the end. 20 out of 25. And then 21 out of 26 with a massive buy-in. Man, 21 green candlesticks versus 5 red ones. It's just like the ratio of people going long in institutions versus shorts. A massive number of people going long here, shorts, teensies. Look at the size of those folks. Golly. Oh, man. Watch what happens now. Uh-oh. $7.99 already, folks. You watch these numbers right here in after hours. And I want you to pay attention. Deep boy average. Another great day. Thanks, Catfish Tyler. Have a wonderful weekend, brother. Price prediction for Monday. I base my price prediction not for Monday, but for Tuesday, okay? And my price prediction for Tuesday is the same as what we saw after this here, all right? Before you leave, you might want to look at this one, D-Boy Avery, for where you might want to sell on Monday. Because when we saw this run time down to the 786, it got all the way up here 4 days later, and I'm saying it's going to be Monday, I can't say. But here we saw a 786 low, and then 934. Let me see here. 810. All right, 810 was a Monday. They closed it at 805, went 810. That's only 5 cents up from a Friday to a Monday jump. But then it went to 872, folks. So from the close at 805 to 872, that's 67 cents. So from the close today at 799, 866. How do you know? What do you know? How convenient for them as well. So how do you like that? It's my price target for tomorrow's high, 866. Right on. Cha-ching. But it's not going to stop there, because I go back here and I show you what they did, 875, and then up there, look at it, kept going up. It went all the way up to 1013. So I'm not telling anybody to sell it there tomorrow at 866 at all. You might take a little off the top, because guess what, folks? After they had it go from this price to the 1013, it dropped back 13% to 894 over 5 days. And then the thing was at 1170. So I expect the same thing. I expect on Wednesday to see a pullback of 13%. After Tuesday, I expect to see a pullback 4 or 5 days in a row, just like last time. They'll get it down 13%. And I'm telling everyone that I think that number is where you should be, as at 866. And maybe 888 the following day. Because if you look back to history, folks, from the 6th, July the 6th, this thing went up. July the 6th, July the 7th, 809, they pulled it down, 810, 881, 934, and then they pulled the drop, and then 922, 904. So a brief drop after the 5th day. That's why I say Wednesday. I tell everybody to get out Tuesday evening, maybe Wednesday at the morning high, and then sit back and wait and see them try to run it down for another 4 or 5 days off of that. And then they're going to run this thing up to who knows what, 13, 14, 16, 18, 20. I don't know. I don't know how high it's going to go. But I want to thank every single one of you. 45 likes gets a lot of people's eyes on this. We will at least make 9 next week. Yes. So you see where I think we're going to go, 866. A little pullback from there, and then on up to the 11s. So sell on Wednesday. That's my call next week. We'll see. We'll see how things unfold. But I'm going by the history. See? I'm going by the history, John. And when they got that 786, they got an 803 and an 804, 875, and 9. And then look at the next day. It was 877. All right? So 1, 2, 3, 4 days up in an attack. But don't be long. Don't wait long, because that low 877 didn't last, because it closed at 916. Next day opened up at 922 and hit 945. Then 3 days, 4 days later, it's at 1013. All right? So if you sell that day and they take it down, as I suspect they will, you better get back in on that low. All right? Can't wait. Great technical analysis. Thank you. Thank you. So I'm telling you, even though you may sell at that high on Wednesday, and I don't know where it's going to be. It could be at 888, it could be 913, it could be 966, it could be 988, it could be even $10. But they're going to come at it after that. It's just history repeating itself. 1, 2, 3 days, the fourth day, it hits it. Then they bring it back down to 894 after a 5-day duration. Just be patient and sit back and wait and go, this is nice. Just what Catfish said was happening is happening. I'm not threatened a bit by it. Instead, you're going to buy in on that fifth day, $2.40 less than you got out. And then you're going to make a run to 11, 12, 13, 16. You're going to have all your sell orders in just like I've suggested you do. Dang, we're going to be making some money, everybody. Cha-ching. And guess what we'll all say? Right? There you go. That's it for me, folks. I am going to be on my way out the door. I anticipate the same action as last night, and after hours, a 3 or 4 cent pullback try for maybe an hour and a half until 6:45. And I think others will start doing the same thing they did last time. And they only got it down a penny, but this is what they always do. And folks, I think we're going to have a fabulous Monday, a fabulous Tuesday. Don't be surprised if we see the Monday straight out of the gate come at it like they did today. And I'm going to be here on Monday at the opening bell because I expect the exact same thing. I'm going to see them try to run at it this afternoon and after hours to pull it down because they can't do it during the day. And then Monday morning, I expect to see when I wake up, oh my gosh, it's at 744, 766. And by the time the market opens, it'll be at 760, 790. It'll be back up because they can only run it down on the pre, try to flush one last time. And then we're going to see the same thing we did today. It opened and went on up. It did make us brief pullback on Monday last week, but every day last week went right on up, and it's going to keep doing every day. I called this already, folks. You've all seen it. It's coming true. What I said was going to happen is happening right here and now, and I'm grateful to all of you for being here to see these charts I'm showing you and have an understanding of why it's going to happen. Look at that massive buy here at the end of the day. At 359, folks, we had 377,000 shares bought. $3 million worth in the last minute today. Now, I want to show you one last thing before you leave, everybody, that you might not know. And that is, as you can see, Yahoo doesn't follow the after hours, do they? They stop it at 4 o'clock, 3:59, right? Pay attention just a second before I go here, and you go, because this is important. If you think they stop at 4, you'd be wrong. They don't. But what you have to do to see the price action after hours and candlesticks is this. Zoom in very tight and then hit the refresh button up here. All right, everybody, what I'm showing you? Good, John. All right, I hit the refresh button just then. I just clicked it, and look what happens to the chart now. Guess what? It doesn't stop at 4 o'clock anymore. Oh, see here? There's 4 o'clock. Look here. See? 4:12. Did you learn something right there? If you did, hit the like button, hit the share, join in with me. Me too, John. Anthony's right there with you. Anthony, welcome. I didn't know you were here. Anthony, muchas gracias por estar aquí como amigo esta tarde. Es muy importante que ustedes estén aquí como amigo. Yo sé que ustedes tienen amigos, amigas, y diga ellos ven aquí como ustedes por mira todos los que yo tenga, diga hoy, todos los días, cuando yo hablara de la SOFI stock, y muchas gracias por me amar. Okay? En mi misión. All right, everyone. Just speaking a little Spanish to my friend and Euclides Francisco. Thank you, Tyler. De nada. Espero que ustedes tengan un buen weekend aquí. Esta weekend, sábado, domingo. Eh, espero que ustedes tengan unos sábados gigantes. Como Univision. Hey, mira. The price. Después hours. Después hora. Es mismo de la término or Sierra de la Puerta. Thanks, YouTube. And folks, if you want to thank me even more, come on over to my music on Spotify or on Google Play, Apple Music. I'm on all of the platforms, Deezer, you name it, they're all of them. I'm on them. And come on over and just hit the play button and listen into my songs. And I'll be forever grateful to you for doing that because that enhances me in a way that you don't know. And I'd like to see what you think of my songs. Please come over, and if you like the song, come over one time in the chat and say, man, I just listened to this and I liked it a lot or whatever. And I'm just very grateful to all of you. I wanted to say one more time how much I appreciate all of you subscribing to my channel and getting my viewership up now to 963. Wow, folks. That's 37 more, and I'm going to be there, folks. Thank you so much, everyone. You're the ones that have been so supportive, and I'm so grateful for you being here. And I don't know. I don't know. It's saying now I have 959, so I don't know what's going on. I refreshed the page and it drops 4. I don't think I lost 4 today, but maybe I did when I started getting political. But I don't care about that either. They'll all come back. I want the people that are thinking the way I think to be in part of my fold. I don't want people that are contrary to my beliefs. I'm open to anyone, and you're open to any thought and person you want to support politically or whatever. But I'm not going to sit around and watch the things go on that go on and not say about them, because to me it's kind of important that everybody knows the truth and what I feel is the truth and my suspicions about the last election, along with many others. Yep. Green channel. Cha-ching, that's right. Thank you very much. I appreciate that very much, Manny. And one thing I like to do is show people that today I had news. Institutional owners came in, and they sure did. So I just taught everybody how to go to after hours and watch the after hours charts. Isn't that kind of cool? Go here to the chart and click on it, see what you get. They'll show you this right now. Well, they won't show you this. If you do it and you don't do what I did just a little bit ago, all you'll see is up to 4 o'clock. But I told everybody just now, don't stop before. Zoom in real tight, hit the refresh button, bam, and then you'll see the after hours. Isn't it kind of cool how tricky that is? And why would they do that, I wonder? But I showed you, and now you know. Cha-ching. Follow the after hours action by zooming in on the chart and hit refresh page, and then you see all of it across the after hours. All right? There you go. Tyler's tip of the day, everybody. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to a time where we must part from one another. And I might be coming up on YouTube doing a live session because my wife is going to be over with the granddaughter and the daughter and spending time over there this afternoon evening. So I'm going to jump on YouTube and I'm going to play some live music. If you want to be there, I'll probably start about 7 o'clock after I have a nice dinner and have a nice bottle of wine with my prime rib that I'm going to buy. I'm kidding. I'm not buying it. I already have it. It's in my fridge right now. It's been in there for 4 days, seasoning. I let my meat age, right? Let it age, folks. Seasoned aged meat is incredibly delicious. And I'm telling you another tip right now, folks, before I go. If you go to the meat market and they have that discounted meat section with that meat, it's got a little coloration and sometimes marked down 40 or 50. Buy that and cook it. It's people, I'm telling you, this is the truth. Go on Google and search how much more you can pay market price for aged beef. It can sometimes be as much as 50 to 100% more expensive for aged beef that they're discounting for you at the grocery store, everyone, just so you're aware of it. Isn't that crazy? But I know it's true. And as a matter of fact, with venison, it's best. Some people hang venison and let it age for months. They get back in there, open it up under controlled temperature, 72 degrees, 73. And then the next thing you know, you go in there and there's actually mold that is growing inside on that meat. They shave it all off. But the taste of that venison, aged 3 months, has no comparison to anything today. Where are you to later today? My channel is search for me on YouTube. All you have to do is go over to YouTube and just put in my name, Tyler Self, right here. And then all you have to do is Tyler Self. And once you click enter, I'll pop up here. And then you'll see a screen that says live. And then you just click on it. All right? And then you'll hear me performing tonight. I'm going to be doing about 80 original songs if my voice will hold up. I sit in here and talk all day, and then I'm going to sing all night. And sometimes your voice doesn't hold up well under those conditions, but I don't care. Sometimes I just start almost talking the lyrics out. And tonight I'm going to be playing a whistling tune for you. I'm going to close out with right now. Let's give you a little flavor of one of the songs that I'm going to play tonight. And folks, if you want to get on out of here before I play it, that's fine. And say farewell to me, I will say fine. Thank you for all of you who've been here today. I want to thank you so much. And what time CDT will be in? Oh, Central. That would be 8:30, I think. 7:30 here is 8:30 there, I think, Central, because I'm in Eastern time zone. So I don't know if there's 2 hours or one, but I'm Eastern time zone. So I'll be playing 7:30 Eastern time zone. This will be one of the songs I'm going to be doing. And thanks for sharing with me in this musical whistling song. And again, you can hear this song on Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon, Google Play, you name it. That's right, on this channel, John, that's right, on this channel. I play my music on the same channel. Let me turn this fan off. It's affecting the sound in here. Hold on. The string's about to break, I can tell. All right, here we go. All right, here we go, folks. So there you go, folks. One of my originals on Spotify and all those music channels called Mary's Tears. Well, I want to thank you for being here. And again, I appreciate it very, very much for your likes, your shares, your telling others about me. 46 likes today, over 373 viewers today. And folks, now I'm going to say farewell. I might do, after this video, a small 15-minute encapsulation of the day with my new screen uh, thumbnail of the atomic bomb. And I'm going to put that up in about 20 minutes. I'm going to do a quick, and I'm going to do a premiere for it. So if you want to be back here at 5 o'clock, I'll premiere it at 5 o'clock. And all I'm going to be doing is encapsulating everything of the day today that I shared with you and these numbers. And I'm going to try to do it as fast as I can and get on out of there then and start my music playing later. All right. So there you go, everybody. Now, what time is it? Well, we're going to come up here. We're going to click on me. We're going to pull this right up here. And we're going to say, wow, what fun today, huh? Cha-ching. Catfish called it, and everybody here, thank you so much. I wish you all this happiness in the world. And even more, King Cat says, good evening, everybody. Thank you, John. We appreciate it. Thank you, Manny. Hope you'll come back and listen to Catfish Tyler playing some of his originals tonight. And he might even do a few request songs. But this tonight, when I do his premiere, he's going to be showing that premiere and looking at your comments tonight when he comes up here at 5 p.m. He missed some of you last night. He feels like an idiot for doing it. He was just looking in the chat, and he's got to look at those comments because your comments are down there. So thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you're surrounded with happiness, prosperity, great health. We want you to be in good health, and most of all, surrounded with love. So goodbye, everybody. We'll see you later, and we'll see you on Monday when the price hits the low.